Taking the third wicket of the day for Western Province, working his magic there, bringing the Imperial Lions to 38 for 3.
Oh, this is gonna be tough.
No, they were in a similar position on Friday.
Mitchell van Buren.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Pitch Vision and Supersport's broadcast of the Cricket South Africa One Day Cup. We're coming to you live from Imperial Wanderers in Johannesburg. And what you've missed so far, we are halfway through the 12th over. The six-gun girl Western Province won the toss and elected to field first. And since then, the Lions have moved on to 38 for 3. We just saw the wicket of Buren Hendricks.
CSA ODI action at the Imperial Wanderers. It is the one-day cup between, of course, the home side Imperial Lions and six-gun girl Western Province. Into the 12th over and 3 wickets down already.
So as you can hear there, Riza Hendricks was bowled by Tsepo Moreki
Don't forget to
for
catch
18.
next week, Sunday, for some more ODI action.
And at the wicket with him is Dominic Hendricks.
Between South Africa and Bangladesh.
So the first wicket was that of Ryan Rickleton, who was bowled LBW by Wayne Parnell for 5 of 10. And that happened in the 4th over. And yes, indeed, Rassie van der Dussen coming to the wicket now. 123 matches, 28 50s and 10 hundreds, 4,641 runs at an average of 50.4 and a strike rate of 78.2. Highest score was against this very same team at Potchefstroom in 2011-12. 134 there for Rassie van der Dussen on that day. So the second wicket was the captain, Temba Bavuma, who was clean bowled by Wayne Parnell for 9 off 11. And that happened in the last delivery of the 6th over on 24 for 2. And Rickleton was dismissed on the score on 10 in the first ball of the 4th over. With me, I have Mpendulo Magubane and Zubair Sali. Welcome, gentlemen. Good morning. We're about to see the 4th ball of the 12th over, and that is Tsepo Moreki continuing from the caller drive end, and he's going to be bowling to Rassie van der Dussen after Riza Hendricks played on. Ryan Rickleton, was that first wicket on 10 for 1. As we see Moreki over the wicket, right arm to the right-handed. Rassie van der Dussen pitches outside off and comes back into the right-hander. It's just defended out to backward square leg for no run. 38 for 3.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. You join us here at the Imperial Wanderers. It's Mpendulo Magubane on the mic. And it's a tough period now for the Imperial Lions, who are the home team. After a wonderful victory on Friday, they find themselves 3 wickets down. It's now time for Tsepo Moreki to deliver his 5th ball.
On leg stump, just deflected by Rassie van der Dussen down to fine leg, and fine leg does manage to cut that off. They're coming back for the 2nd run, and Rassie van der Dussen is off the mark. Score moves on to 40 for 3. 1 ball to go in the 12th over. And we also saw a dropped catch where Riza Hendricks was dropped on 9. He was dismissed just now by Tsepo Moreki, playing on for 18 runs that he scored, so it didn't cost the Western Province too much as Moreki bowls the final delivery here. This one also onto leg stump, and too fine this time for fine leg to cut it off. 4 runs to Rassie van der Dussen, 44 for 3.
Wicket of the day, the Imperial Lions on 44 for 3.
The change of ends there for Tsepo Moreki. He started from the golf course end, just bowled 1, and he changed his side to come through from the college drive end. Although it did yield a wicket, and a very good one there with the man chopping on was Riza Hendricks. Just went a bit wayward for those last 2 balls. He was gunning for the stumps. Of course, with the new batter coming in, you want to make sure that he plays as much as he can, so you go for those stumps. But he just missed his lines there at the end, Tsepo Moreki. giving away a couple of runs and then giving away a boundary with the last one to take us to 44 for 3.
From the golf course end, George Linder.
Now, so George Linder will continue from the golf course end, the left arm coming over the wicket to the right-handed Dominic Hendricks facing, and they've got a third man in the ring as well as fine leg as Dominic Hendricks drives this one to extra cover. They've got a cover sweeper long on the boundary as well as backward square leg and mid wicket on the boundary for George Linder, and then a catching or a shortish mid on as well. Linder in again past that man at mid on, down to long on, and they'll take a single, 45 for 3.
Western Province definitely won't mind those singles. They are very happy to offer them to Dominic Hendricks because you see that he has 4 men on the boundary saying take that one, because they want to be bowling as much as they can to Rasif Dussen. And another big thing is here, George Linder being a left armer bowling to the right hander, it offers them a chance to activate the slip fielder that they have there, and also offers an opportunity for the extra cover with the safe hands of Richard Levy. So let's see how Rasif Dussen, only having faced a couple of balls, how he's going to play this out.
Now, excuse me, there Dominic Hendricks, of course, left-handed, and Rasif Dussen now the right-hander with George Linder coming around. And it's cut by Van der Dussen straight to the man at point. So the field stayed pretty much the same for the left-hander and the right-hander. Same fielding positions, but of course the field is just moving around. So we see George Linder going over the wicket now to the left-handed Dominic Hendricks. Gets this one outside off stump, just defended, backward point. 1 run taken, and the score, as you can see, is 46 for 3.
They won't be minding these, will the Lions batsmen. Taking the score over after you've lost a wicket is absolutely essential, and with these gaps that are in the field, they are able to pocket them very well. At the end of the day, Rasif Dussen is a white ball specialist. He's so fantastic in the ODI setup for the Proteas.
He's facing Linder now onto leg stump. There's an appeal for LBW. The ball rolls down to fine leg, and let's see what the umpire says, if that was a leg by. No signal from the umpire, so that came off the bat. Also signaled here by Dave Midgley, who you'll hear from a little bit later, our fellow commentator. Did he signal leg by? Okay, we get a message here from Brendan that there was a leg by signaled. So 49 for 3 is the score. 1 ball to go in the 13th. Rasif Dussen facing George Linder, and they took 2 off that leg by. This one is cut out to the sweeper on the cover boundary.
Runs, of course, for the Imperial Lions.
That was a cracking shot there for Rasif Dussen.
64 minutes, 79 balls, 7 fours in the mix there. Rasif Dussen and Dominic Hendricks batting for the Imperial Lions.
It was a cracking shot to end the 13th over there from Rasif Dussen. It was given with, and it was a touch short from George Linder trying to sort out the mistakes of the previous ball, which drifted just below the leg stump.
Yeah, so the run rate,
there was a sweeper there. Just 1 run, and 50 is on now for the Imperial Lions. They'll be happy that they've reached the landmark, but having lost 3 wickets, it's a tough order to come back.
yeah, only 3.8 runs and over so far. Okay, now for Tsepo Moreki, there's 1 slip in. There's a third man on the boundary, and he goes to the right-handed Rasif Dussen after they took a single there, no run. Fine leg is also on the boundary, sweeper on the cover boundary. Backward point is in, mid wicket is there, and then mid on and mid off, as well as it looks like a extra cover kind of position there. And those are your fielding positions. If you're watching along on YouTube or Supersport, welcome. And thank you very much for watching. Tsepo Moreki goes over the wicket now to Rasif Dussen from the call it drive end, wide outside off, and it's wided by the umpire. Went past that guideline there outside off stump, and the umpire stretches his arms. 51 for 3. So Tsepo Moreki bowling his third over. He's conceded 11 runs and taken 1 wicket. George Linder, on the other hand, 2 overs, 9 runs. No wicket so far for George Linder. So Tsepo Moreki had 1 over from the golf course end before he swapped ends. He goes now over the wicket on the middle stump. Rassie van der Dussen works this off his pads, and it's going to beat the man running around from fine leg for 4 runs down to backward square leg. Good shot there from Rassie van der Dussen. Partnership now 17, and the run rate just peaks its head above 4.1. 55 for 3. 17 run partnership. This is good stuff for the Lions. They had a 10 run opening stand and then a 14 run stand for the second wicket. So already their highest partnership so far in the innings.
Moreki runs in to bowl at Rassie van der Dussen.
As you can see, and this one is also left alone.
This is the perfect platform for Rassie to come in bed. That's what he's done for the Proteas as well in the recent past. And this is the setup that you feel that he loves. Actually, he comes in, he takes it deep for the for the power hitters to finish the game. So he's no stranger to this.
Exactly right. Moreki in again. Van der Dussen off middle stump, flicks this one out to extra or deep mid wicket, where it's fielded by the sweeper on the mid wicket boundary running around, and they'll take just the single. No, sorry, they took 2 runs.
That boundary by Rassie van der Dussen has made the captain think twice now. Tony Zorzi implementing a deep square leg to prevent that mistake from the ball going into the pads, being clipped away for a 4. So he'd rather save those 2 runs as he did in the previous ball rather than to concede those boundaries. So Tsepo Moreki just needs to align himself a little bit better as he loses the slip fielder now, because his lines are not where they need to be. Putting in a short mid wicket to create a catching option. Let's see what he will do with the powers at hand.
Moreki over the wicket to Rassie van der Dussen on leg stump, and just worked around the corner down to fine leg for a single. Zubair, you're quite right. Rassie tends to start slowly, especially at test level and international level, but at this level we expect him to take it deep to keep the run rate up. He's not going to eat up too many deliveries, as Tsepo Moreki will be coming right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Dominic Hendricks, who's on 6. Score is 58 for 3. 1 ball to go in the 14th.
Also, you feel that he does have Mitch van Buren and Vian Mulder to come, so there is good batsman to come, so he can go and play a bit attacking.
Yeah, and then of course Bjorn Fortuyn, Sisanda Magala, we've seen them murder attacks in the past as well. This one is right onto middle and off stump, full of a length by Tsepo Moreki, and it's just defended by Dominic Hendricks for no run. 14 runs gone, 58 for 3.
There was a good ball there to Dominic Hendricks.
Western Province and the Imperial Lions. CSA one-day
We are
cup
fighting
action
with
at
the
Imperial.
stadium announcer.
Lions on
So we are crossing our fingers here at Pitch Vision that you can hear us once she is speaking. But all she's telling you is that the score is 58 for 3. And Rassie van der Dussen is absolutely no stranger, as Zubair has said. He's also batting very well in the domestic scene. As we saw a glimpse, he averages 50, given how well he's been playing. He also has those 10 centuries. And Imperial Lions will be hoping and crossing their fingers that he can capitalize on the opportunity that he has. 36 overs to bat, 100 for him to score, but it's a tough task as the bowling has been ultra disciplined from Western Province.
Van der Dussen is now facing George Linder from the golf course end, left arm round. And this one is quite full flighted and just defended by Rassie van der Dussen, but it beats everything. It's a bit difficult for us to see from our vantage point here exactly what that ball did. as Kyle Verreina and Rassie van der Dussen is blocking our view from where the ball is pitching, but we'll do our best to fill you in. Reverse sweep by Rassie van der Dussen, just over the head of third man inside the circle, 4 runs.
That was an incredible shot there from Rassie van der Dussen. He can play these reverse sweeps with his eyes closed, and he was able to penetrate that gap where that third man is, because third man is up. So I'm looking to maybe distort George Linder on his lines and his lengths, because he's really coming straight and the ball is turning as well, given that he's been beaten twice. So it's a good retaliation there from Rassie van der Dussen as he moves the score up.
62 for 3 now, as you can see. 1 slip in, third man in the ring, extra cover shortish, cover sweeper, long off. Another attempted reverse sweep this time. There's an appeal. No, says the umpire. Going down leg, it looks like the umpire is saying. And we've got a mid on as well as square leg, backward square leg for the right hander, and a mid wicket as well. Those are your fielding positions with a fine leg also inside the ring.
As Van der Dussen blocks the next delivery, this is what you get from George Linder. He's a very disciplined bowler, and he tends to bowl good line and length most of the time. As he runs into bowl to Van der Dussen.
Yeah, this one is going down leg and helped on its way by Rassie van der Dussen. Is it going to beat the fielder running back from fine leg in the ring? Yes.
Oh,
good fielding there.
Fantastic fielding.
Oh, what a dive there by
Tsepo
Moreki, helping out his fellow bowler there with an excellent sprint.
Oh, Moreki, he's paying the dues for the boundaries that he conceded in his over. Very good effort there from the bowler. You'd never say that he's been charging in the way he went to retrieve that ball. So it's the last ball of the 15th.
3 runs taken there. Van der Linden now to the left-hander Dominic Hendricks, and they take a quick single to point. 15 overs gone, and it's 66 for 3.
Lions on 66 rather for 3 after 15 overs.
It's now the drinks break. It has been a hot fixture of cricket. Things have been happening. The sun has sold themselves, as the partnership now stands at 28 for these two batters. Dominic Hendricks, known to be an accumulator. Van der Dussen, a class act as well. So Lions will be looking for these two to restore everything.
The other guy must assess what has happened, and the third guy chip in like we've been doing
100%.
with the.
So
Sunday. Bangladesh against South Africa for the pink
guys
ODI
are still
brought to you by CSA and Betway. It's all happening right here at the Imperial Wanderers Stadium. Check out linescricket.co.za for more info. The action resumes with the Imperial Lions on 16-6 for 3 after 15 overs.
Stadium announcer has said what she had to say. Tsepo Moreki has the ball, is coming around the wicket, going to Dominic Hendricks to begin the 16th over after drinks. Oh, and just like it always happens, after a drinks break, the batters lose their heads. Fantastic bowling there by Tsepo Moreki as the ball is edged straight to the cubs of the cover point player. It's 66 for 4 here for the Imperial Lions.
Yeah, it's difficult there for the Lions. 4 down inside 20. And I think crucially, like you said, it's that time after a drinks interval that a wicket inevitably falls. And now, not South Africa, I'm so used to the South Africans, but the Imperial Lions now have Mitch van Buren and Rassie van der Dussen at the wicket. Similar type of pairing that they saw on Friday, having to dig the Imperial Lions out of a hole against the GBX Warriors, and how will they respond to this challenge laid down? Moreki with his second, but Van Buren walks to the wicket with 849 runs to his name. He's averaging 65, so really enjoying life in just his 19th game. 5 50s and 200s, the one coming in the previous game, one of those 50s coming in the previous game. And the key now for the Lions is how do you respond? 15 overs in, it's still early. What's the question that you have to answer? And that is, where are you going to be able to build partnerships? Crucially, you need to find out where those runs are going to come from, and it has to come from partnerships.
Even though Lions has lost 4 wickets, they would be happy that they have the 2 informed batsmen in Rassie van der Dussen and Mitch van Buren. And they both have scored 50s in the last game, and from the Lions perspective, they would be hoping that they continue. And for Western Province, the disciplined bowling is getting them the wicket.
The slip is back in place for the new man. Tsepo Moreki runs in for his second ball. It's at the back of a length, and it forces Van Buren to play that ball as he rockets back for a dot ball.
Yeah, there's just the energy there from Tsepo Moreki. After a wicket, you always see the bowlers having their tails up, the ball hitting the bat hard there. I'm loving this from Tsepo Moreki. He's got 2 for 18 from his, that's rather not his stats, it's 2 for 18, it is 2 for 18 from 3.2. I was right, doubting myself.
Goes in for the third, Tsepo Moreki, after the calm has
It's
an easy ball there. Easy shot as he pockets that. The ball was quite short, rockets back to his back foot again, Mitchell van Buren. And as we've talked, they are the informed batters. They are the ones the Lions will be looking for to score that good partnership to rebuild this inning that they find themselves in. Tsepo Moreki now sets up for his fourth ball. Still that man on that steep square leg. Still that man on third man. Fourth ball is in, and it's outside the line of off stump as the ball slightly shapes back in for Tsepo Moreki. Van der Dussen deciding to let that go as another dot ball accumulates here for Tsepo Moreki.
Yeah, the Lions have really struggled in this year's domestic season. They were on top in the 4-day competition leading into their last fixture with the Titans, and then tripping at the final hurdle. They really hadn't had the best time in the T20s, both T20 tournaments, both the knockout and the CSA T20 Cup, and they'll want to get off to a good start here.
Very good bowling here. Tsepo Moreki is attacking that fifth line stump. He's trying to draw a shot from Rassie van der Dussen, who has a task on his hand to be very selective with the shots that he plays. Doesn't want to be losing his wickets, as the team will now go 5 if that is the case. However, it's been taking this well from Tsepo Moreki, who is very disciplined now, starting to get his lines and lengths, trying to use that slip fielder to get an attacking wicket. runs in. Ball is still on that channel. Very seducing channels for Rassie van der Dussen. However, letting it go for the third time in a row, it ends the 16th over. It's a 67 for 4 from the Imperial Lions. And, well, they need to build up here, gentlemen.
They really do, but the thing is, with Moreki running in and bowling those channels, it's a bit difficult to get away. For now, they will be hoping for those singles 4 and over and build on this, because really, this you can chase down very easily if you have a very low score.
Ultimately, this is an addition for the World Cups that are happening both at the end of this year, the T20. Want to write their name on that plane ticket to both World Cups.
100% there, Davis. George Linder attacks. Does that line, that length that Rassie van der Dussen was able to cut? As he was beaten all ends.
Good take there by Verena. Surprised Van Buren.
Goes straight to for Linder here. Just clipped off his toes. Van Buren down to the man at cow corner for an easy single here as the score finally ticks to 68.
I've really been impressed with Mitch Van Buren because he's somebody who's kind of been in the shadows for a long time in this line setup. Spent some time at the strikers, honing his craft under the previous domestic setup, and he's really come into this line side and been an experienced and a leader.
100% Linder there with a good ball. It's a very good ball. They've taken away that slip fielder for Rassie van der Dussen. They don't have a man attacking there. So ball went for a dot ball. And we look for the fourth ball from George Linder now. It's another straight ball and a quick single here between the two players as Linder stumbles on Van Buren with a nice apology there saying sorry. But it earns 1 run nonetheless. This is what they need to keep fighting for.
Yeah, for me, the key here is the pace of the game, because Province could so easily, with the new man at the wicket, try and rush him, but it could also be detrimental to you in terms of allowing a batsman to get off to a flying start. So they've slowed it down. George Linder's, pacing himself through this over.
Good pickup. And on top of that, the fielding has been on point. No misfield so far, trying to apply that pressure on the batters as well. So the run rate is starting to decrease as well from 4.3 down to 4.1.
It's like a python, just slowly tightening its grip around these lines. They used to be cobras, now they're the blitz.
Ooh, another good ball. George Linder is making the most of that bounce and turn, causing problems. But it ends the 17th over, 69 for 4 for the Lions. And there must be.
So, David, exactly what you said with regards to Mitch Van Buren. As you see, his strike rate is 96. So he's come into the line setup, and he's no stranger here. He's come in, and if you see him bat, he middles the ball from the word go, and he keeps the scorebook ticking.
Reminds me a little bit of a New Zealand player, just quietly plugging away and going about his craft.
Moreki starts the 18th over, looking to apply his craft here and try to get a wicket, another one for the Western Province, but easily guided down to the sweeper man as Rassie van der Dussen rotates the strike and gives the man who is the topic of discussion a chance to give it a whack.
Well, the challenge that every domestic team faces is that when your national players leave the setup, who then puts up their hand? And I think, in the last couple of years, guys like Malusi Siboto and Mitch Van Buren have really stuck up their hands and performed. I think in the last iteration of the domestic setup, Nicky van den Berg was another one who really put the hard work in for the Lions at domestic level.
shuffling across his stumps onto the off stump, negating that channel that Moreki has been persistent on, rather taking the single rather than conceding a dot ball, moving the score to 71 here for the Imperial Lions.
Zubair, it's intelligent batting here from the Lions. They're not allowing Tsepo Moreki to settle into a line of length. He's bowled really well, has Moreki, and they don't want him to continue with that comfort that he has and the energy that he has from picking up that wicket. These two will need to shift things up, shake the cages.
Van der Dussen, one of those Protea international players, facing Moreki and clipping it from the front of his pads. An easy single once more for the Imperial Lions. They are starting to really get a hang of Moreki and what he's doing, and they exploiting those spaces throughout the field to get those ones going.
I think the reason being, when Moreki is keeping outside off, you see that they're leaving it, they're thinking about it, but he's been too straight at times. This recent couple of overs, he's been too straight as he runs in.
Changes that, and he goes to the perfect channel, forcing a defensive shot there from Mitch van Buren. There's also some hints of movement into the right-hander, negating that, and another dot ball for Tsepo.
Much better length there from Tsepo Moreki. I think, if you drift too far back, you'll see that shot from Mitch van Buren early in the over. He just shuffles across and knocks it to that sweeper at mid-wicket, who's about maybe 10 meters in from the boundary. So clearly the idea here from these two Imperial Lions batters is to just hit the sweepers and rotate the strike comfortably.
Penultimate ball is wide and short, cut away with authority there from Mitch van Buren, but straight to the waiting palms of the sweeper fielder down at that deep point cover area. A cracking shot. It had such a beautiful sound from the bat, but only being one run as another single is ticked. Tick-tock cricket here from the Imperial Lions.
Yeah, this partnership just worth 7, so it's just in its infancy. But with Van der Dussen on 25, I think the Lions might feel that they're not being beaten down to the canvas just yet.
It's going to need to show up here, Van der Dussen, Dave. Ooh, good ball from Moreki, who almost ensured that doesn't happen. Swinging back in, going straight to those stumps. Streaky edge from Van der Dussen, but he survives. Finishes the 18th over with Lions on 73 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. They'll be looking for Van der Dussen and Van Buren to build this up, as fans and the whole Johannesburg who could have been here but aren't here.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see some of them hiding in the shade there at the top of the memorial stand, but it's great to see some families out here enjoying the sunshine on the grass embankment. This is the Imperial Wanderers, arguably the home of South African cricket. Don't at me, please. But yeah, George Linder to continue from the golf course and one slip in place.
Looking to attack Mitch van Buren there with the slip fielder. Ball turning away. Being defended in front of his stumps, presenting the full face of the bats to extra cover. It's a dot ball to begin that over, as George Linder has recovered pretty well from a quite wayward start, having gone for 19 runs in his first 4 overs and 18 in his first 3. Ball is straight, and that extra bounce that he gets causing some problems from Mitch van Buren, but he guides it well though and earns a single again.
So the key thing here is that George Linder's coming left arm around the wicket, wide of the crease, and drifting it into these right-handed batters. And then if he doesn't get to turn, or if he doesn't bowl the ball that is going to turn, it'll surprise the two here.
Might be looking to attack with that arm ball, with the one that goes straight again. Dave, my bad. I don't know where Andrew come from, but whatever that happened, that it drew a ball that was charged up to the block hole, and he was able to just parry that away. Van der Dussen, another dot ball. We can see there is a creative, very creative fielding with an extra gully right next to the short third man, cutting off that shot that will be guided.
Cutting off the cut, really, because you've got maybe one that's a little bit short and the extra bounce and slashes at it, and if Verena doesn't get the edge behind the stumps, these two men here, Tony De Zorzi and Tsepo Moreki, at well, one is a short third man, one's like a very backward point, and so that's what they're looking for.
But then George Linder's bowling a variation of lines and lengths here. Hasn't given that cut shot just as yet. Maybe it might be sprung to him as a surprise. But so far so good from Rassie van der Dussen, just guiding it away, looking for those singles every now and then. But it's been a very tidy over here from George Linder. Last ball gets that edge, but it runs straight to the men that we were talking about there on point. To end the 19th over, just conceding one there, George Linder, he'll consider that a successful one. And after the 19th over, Lions are on 74 for the loss of 4. And the partnership is worth 8.
And it seems like there's change in bowling. Buren Hendricks will be coming on from Collard Drive end.
You can see there, Mpendula, everybody's hiding from the high-felt sun here. They've crept up towards the top of that memorial stand. You see them hiding in the shade there. I don't blame them. It is a lovely day here. And as the late, great Richie Benner would say, it's a marvellous day for cricket.
It's a fantastic day for cricket indeed. Who wouldn't want to go under the shade when the weather's hot and the cricket that's being played is hot as well? And to add on the heat for the Lions, Western Province bring back their strike bowler, Buren Hendricks. He's had a fantastic start so far, only going for 10 runs in his first 4 overs. He has a maiden over, looking for his first wicket though. He might have a chance here with the slip fielder back on to try get that wicket back. Goes straight into the block hole, Buren Hendricks wasting no time. Ball has been dispatched and clipped away down to the third man for a single there by Mitch van Buren to begin the 20th.
Yeah, Buren Hendricks, a seasoned campaigner, spent many years here at the Imperial Wanderers as a Lion himself. But at the end of the previous season, making his way down to Western Province to join Six Gun Grill Western Province, a man who's spent some time as well in the Proteas setup. He's no stranger, no foreigner to these conditions.
Running up the slope, bowls it full and straight, and it's a very good shot there from Rassie van der Dussen. Goes for no runs, however. Seasoned campaigner looking for the ball that's full to draw the drive that will activate that slip fielder. Did it very well to begin the first over. However, just got no reward and no edge as the openers were able to, well, negate everything.
It's always a frustrating thing when you play a really good shot and you don't get any runs for it. Then it comes down to mental fortitude as a batsman. How are you able to absorb that frustration and channel it into the shots that you play?
Well guided there. Just one going wide of Buren Hendricks there, saying go for the ball. He does so, van der Dussen, but just for a single.
And Dave, as you pointed out, Buren Hendricks has played many years here, so he knows the deck well, and he's used it to his advantage. He's bowled different lengths, different lines, just to keep the batsman guessing. And he's bowled to Dominic Hendrick, who also knows the pitch well, the decks well, but he had him tied down as he runs into bowl the next ball to Mitch van Buren.
Fantastic! And there it is from Buren Hendricks. That's the one he's been looking for. And with magnificent bowling, just taking it back shorter, cutting across Mitch van Buren, he edges that to the man, straight to him. And the Lions lose their 5th wicket with some magnificent bowling from Buren Hendricks.
Yeah, Mitch van Buren will be certainly disappointed with himself. It was a lovely ball from Buren Hendricks, but he kind of just hung his bat out there, and it was a simple take at first slip there in the end, which means that the Lions are now 5 down. Half of their wickets are gone, having to rely on all-rounders, and that seemingly having to do the work to dig themselves out of a hole here. We saw the G-Bets Warriors on Friday really capitulating under the pressure of the Lions, and now fortunes have been reversed because now the home side are under pressure.
It's a question, can you taste your own medicine and handle it?
So, excellent bowling from Buren Hendricks, but also what has happened is this past 3-4 overs, what they've done, the Western Province, is for Rassie van der Dussen, they've taken the slip fielder out and they've kept that slip fielder on for Mitch van Buren, and they were hoping and they were bowling for that slip, and Faith was
Faith was definitely with them. And the plans worked as well for Buren Hendricks. He understands what he needs to do. And as you said there, Dave, a seasoned campaigner, he's been in the Proteas setup. He understands the ground as well, and he certainly made use of that as he grabs his first.
Yeah, Zubair Hamza taking the catch there at slip, and it's good to see that they're persisting with him here. He's Buren Hendricks is going to go to Vian Mulder. And Mulder's been struggling at the national level for runs with the bat, and he'll want to switch his fortunes here.
Buren Hendricks is on fire, targeting those stumps. An easy shot for Wian Mulder, who'll be looking to build up his confidence again here, Dave and Zuhair, because once you get runs wherever you play, having runs on the board, having that game experience in the field is always good. Even when you go up a level, when you go down a level, having consistent cricket and good results always counts well for you as a player.
When Buren started this over, you said he didn't have a wicket. I'm blaming that wicket on you. That's at your doorstep. You deal with it.
Fantastic bowling. I love bowlers, as Hendricks comes to grab another one, but this time a good shot here from Van der Dussen. Apologies from commentating over the ball, it's just the excitement, but the 20th over has come to its end. 77 runs are on the board, but the biggest problem here for the Imperial Lions is that they have lost 5 wickets in their home ground. They will need something to please their home fans here, will the lads at home.
It's always difficult when you find yourself 5 down at the 20 over mark. You know, there's still so much time in your innings, 30 overs remaining, and if you're not able to reconcile with that challenge that you're going to have, I think you're going to capitulate, and you might be out for a less than ideal score.
They'll be looking to do the most here, the Lions. It's very difficult though. George Linder charging up for the 21st over of the match. Against Mulder, he's beaten as he just goes to defend. That high turn, that high bounce as well from George Linder. He's using it very well, and you can see the slip fielders there for any slip up from the new man. An easy punch. He's trying to exploit that space behind. We see a long on, a long off there. He's willing to take that single, but remember, if he looks to punch the ball there, it might induce that edge onto the slip fielder. It's a risk and reward type of game here. George Linder into the legs, and an easy single as he continues going straight and going outside off and straight and outside off.
Yeah, it's not the worst time to be captaining for Tony de Zorzi here. He's got the home side, 78 for 5 inside 21, and I think he'll be feeling confident, which is good for a young captain like him.
It's also important, as they punch that for one, it's also important that they look to recover from that loss that they faced on Friday. You don't want to fall too far behind, and you don't want to start your tournament having played 2 matches and lost both of them. So there's a bit at stake here, and the plans are working for Tony de Zorzi. Having won the toss, he'll be happy that it's coming onto his good fortunes. Quicker delivery there from George Linder, zipping off the pitch, beating the outside edge again for Wian Mulder. He has to be wary now, the batter. Tail is wagging for George Linder. He's been setting this up for a while now. It's the last ball of the 21st. Flighted this time to just vary the pace, trying to draw a full stroke, but it ends with a dot ball here to finish the 21st. The Imperial Lions are on
This is the
79
CSA
runs for the
One-Day
loss
Cup
of
at the
5.
Imperial Wanderers Stadium. We will be here next week
A
Sunday,
glorious
on the
day
20th of
for
March,
it.
for the 10th
Traditionally, you would
midweek
imagine this is the weather
friendly
for
match
batting,
between South
but
Africa and
Western
Bangladesh.
Province winning the toss and
Taking
deciding that
it
they'd have a
start.
bowl. There's obviously
Only
something
one
in the
team to
wicket.
start
Maybe they
estimating
know
your
the
20
former
rand
Newlands groundsman
donations
here, Evan Flint,
to
maybe
breast
saying, listen,
cancer research.
give us a good wicket here. But no, I back Evan. He is a Lions man, and certainly a surface that's assisted them. Bjorn Hendricks will continue from the Quarter
And of
Tribe
course,
end.
don't forget to wear pink next week as we celebrate another Pink Day and another awesome initiative.
They talking about the Pink ODI. The Pink ODI is notorious for South Africa winning, apart from the one that they've just lost. They'll be looking to source the powers of being the home team here, the Lions, to recover themselves as Bjorn Hendricks now begins. And with that same line and length that captured the wickets of Mitch van Buren, Van der Dussen plays the exact same shot, but this time reaping a different result as he just gets a single to begin the 22nd.
Dave,
Go for it. Yeah.
Dave, what you've pointed out that they won the toss. Western Province wanted to bowl, they wanted to field, and from the word go, they've been bowling well. The first 2 wickets, if you notice, Wayne Parnell getting nice and full, using the pitch well, and then as Buren runs in, back of the length, punch to the cover boundary for a single. So they had a plan from the morning and they followed it up well, and they've been rewarded for that plan. Moreki, as we said, he's taken 2 wickets, but as they've noticed that he started bowling a bit straighter, they took him off and they brought in Buren, and again, plan that worked because he got Mitch van Buren, who's in form, out, and now they've got Vian Mulder and Rassi. One more wicket here, you feel that they're not going to get much.
Confident decision making from Tony Zorzi. Very good bowling from Bjorn Hendricks to back it up. They charge for a second. There's miscommunication. Big miscommunication. Back to the wicket keeper. And he's been pointed out. What a sad tale of events here for the home team.
Sharp bit of fielding there from the men in the deep. It was Vian Mulder who called yes and then said no, sent Rassi van der Dussen back, and he was found short when it was a yes, no. Oh boy, dearie me. Calamitous is the word that you'd use to describe that run out.
When things are going down, the worst way to lose your next wicket is through a run out. And having been the last 2 pair which were confident batters, we have men now who can bat, but not at the caliber that is required to face the quality that is brought by these Western Province bowlers. And to even talk about the pitch that we're watching and the field, the track does have tinges of green. So as you spoke, Zahir, when the game started, there was that movement. And the pitch is so juicy. Good carry, good zip as well. So it's going to be very tough.
It is going to be tough, and it seems like it is really tough for Vian Mulder to walk off. He's hanging around. He's really frustrated. As he walked in, we did say that he's short of runs and he needed these runs, and he knows that going out here does also put a huge question mark with Proteas for the Proteas. So he really didn't want to walk. And we see Fortain coming into bat, and they would be hoping to for him to get his highest score is 51. So they would be hoping he get today somewhere close to that score.
You know, you talk about Vian Mulder and the frustration that he's had, but when it rains it pours, and when it really is dry, it is a drought of biblical proportions, because Vian Mulder, when it's going wrong, then you run yourself out. Oh, terrible.
It's terrible. You saw how miserable Manus Labuschagne was when he ran himself out yesterday against Pakistan. Should have said no run.
Should have said no run.
But that was bad miscommunication from the Imperial Lions, which now introduces Bjorn Fontaine onto the crease. Mostly known for his orthodox spin. He's very good at that, but now they'll be needing his prowess as a batter, as things are looking very shaky for the home team, as Bjorn Hendricks is on fire. Ooh, very on fire indeed. What is a lion without its mane, looking to take it off with a ball that is sharp, middle of the pitch. Had no clue what was going down there, Bjorn Fortuin. Very good start to his inning.
Lion without its mane, isn't that a lioness? The ladies played yesterday. The Imperial Lions ladies did play yesterday. So
Actually, they've got a T20 game going down just a few kilometers from here as well. That is the Imperial Lions women, and they're playing T20s against the KwaZulu-Natal.
Ooh, going too far down the coast as we speak about KwaZulu-Natal. Out the line of the pitch as the ball is called for a wide as Bjorn Hendricks looks to activate that slip field again and draw a cut shot that might be mistimed but just goes and drifts too far. It's a wide ball and extra.
yeah, umpire Jacobs giving no room for error here from Bjorn Hendricks. We spoke about Tony de Zorzi's ability to make decisions, but it certainly helps when you've got experienced campaigners like Wayne Parnell and Bjorn Hendricks as your opening bowler. So, you know, you're not going to miss out when you've got that knowledge with you.
Very tidy delivery there. It's greeted with an even better leave. Understanding where his off stump is there for Tane. Very tidy leave. And again, what would the Lions be looking to do now? There's still 28 overs left in the match. They are 4 wickets down. Do you continue to charge and just attack and look what you get? Or do you withstand? What is the plan now for the team?
The key to the Lions' success with the bat here in today's game is Rassie van der Dussen.
Unfortunately, he's not on strike, and because of that, the man who is on strike loses his wicket with an absolutely superman of a catch on that slip cordon. That white ball from Bjorn Hendricks working a charm once more. It was shorter from the previous wicket, this time more fuller, and what an outstanding catch. What beautiful cricket, and the experienced campaigner gets his second. Fantastic stuff, and it's dark now for the Lions.
Zubair Hamza, I mean, a guy who's recently been called back into the one-day stuff. Jeez, he's going to be shouting loudly at those national practices to let him sit in the slip cordon, because what a screamer. Zubair, he's... Wow.
I'm in awe. I am in absolute awe. That is the confidence that you are riding in with the team, backing your bowler, backing your captain, and taking the smallest chance that you can. As Sisanda Magala now is introduced, he's no waste with the bat. He can smash a few. Strike rate of 84. They'll be needing that 78 best score that he scored, but that was some 10 years ago.
Yeah.
The thing is, with Susanda Magala walking to the wicket, he took 6 last game against the G-Bets Warriors, but he was lazily run out during his batting outing. The ball came from the deep. Sinathe Makreshile just dropped his hands with the ball in them onto the stumps. He was out. He didn't plant his bat, and I don't know what the coaches may have said to him, or the team would have said, "Listen, mate. I mean, to get run out like that is lazy." So he ran out and took 6 for. So, you know, if he could take the same amount of wickets today, I'm happy.
It wouldn't
with
be
his
a
batting.
problem.
One wicket batting. G-Bets Warriors now with the Lions. So
And as Linda continues, the question you pose, Pendulo, is what does Lion need to do? And as they've pointed out, that they've got Rassie in the middle. So all his partners need to do is hang around with him. But it seems it's the opposite. You see Vian Mulder's run out, breakdown in communication, and a wide one from Buren that was, that Fortuin went for. And what a catch by Zubair Hamza. So for now, Linda runs in, and that's a dot ball. played out to the cover fielder. Magala, we know that he can hit a few, but he needs to stick around as there's 28 overs left. But is it in him? Does he play out of his skin to hang around with Rassie van der Dussen? George Linder bowls again.
We understand now the idea between these fielders behind square. They're preventing those singles, creating catching opportunities. Now the problem is Van der Dussen can't make use of that cut shot. It's not reaping any dividends so far. The third ball comes back and it's a defensive shot. And he also has a knack of that reverse sweep. He's fantastic at that shot. And any mistake that happens when he attempts it, that's what they're there for as well. So very good captaincy from Tony Zorzi. Fourth delivery now. Goes for the conventional sweep. It looks like it's running away. It's a very healthy outfield here at the bull ring. And it's a very good shot for 4. Just touching the gloves. And it runs all the way. It's 87 for 7 now as Rassie van der Dussen, the man, needs to continue what he's doing.
It's a lovely shot there. He's just played it very fine. A paddle sweep. Just getting a bit of something on it. The umpire signal it was 4, not leg buys. And, runs are runs. You've got to take them wherever you can. They don't have to be pretty. They just have to count on the scoreboard.
Punishing the wayward ball from George Linder. Needs to be tidy just like that. Can't clean up his mess. As a single is now taken from Rassie van der Dussen, looking for an overthrow. Nothing there. And it's the end of that play. Still 22.5 on the board.
88 for 7. These two only putting 5 together so far. And the Lions, you might imagine that if Rassie van der Dussen can get somebody to hang around at the other end, that maybe 140, 160.
That is incredibly prudent. But how can you not be prudent when the performance has been quiet, underwhelming from the home team? When they had their plans, and they wouldn't have been expecting that they'll be in this situation. Sure, quick 3 loss of wickets, that happens, and they recovered well on Friday, but this is a completely different situation that they find themselves in. Will Sisanda Magala resist the urge of going for one he doesn't have to go to, and will he have that ability to pick the pockets for those ones and try get Van der Dussen on strike?
What's the conversation that they're having there in the middle?
It's a very clear conversation. Bro, don't lose your wickets. Get those ones. If I give you strike, be confident on the bat, because he can't take it on right now. The ball, it's still 27 overs to go. You can't expect Van der Dussen to bat for that long by himself. Magala is competent with the bat. He'll need to show that competence now.
This has been a poor batting performance from the Imperial Lions. As you pointed out earlier on, Dave, that it has been their domestic season. They started off so well in the 4-day competition. They won the first 4 games. They were top of the log. And then come last game, they lose it to Titans. And they lost the whole, as Biren runs in. And terrific delivery in the channel. Perfect ball. And the same with the T20 that has just ended as well. That they ended up with 3 wins only, and it was that sort of a performance right through the domestic season, and the same is happening today as well. If you look at a lineup, it's so strong. They have 3 Proteas in their lineup, and other batsmen who are in form, but to be at 88 for 7. Good bowling from Western Province, but equally not so good batting by the Imperial Lions.
And we were talking about how the batters in some instances just hung their bats out there. There was a time where the edge was clipped. They'd go for wide deliveries, falling for the traps that have been set. At times, it's important to respect the bowler who you're facing. If he's doing a good job, show that respect by trying to preserve your wickets. And that's exactly what Hendricks is doing here. Only having conceded 17 runs from his fair share of 21 deliveries. That is fantastic return for Tony Zorzi as the captain. He's consistent with that channel outside that off stump. going for that fifth stump. He's gotten 2 through that channel. He's not letting it go now. Rassi van der Dussen aware of the threat and just letting it go, and he's on 34.
You were talking about the form of the Imperial Lions in the 4-day stuff. Alternatively, the Western Six-Gun Grill Western Province have been horrendous in the 4-day stuff, and they clearly have a plan coming into the 1-day cup to say, listen, we've not had the best fortunes with the red ball. How are we going to turn this around? They obviously would have discussed some plans coming into the 1-day cup presented by Cricket South Africa, and they're certainly making it count here.
Fifth ball, effort ball from Buren Hendricks. Over the shoulders, they were looking for a wide there from the square leg. However, nothing there.
A couple of law changes, gentlemen, that'll come into account in October, early October, as Rassi van der Dussen signals to the square leg. Surely that was over my head.
He has to complain.
Umpire not interested in that one. The interesting one is that when batters are dismissed, the on-strike batsman will be the incoming batsman. And that's a change because it allows bowlers to actually put pressure on the new batter immediately and not allow them to just get comfortable at the non-striker.
And if you see, that's what happened so well in the last over when Van Mulder got run out. As soon as Fortuin came in, Buren Hendricks, he welcomed him with a perfect bouncer, and that shook Fortuin up. And then the next 2 deliveries we seen, one was a wide which Fortuin chased, and the one he got out as well was way wide, but he chased it because of this very reason. He was shaken up. He didn't know, what's coming next.
It gives leverage to the bowlers. It awards good bowling by the bowler still getting his prize and trying to get another one. But that was the end of the 24th over, and they are 88 for 7. Buren Hendricks completing a maiden with Sisanda Magala now having to face George Linder to start the halfway mark point of the inning. Attacking the stumps, George Linder, as you must. A very successful run this time. No run out there. No run out there. No run out there as they transfer that single. And importantly for the Lions, they get Rassi van der Dussen on strike.
And this again plays perfectly into the hands of Tony de Zorzi, because surely if Lions were 3 or 4 wickets down at this stage, they would have took Linder off from bowling and kept him at the end. But right now he's kept one end, and from the other end Moreki and Buren Hendricks has taken the wicket, so it's working out perfectly for the Western Province.
George Linder, back foot from Rassi van der Dussen as he just punches that to the open sweeper for a single. Looking to rotate the strike now. We look at if there's any apparent field change to try to restrict the single and apply pressure onto the new batter, which there is none except for the slip fielder who's there for the attack.
Yeah, crucially, George Linder has got 2 men out on the onside. You'll see that there's obviously a car corner and the deep backward square, so it's when you hit against the spin, you've got to hit it really well to get it over those men who are lurking right on the boundary. Just the one on the offside square of the wicket, there's a sweeper in the cover region and then long off as well. So George Linder is asking these 2 batters to hit against the turn of the delivery.
As it continues, they is able to pocket it using that deep, fine square leg to just collect and get that single through. And you are correct, because as the pressure builds, as the 2 bowlers from each end ply it, draining those runs and leaving them dehydrated, one of them will be looking to attack one that they shouldn't, maybe claim that wicket. It's another dot ball. It's very good bowling here from George Linder. He's recovered well from his wayward start. He's holding that end down very well indeed for Tony de Zorzi. An easy single there. Very easy single. And that's the end of the 25th over. George Linder and the Western Province slowing every single thing down. 92 runs on the board after 25. Run rate is still at 3.7. It's very low now compared to when the wickets were still at hand. But halfway through the match, that's where we are.
Yeah, halfway, and as much as you want the Imperial Lions to fight back, if you're a Lions fan, you want Western Province, 6 gun girl Western Province to finish off now. 7 wickets down, 3 to go. Come, wrap this up, you would be saying, because you've done all the hard work to put the Lions under pressure. Now it's a matter of putting your foot on the throat.
And with Magala in, that he would be Lions' last hope to get few runs on the board, and that's what we've seen with the T20 challenge that has just ended. Was Magala was amongst the runs. If I stand to be corrected, he was the second highest run scorer for the Lions, and that is not so good, as we pointed out. That T20 competition, Imperial Lions weren't great at it. So yeah, and they would be hoping that Magala does get a few, just like he did in the T20 challenge.
New man with the cherry, Mihlali Mpongwana. Bowler straight to begin his new spell. They had used 4 of their main bowlers there, Dave. Maybe they were looking to wrap it up as quickly as they could, but now they are opting for the 5th man. Mpongwana, right arm pace bowler, looks tall and lanky and able to hit that pitch.
Yeah, there's obviously an idea here from Tony Zorzi, maybe to put pressure on Sisanda Magala. They've just taken 1 from that first ball of the over, and that allows Mpongwana 5 balls to go to the Imperial Lions seam bowler.
Cuts that with absolute authority. If you were close, you would need headphones to cover your ears the way that ball cracked off that bat. Straight through the covers. Sweeper had no chance to collect that. Sisanda Magala entertaining the challenge posed on him by Tony Zorzi. 4 runs in the bag and 97 for 7 on the board.
Muscled is the word to describe. He's absolutely caned that. Let's see how Mpongwana responds here.
It goes in full and straight. It almost gets that pad as the ball caught the leading edge. Extra cover was entertained as there was small screams of catch it. But that's what they probably want. They want Magala to be chasing those balls. They want him to play those strokes. But now, can he continue and be on the upper hand? Because that was a slightly overpitched delivery there by Mpongwana, which allowed for that cracking shot.
He pulls back his length here. There's a slip and a 3rd man in place, so an outside edge could very well find a pair of hands.
He does so very well, just missing his line though, going straight to Magala. Was able to pocket that into the vacant square leg man, and a single has been taken. Rasif Dussen on strike, and they'll be happy that finally, after drainage of runs, they've got a boundary here, the Lions.
Just changes the mindset when you're under the pump from a bowling side, when you're able to get the boundary, free your arms, just release that pressure like a pressure cooker, just releasing steam, and so they'll want more of that, will the Imperial Lions.
Removal of the slip as Rasif Dussen is on strike. Mpongwana goes full again there, Dave. Good shot from Rasif Dussen. He's been there for a long time, so his timing is definitely on point now. But there's a sweeper there and another single, and I'm sure he's starting to get comfortable by giving Magala the strike as he gets his eye in the pace bowler.
He's certainly feeling confident enough to, rotate the strike fairly freely. He's not farming the strike at all. That last shot, just played a little bit later, opening the face of the blade so it could go square of the wicket. Mpongwana's got 1 more here, but 7 from the over.
Goes in straight, another full face of the of the bad shot. And with that one single, Sisanda Magala punching it through to cover. It's 100 up for the Imperial Lions. They will be happy that after the calamitous inning that they had, they finally reached triple figures after 26 overs.
Pongwana with an expensive over there, 8. Not necessarily one that he'll be terribly disappointed with, but it's one that, in the context of the game, I think Tony Zorzi will be disappointed. We'll just wait and see whether or not he will continue from the toilet drive. And in the meantime, George Linder to begin his 9th, yet to pick up a wicket as well.
Just loosening the screws the previous over. Slight momentum onto the side of the Lions. Can Magala take advantage here? It's such a beautiful sound off the bat. It's cracked down to long off. It's just one single as Magala builds his confidence into the inning. Very well played shot.
Slip dispensed with, and the 2 men there for that infamous reverse sweep, lurking, maybe gonna gobble it up.
Sweeper to defend the one that happens to be squarer, and he's there for the ball that just goes to that vacant point area, using his wrist, Van der Dussen, so well to exploit that space. I'm sure he now has an eye in for George Linder. He's been facing him for a very long time, so he knows exactly where to pick up the runs, as the field against him also hasn't changed that much. Third ball of the 27th over as now Magala faces. Oh, close. That extra bounce now reaping rewards for George Linder. A small psychological victory there for the bowler. But Magala is now looking to score, which is exactly what Tony Zorzi and Western Province will be looking for. Oh, this is fantastic bowling now. Remember, Rassie van der Dussen doesn't have that slip fielder, but Magala does. Looking to defend and beaten on the outside edge. There's some turn here for George Linder, and he's been using it well. Nice and straight, but an even better shot there from Magala as he threads it through the needle. Very good running as well from the Imperial Lions as they go for 2.
Just putting pressure on the province fielders here. I think they might be forgiven for being slightly complacent with 7 down of those Imperial Lions wickets, but good to see that the Lions are not dying without a fight.
Last ball of the 27th. Ends with a dot ball, and it ends what you would say is a good continuation from what has been the previous over for the Lions. Consistent run flow over the last 2, and with 27 overs completed now, they find themselves on 104 for 7 with a steady recovery here between Magala and Rassie van der Dussen with a stand of 21 runs.
Dave, what you said a few overs back, that for Western Province they would like to wrap up this innings, and I would have liked Tony Zorzi to bring on Wayne Parnell again and go for that kill and finish the innings. Well, you can hardly fault Tony Zorzi today with his bowling changes and that, but I would have really liked him to bring on Wayne Parnell and go for the kill.
This is punched out as the man himself. His ears must be burning. Parnell does the clean-up work. Shalem Pongwana, 9 runs from his previous, 8 runs rather from his previous, and he starts with a dot. So good start from the over for him.
100%, but the Lions will be very happy that the ball is starting to come onto the bat pretty well. Their runs might start flowing, but they must be very wary for the ones that might catch them out.
Pongwana goes to Van der Dussen. Wide and slashed away, and that'll race to the boundary. Lovely shot by Van der Dussen. He's not going to miss out on an opportunity like that. A boundary for Van der Dussen as he goes into the 40s.
The calmness Van der Dussen shows in these situations is just unbelievable. That it's like he's so focused, and as we've said before, that he sort of enjoys this sort of situation when the team, his team has lost so many wickets, and he needs to go through.
Just trailing into the pads, and he knocks this to the onside. A loud call of yes, as the clean-up work there done by Tsepo Moreki coming off the mid-wicket boundary.
We see here Mihlali Mpongwana is searching for a line to use. Seems like he's found somewhat of a length, but the line, he's too wide at times, being slashed, and then he's trying to compensate, comes to too straight, and then he's been able to being pickpocketed. So he'll need to just readjust and understand what his game plan is here, Dave.
Particularly when you're bowling to seasoned campaigners. He's wide, and that's a flash. Oh, flash there from... Oh, and it is indeed wide. Called it before the umpire. That's what seasoned campaigners get you. You're able to call things.
I thought you were going to say you the seasoned campaigners. That's the game. Come on, Dave.
I mean, Magala's got over 100 World Cup games under his belt, and Van der Dussen is no newbie to the setup. So the experience showing its fruit here with Van der Dussen 44 and Magala hanging around with 11. Pongwana goes to Magala. Oh, that's well. He's just pitched it up there. Lovely delivery from Pongwana. Umpire Jakob signalling 2 left.
Very good recovery there, forcing Magala into a defensive stroke. We've seen Magala is looking to attack a lot, so it's very promising as well for the Lions camp that he can be able to defend and is not just going for every Tom, Dick and Harry delivery that has been delivered here by the Western Province bowlers.
Pongwana has Van der Dussen staring him down. He goes in again. Just able to open the blade there is Magala, just to thread it down to third man, and through some good running they'll pick up 2 there, and that takes them past Nelson without it being a menacing, ominous score. There's some Lions of old that seriously didn't enjoy it, particularly Neil McKenzie, a man who scored seemingly runs for fun at domestic level and enjoyed a suitable international career, but very superstitious. Not even slightly stitious, but superstitious. Pongwana goes. I think it's a crucial thing you've picked up there, Pendulo, is that Pongwana doesn't look comfortable in a line and length. He finds his line, then he loses his length, and vice versa. He concludes his second, and he's gone for another 8. 112 for 7.
Something that he can use so well at the Wanderers pitch is his height. That's what George Linder has done so well in these overs, that extra bit of bounce because of the height. It helps the bowlers so much. We've seen Linder beat Reza Hendricks, Vian Mulder, Dom Hendricks with that extra bit of bounce. So Mpongwana should be looking to do that as well. And Linder comes in to bowl his last over here.
It's going to be crucial for the left arm spinner to keep it quiet here as he looks to wrap up. He goes to Van der Dussen. Oh, it's wayward, it's wide, it's missed everything, and that's going to run away to the boundary. I've said he needs to keep it tight, and he started with a wayward delivery and 5 runs added to the total.
The crickets have certainly flown into the Lions' den. All those gods now are favouring the home side. George Linder has had that tendency of drifting it just a touch too down the leg side, and that time paying the ultimate price by gifting 5 runs to the Lions. That's why those gods are there with them now. Wickets have been stopped as well.
He's going to have to bowl this one again. Much better line and length this time from George Linder. And a large stride there from Van der Dussen to squelch anything that came out the wicket.
And it seems like even though Western Province are on top, their energy levels have dropped for the past couple of overs. You find a lot of players with their hands on their hips if you look around. And the last boundary, the wide boundary that came in, Tony De Zorzi himself took a nice little jog to go and get the ball, to retrieve the ball, and that's just showing. So hopefully, for their sake, that they will come back strong in the next few overs, because it can go away from you so easily. That is cricket for you.
Change in the field. There's a man now in the covers. And at a catching cover, Magala just works this onto the onside. He sprints through for the first one, but loudly declines one from Rassie van der Dussen. So, change in the field again. So clearly they're looking to maybe get Magala to chip it out to those close-in cover fielders. But in that instance, it also meant that the fine leg that was in the ring, the short 45, disappears for Magala, but he's back now for Van der Dussen, who says, "Hold on, lads, not so quick." Maybe he's getting an insect or some sweat on his brow.
At the same time, this might look like nothing, but Van der Dussen is taking authority off his crease as well, taking more time, more frustrations to the West Province bowlers.
Just knocks this out to that cover sweeper, Tsepo Moreki, doing the cleanup work.
What has been impressive here, Dave?
Ladies and gentlemen, the lines are 122.
Oh, so much drama from the announcer. But what has been so impressive here, Dave, is the way that Magala has been able to rotate the strike as well, and the consistency of their ones and twos. You said they were run out.
And a little bit straighter this time, not getting as much purchase. There's not much purchase on offer here at the high fault tracks. You normally get turned down at the coast. Here is where you'll extract bounce and flight. But Linda's been very consistent, barring that blemish at the beginning of this over of his. He goes again to Magala. Just A is the loud exclamation from Levy and George Linda. This one squeezed out onto the offside. And that is the end of the 29th. 1-2-1 for 7. Rassie van der Dussen. Not far away from a milestone. We won't say a word about it.
It's been a very good spell from George Linda. He did his job and he did it well. Only conceded 2 boundaries from those 60 deliveries that he bowled. Got a couple of dot balls. He dried up that one end, and he allowed Buren Hendricks and the other pace bowlers to function up the slope. So he'll be happy with his job. Sad that he didn't get a wicket though. Might be sad with those extras that he gave as well, and you'd consider the balls drifting down leg as extras because they've been clipped. But here's how it stands now.
21 overs remaining. Pongwana goes to Magala. Overpitched that one and was able to bludgeon that one out to the sweeper on the offside. And it looks like Yasin Vali is the man who's cleaned up there. And we're going to get one for it.
They've taken away that slip fielder for Sesanda Magala. They understand now that he's not just a man who can be taken off easily. He's earned the respect from Tony De Zorzi to get more defensive when he's on the ball or when he's on strike.
Slight delay here as Van der Dussen's not happy with somebody in and around the side screen.
Told you that it's a tactic.
It's not us. We are above the batsman's eye line, but it's not us that is holding up the game. Some fans maybe just sitting where they shan't, where they shouldn't be.
Shakespearean.
Absolutely. This one is that was a lovely delivery. Just drifted into that leg stump, and there was a lurking not Yasin Valley, Richard Levy at catching mid wicket, and he cleans up the work and gives some advice to Sesanda Magala on maybe how he should be batting. Season campaigners having a lovely chat.
You can't miss Richard Levy. He's there, he's the most dominant man. He's built strong. and he has good hands for standing in that cover region.
Again, he's looking for that Yorker length as they set off quickly, but not a threat to anybody involved. They get through for a single. 1, 2, 3 for 7.
When you see Magala bat, he's so much like Sehwag. If you see, he muscles the ball, right? When you see his defense and his drives, there is no real feet movement per se, but he gets those drives and defense without moving the feet. And against top bowlers, it's quite difficult to do.
Oh, he's absolutely beaten the outside edge there of Magala. You just said that he's batting like Viru, but I'm sorry. Mpongwana's got him all ends up there. It's a lovely delivery.
Finally, Mpongwana bowling the ball he's supposed to be bowling. Wouldn't that give Sehwag some problems?
Nah, Viru would have bashed it to the boundary and bludgeoned a hole in the advertising.
So the point I was making was his stance and his movement is very much like Sehwag. That there
hands,
is
yeah.
all hands and no real feet movement.
Absolutely. Clearly, Mpongwana's looking to attack the stumps here. Number of deliveries he's bowled on that line of off stump or middle and off, and again a similar type delivery there with Zorzi cleaning up things.
And that's exactly the type of ball Mpongwana will be looking to be bowling over and over and over and over again. It seems like he's found a patch in the pitch where the ball must be bouncing in order for him to be effective. Use that height, use whatever skill that he may have to try and do something here for Western Province, who indeed do seem deflated, as Zahir has said.
He just guides that down to third man. They get a single. The partnership
CSA
now into the 40s. 41. Dussen on 47. Magala on 17. 30 gone. And it's time for a drink.
124 for 7.
Welcome back to the Imperial Wanderers Stadium, where the Imperial Lions take on the six-gun grill Western Province. And change now in the bowling since the conclusion of George Linder's spell. Carl Simmons is going to offer some spin. He's going to go to Sisanda Magala. My name is David Winchley, and alongside me is a part and parcel of the Gauteng structures here. Zubair, welcome back to you, and Mpendulo will join us in a sec. He's just
So Western Province will be hoping that Simon continues with the foundation that Linda has put up from the golf course end. So they will be hoping the continuation of that, and it's good to see that they are attacking. They have a slip in place and two covers. So
right, Simmons to Magala. Oh, and he's beaten the outside edge there. Coverina taking it behind the stumps. A bit of an attempted drive there from Magala. And there's a lot of men catching, or two men catching. One at slip, one at like a catching cover. This one is just nerdled on the side. I think they'll get two here. Hendricks turned blind there. That's a schoolboy error. Surely not from an international cricketer. But you see it all too often in Pendula where international cricketers are committing cardinal sins that your coaches at under 9 would be tearing their hair out with.
How dare they?
Oh, shocking.
That's not how you... kids, if you're watching, that's not how you run.
No,
But
certainly not.
he's an international player. Here he is now, just scanning the field as you'd expect, looking to where to pocket for that single.
Someone's left arm round. And they'll get one for it as he just dots this out into the offside. Valley doing the cleanup work. And he moves ever closer to that milestone.
as we talk about that no-look turn from Rassie van der Dussen, we got to point out that's how Vian Mulder and Rassie van der Dussen were running when Vian Mulder got run out. There was so much of confusion which could have been avoided if there was a surety from the word go. Yeah.
Magala would know all too well about that. He's really being disciplined in his running as well.
Just frustration there for Magala. He's not able to get any runs off of Carl Simmons other than those two. This one driven out square this time, and they're going to run hard. And the communication between the fielders there means that Tsepo Moreki does the fielding, and he'll get one for it. So 31 gone. A quick over there. Van der Dussen on 48 and Magala on 19. 1-2-7 for 7.
And with that single, Magala becomes the second highest scorer so far for the Lions. And that's what we have been saying early on as well, that Magala has been doing that far too often. Then for a provincial team, that's not good enough, that your bowling all-rounder has to get the second highest run. Then, your top order and middle order really needs to come in and help out.
Especially when that score is below 20 runs as well.
Pongwana to Magala. Frees his hands, does Magala, but there's somebody to do some cleanup work there down in the deep at third man.
Lots of stamina required here by the batters now. They have to keep going. They have to keep their heads in the game. If they start to get physically tired due to all this running that they're doing, Tonita Zorzi doesn't mind the singles. He has a problem when it's the boundaries, and it's these overs where you look to dry up the runs and hope that the pressure that you've exerted yields you a wicket, as the part-time bowlers or the second or third preferred choice bowlers now have the cherry at hand, looking to provide some magic.
Just a push there from Van der Dussen. A much better line in length from Mpongwana. He's been very expensive. 3 and almost a half overs. He's bowled 3.2 overs and he's conceded 20. So really being put to the sword by these two, which is a stark contrast from the momentum of this game. But a lot of words of advice from both Wayne Parnell and Bjorn Hendricks from Mihlali Mpongwana. And the key for him is to see how he responds to that advice.
He might be the targeted man here. He is the man who looks a little bit shaky.
No, loud call of no from Van der Dussen. He doesn't want to be involved in a run out again as Magala hastily retreats.
That would be an incredibly detrimental one for the hopes of the Imperial Lions. Partnership now worth 45 runs. They've done a stunning job here, these two batters, because a loss of a wicket now really introduces the guy who you don't want having the bat when you're trying to restore an inning. So these are the last two capable of holding the plank. They need all of their carpentry skills here.
Oh, it's wayward down the leg side, and umpire Arne Jacobs signals wide. I take nothing away from Iceman Malusi Siboto. I think he's been confident with the bat in a number of occasions, particularly in the Red Bulls Cup. Picked up a couple of 40s here and there. So as much as he's batting at 10, take nothing away. Zubair, I'm sure you can also speak to his he's not a world-class batsman, but certainly he's healthy with the bat, yeah.
He can definitely hold a bat, just like Magala. He's actually put up few runs this past domestic season, whether it be 4-day competition or T20s as well.
Cut away. There's some work there for the man out on the field, on the cover boundary there, and he does some clean-up work. He gets through for one. Van der Dussen eking towards a milestone.
These ones, these twos, these ones, these twos, these wides, every now and then will count for something. If the Lions are able to preserve their wickets to run ratio as it is right now, come the 40th over, 42nd, 43rd, if they still have 3 wickets in hand, and with the way that they're playing, they might have a rather respectable score given how they started.
Magala just bashed that one, and that's going to run away to the long on boundary for 4. No chance of anybody cutting that one off, and all Bjorn Hendricks can do is jog to the boundary and collect the ball. 4 runs, shot.
As you said, world's strongest man, muscling that away from that 6th line stump of the off stump, and somehow with the flat bats, smashing it through. What a powerful shot of authority.
50 partnership as well coming up between these two. It's taken them 45 minutes or so, 62 deliveries, 4 fours in their pursuit of a partnership. And I spoke about it earlier in this game. Partnerships are going to be key, and they've done exactly what is required of them. Magala now on 24. He faces up to Mpongwana. He just puts his bat and pad together, and he sets off for a single. There's a possibility of a second here. And they do get overthrows, and you can hear the band striking up there, maybe in the distance faintly.
Bringing some atmosphere, just like how the Imperial Lions batting between these two teams are. It's been so fantastic to watch. It's been very well managed and composed, but at the end of the day, with only 51 runs being scored in 63 in their partnership, now 53 in 64, you would be happy as Dominic Hendricks, as the captain of the Lions. You'd be happy as fans, just like the band is happy, and now they're starting to play Sunday tunes for us.
Right, Carl Simmons to continue. He's got 2 men out on the onside, one at Carl corner, one at deep backward square, and he's got cover at long, off and deep point. Van der Dussen just hammers this into the ground. You can hear the loud slap as it smashes into the hands of Richard Levy.
The ball playing MMA with Richard Levy there, being absolutely cracked.
Simmons, nearly could have picked up Rassie Van der Dussen, squared him up. A lot of work here to be cut off at the 3rd man boundary. Just brought back in by Bjorn Hendricks. He had to stretch down there to just reel it in, but that crucially is Rassie Van der Dussen's milestone. What a mammoth task that he's had to put together to get himself to that 50. And His 29th list A50. One day cricket is certainly his most comfortable format.
100%. That is even told by his one-day international introduction in the Proteas team. And it's been such a well-constructed inning, exploiting the space through the covers where he's got most of the runs, showing that he's selecting very well. And it's a very well-deserved 50. And
Simmons is floated that one up, and it's just been knocked down the ground for Magala to get one. And every run being applauded here from these two, because the fans know how important each run it is. I said 140 to 160 at one point, and that was when the lines were less than 100 on the scoreboard. 140 now for 7.
it was
Doesn't ties his shoelaces.
it was looking very bleak. As bleak as how Rajsif van der Dussen would have felt if he had tripped on those shoelaces that he is tying. And I understand why you would say 140, 150 at that time, because it looked like the Western Province team was going to wrap them up very quickly, and how they were using their strike bowlers. But now they've gone to their third tier of their bowling stream, using Carl Simmons, using Mihlali Mpongwana, who themselves haven't been doing a bad job, just wayward here and there by Mpongwana. But Carl Simmons looking to tidy that up.
He goes to Van der Dussen. Just back foot punch. Square of the wicket on the offside. Moreki does the clean up work.
But back again to that ball by Kyle Simmons. He must have gotten a very, very high dose of adrenaline and confidence, seeing that he's getting the same movement as George Linder. Big problems for the Lions batsman if that continues. But let's see now with this ball.
Yeah, he just defends that one. Does Magala as Carl Simmons. That traditional, from spinners, there's almost always a belief that spinners are always in the game. Something's coming. He goes again now. There's a shout of whether or not there was a stumping. Umpire Jacobs says not out and over as well. So 33 gone. Van der Dussen on 53. Magala on 27. This partnership now with 58. 141 for 7.
You almost called it, David. You almost said that spin bowlers, oohs and ahs, maybe one of them might be real. Fake it until you make it. And that one almost getting a wicket, just like how it did with the first couple of balls.
And there's change in bowling. Wayne Parnell comes in from Collard Drive in. And with that, keep an eye on Buren Hendricks as well. He does not look comfortable. He's chased down 2 of the boundaries, but he does not look comfortable. He's been walking gingerly, so that's not something Western Province would want for this game and going forward.
Parnell to Van der Dussen. That's so well bowled, but so well played as well. Deserved something. I mean, that was excellent cricket all around. He pitched it up there, squeezed out by Van der Dussen, but cut off at mid-off.
No, I think it was you, Dave, was talking earlier that it would have been a good time to bring in Wayne Parnell as well. It was you, Sahir, saying, hey man, bring back Wayne Parnell. Let's close off this inning nice and quickly. He's got in straight in the money with that very first ball.
Bowled again. It's just on the mark is Wayne Parnell. He knows exactly what he needs to do here. He's bowled 5 overs, and it's now into his 6th, and he's got 2 for 18. So miserly and effective. So both edges of a blade that you want a fast bowler to have. You want him to strike, but you also want him to keep the batters quiet. And he's done both jobs today for Western Province.
And he's been easily the most threatening of the 6 bowlers so far.
Just getting one there. All too easy for Van der Dussen.
Maybe we can start toying with the idea of variation.
Toying or talking?
Toying and toying.
Okay.
We must protest. We must protest for the fact that the bowlers are not varying their pace.
Okay.
These slow balls every now and then, trying to find something different from the pitch. We've seen a roll of the fingers has some turn for the spinners, maybe for the fast bowlers as well.
Lovely delivery from Parnell, and immediately Magala says, no, sir. two to come.
That's what you've been getting from your Parnells, your Imperial Hendricks, is those good, excellent line and length. And for this Western Province as well as the Imperial Lions as well, when they Proteas players leave after this game, how well will they be able to handle that, losing such players as Parnell and
Well, that's well played from Magala on the back foot, just defending that one. Yeah, it's an interesting one where team dynamics shift with newer players coming into the sides when these guys step away to go do national duty, and I think even more so when a large number of them will go to the IPL during the Bangladesh Test series at Kingsmead and St George's in Gqeberha. I think there's an opportunity for players to maybe stake a claim in that national side in the absence, and certainly for domestic players who maybe felt that they were third in line to join the mix here. Oh, he's nearly extracted a wicket there, has Wayne Parnell. Good way to end the over. 34 gone, 142 for 7.
The danger man almost showing why he's the man in red, showing why he is the man you must be wary of. And maybe a strategy here would be to just see off this mini little spell, because we know that Wayne Parnell will come back at the end of the inning, look to attack your other bowling changes and respect what he's been doing, because he's been quite excellent.
He has been, and that you can see the difference between him and no disrespect to Impongwana, but the difference in lines, the length, and the
Reverse sweep coming out, and there's those men who were incredibly well placed to do the clean-up work there in front of Dusson's not able to get it away as he'd liked, and also the ball that was bowled there by Carl Simmons a lot slower, and so he's not able to use the pace. This time he cuts that square of the wicket, square drive so to speak, rather than a cut. Moreki does the fielding. But I think to your point, it's experience. I mean, Wayne Parnell's been playing domestic cricket not only here in South Africa but also abroad, and so his ability to assess conditions and execute on his skills are well established. Floated, it's a full toss and it's been bashed down the ground, cut off there wonderfully at mid-on.
This is
Spared blushes.
very spared indeed, and more frustrations for Sisanda Magala, who had an opportunity to finally let loose and get a boundary, but has failed to do so there with a freebie.
Oh, that one just turning a bit away from Magala. A little bit of a quicker one from Carl Simmons. I think he might have been cognizant of the fact that there is a man down at a cow corner region, and so he wouldn't want to hit necessarily in that direction for fear of the error. There's a round arm there. Carl Varenas certain that he's got him there, and fan in the crowd offering their umpiring solutions or answers to that question.
We have
Loudly exclaiming, not out.
And we have umpire Saleh right here with us.
What do you think, umpy out?
I'm too far to comment on that one.
Come on.
Wrong
That's
angle
the call.
altogether.
Right, Simmons into Magala. Had almost like a goalkeeper stop there from Richard Levy, and Tsepo Moreki doing a lot of hard work there, but they'll get 3 in the end, so only cutting off the 1. But it was hit quite hard, and Levy just stuck out a paw there to slow it down, but Moreki still had a lot of work to do to cut that one off.
Such was the power of how the ball was being hit. Absolutely destructive power. Smashing it through the fingers of Richard Levy, who has very safe buckets. But even then, with his goalkeeper's dive, Moreki had a lot of work, which he covered very well. It's 35 overs gone, 146 for 7. Carl Simmons will be happy with that over as well, except for that full toss. He's getting something from the pitch. He's getting something, just a little bit.
He's on par here. I mean, a run rate at the moment is 4.2, and so him going at 4 to the over, happy. Will Tony Zorzi be? Oh no. Has Magala trying to freeze arms there, maybe looking to hit up over the top because mid-off is straight and mid-on is very wide. And so maybe he's looking to hit back over the head of the left-handed bowler and not able to get that one away.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, Dave. He's getting a bit greedy here, there, Magala. That he's seen that mid-off is up and short cover as well. So he feels he can go over the top.
Back foot punch, and he's just beaten the man close in. Zorzi just diving to his right to cut that off, but not able to get anywhere near it. Delicious.
Is he a top order batsman or what? That was absolutely classy. Got on top of the bounce of the ball, assessed the line, assessed the length early. Slight miss of margins by Wayne Parnell, and he's able to capitalize that by threading it through those covers.
Someone would say Sehwag like.
This one is onto the pads and whipped away. There's
My
a vacant
God.
space here. They're going to have to run hard here if they're going to get the 3. And Moreki coming round from a mid-wicket region all the way to Cow Corner to cut that off there. And they'll get 3. So the 153 for 7 halfway through the 36th.
You absolutely cannot hate. It is absolutely exquisite batting. And now they hold with this partnership a record for the 8th wicket. Their partnership now moves to 73 runs. They have upscaled it from Mulder and Pongolo's record, which was shared with Hawken and Fortain back in the days. So just shows the value of this partnership and how brilliant it is between Rasif and Dussen and Sisanda Magala.
Oh, he's absolutely beaten Van der Dussen all ends up there. It's missed the outside edge of the bat. Peach, Jaffa. I don't know what you want to call it, but that was a lovely delivery.
Fruity.
Excellent delivery. Perfect line and length. They're drawing Rasif van der Dussen forward and beating him. What this partnership has done is after 35 overs, this is the first time we hear Lions change room and we hearing them clap and celebrate, something to celebrate. And as they get closer to that 200 mark,
Oh, that's hit the pad, but I think it's probably pitched outside leg stump, and that's why there's a raising of hands, but no. But no, the umpire here says it's hit the pad. You've got ears. Like, I don't know, mate. You've got supersonic hearing. I can't hear it.
so, as I was saying that as they get close to the 200 mark, they will feel extremely positive with Olafir and Siboto Magala, who's so well versed with this pitch, this deck, and they would feel that they're in the game. So Lions would be hoping that these two can continue for the next 5 to 7 overs, and surely Parnell can't keep on bowling. He's got 3 overs left, so he'll probably leave his overs for the end of the innings. And that's why we were saying that Western Province should have bowled him pretty early into this partnership and tried to break this partnership. Right now they feel both Rassi and Magala are well in, and they would have to really make a mistake for them to go out from here on.
The question you've got to ask now, with 14 overs remaining in this innings, what's an ideal score, gentlemen? And I'll put it to you to answer that question. Simmons to Magala. Just a back foot punch, square the wicket and cut off. So no freedom there for Magala. It's an ideal score, gents.
If we carry on with this current run rate that they're going at, say they're scoring at 4 runs and over.
Simmons again frees his hands, does Magala, but educated in the end because it was in the air for a bit, but Moreki does the fielding, 1 there.
And if they continue bowling like this, the run rates will increase. But say they're going at 4 and over, we might be looking at a score of 209. Surely, if they keep the wickets, they'll be looking for more than that. 230 will be a respectable score. A loss of a wicket now, and the whole tale changes, and they'll be looking for 200 at least.
Thrown out hard, but cut off there. So you're saying 200?
With the loss of a wicket in the next 2 overs,
Without?
200. Without, we're looking at 230, 240.
So 80 in the last 4
Both batters are well set. They understand what they need to do.
Simmons. As Van der Dussen having to squeeze that one out. Not able to find the gap as Valley does the fielding.
And just like that no call, their communication has been excellent, given the run-outs between Van der Dussen and Wian Mulder.
He's driven out and not able to cut off his own bowling is Carl Simmons. And so the Imperial Lions will get one for it. One ball remaining in the 37th.
So when they started, they would have hope. Lions would have hope for 272.80, but with the start they had, they would be pretty happy with this score at this point in time. Where we are right now, I would agree with Umpendulo, is 220. I would be looking at if they have to lose a wicket right now, I would say that could end up under 200, between 180 and 190. So it's basically how bad does Rassie van der Dussen and Magala want this, and how deep do they want to take this? Right now they are 155 after 37 overs. Van der Dussen is on 56 and Magala is going well on 38.
Yeah, change of bowling. Tsepo Moreki will continue his journey from the college drive, and he started just that 1 over from the golf course end, wasn't happy with it, and immediately changed ends the following over. He's bowled 5 overs, 2 for 23, so it has been effective, certainly. But I think Tony de Zorzi's looking for where that next wicket can come from. It's a frustrating partnership for the men from Cape Town. Slapped away, used almost like a... That one is just one, and the fans on the on the grass embankment shouting bowler. I'm not sure whose side they're on here. Local fans seemingly supporting Western Province, but
And
that last shot looked like he was brandishing a sword.
he really was. Call him a samurai there, Rassie van der Dussen. He's trying to slash it as much as he could now, looking to up the tempo, as it may seem, the way that they've been playing and trying to create those strokes.
Moreki into Magala, and he's chopped it into himself. I think his lower abdomen is the destination of that delivery. There's nothing anybody can do when it hits you in that area. It's hilarious when it's not you. It's funny when it's not you, but when it is you, it's terribly uncomfortable, and he'll just have to take a deep breath. Looks like Calveren is going to return his bat to him.
As a batter,
That
they
was not
say
fun.
that your bat is your weapon. It's an extension of you. But such was the viciousness of that ball clattering on his ball box. Box is just there for fun sometimes. It does its job, but doesn't mean you don't feel this thing. He left that bat on the ground. Doesn't care about his extension. He's in too much pain. But he's up on his feet, looking to retaliate here. Sisanda Magala on 38.
He faces up to Tsepo Moreki. Oh, it was a nothing shot, really. It was a delivery that kept its line and length. He just wafted at it. He's still uncomfortable, drops his bat, and turns away from us for decency to maybe try and comfort himself. It's an uncomfortable one.
It's an uncomfortable one, and it's a psychological one, because ego sometimes comes through. It's like, you hit me, let me hit you back. That shot could have been played differently because the ball was there to be hit. Just choosing the wrong stroke to execute it.
Moreki on the third ball has driving off the back foot punch. What a shot! He just gets up onto his toes and just punches that out through the covers, and all Parnell can do is pick it up from the boundary.
That's sort of a shot that the top order would be proud of. The back foot punch, and with such ease, you wouldn't say that he's your number 8 batsman. So yeah, Magala going well on 42 now.
Like a selector who didn't get his way in the selection meeting before they came out here. You were pushing for Magala to be higher up the order. The rest of the selectors said, "Not, mate, this is not you." And now this is your way of advocating for his elevation. Moreki into Magala, and this one is just guided intentionally down to third man, and he gets to the other end. He moves to 43 with Van der Dussen on 57.
So Dave, what has happened is in the recent past I've seen so much of Magala batting, doing so much of the batting, and that's where this is coming from. That surely, if your number 7, number 8 can do this, the top order and the middle order surely can do better. We know that there are players out of form, but they surely should be doing better.
Just defended that next one. For somebody who had recently failed his national fitness tests, Magala certainly wanted to remind the national selectors with 6 for in the previous game, 40 odd here, and he could get a little bit more, but he's not letting the selectors forget about him even for a moment.
100%, because even the composition of his 43, it's not your normal smash bang like how the band is doing with their instruments. It's been very tidy. He's been selective of his shots. He's been defending well off the front foot, defending well off the back foot, choosing his spaces very well. So it's a very intellectual inning. Even after that beautiful back foot drive for 4, he was able to go back on the back foot and guide the next one for 1 to just rotate the strike and keep it going. So it's fantastic batting, and he looks to be raising his hand with 2 consecutive brilliant performances.
Sasanda Magala guides this one to where those men are. One is at backward point, the other at a short third man.
And this is the point we were making earlier on, that Rassie van der Dussen just needs someone to stand with him and the runs will come.
Just beating him all ends up there. Lovely delivery by Carl Simmons. A little bit of a straighter and a quicker one. And Magala not able to get an edge on it. Is it fair to call him an all-round? Is it Magala's time to be recognized as an all-rounder?
Bowling all-rounder.
I mean, he's not done anything wrong with the bat yet so far. Change of field. Square leg comes in the ring now, so maybe hoping that Magala will sweep hard and mistime it. He just works this down to long on, and he'll get 1 for it. It's intelligent batting from Magala all the way through.
All the way. It definitely is. And the point you were making with regards to his fitness, if you've seen right through this innings, there hasn't been too many boundaries, but he has been running toe-to-toe with Rassie van der Dussen, and Rassie van der Dussen is quite a fast runner. So, again, that just proves that point.
They just get a stolen single there, as Magala was sharp and aware that Bjorn Hendricks was slightly slow there to get moving, and he was a lot squarer than he would have traditionally have hoped, but he did the fielding in the end. Simmons to Magala. And he just tucks this onto the onside. It's wonderful cricket for Magala. He's just nursing the score here. Ones. You know, the bowler in him would probably want him to free his arms and bash it away and almost certainly get caught in the deep, but he's really being measured in how he's going about this. He wants that milestone.
100%. He's being an absolute team player right now. He came through understanding what the mission is, and he's executing it expertly. Every now and then, Simmons will get that good ball to just disrupt his flow, but he gets his head back in the game so well, and he does continue with what he's doing. Hasn't even tested the outfielders there, the cow corner where you'd expect him to smash it. So he's been incredibly well.
He's giving himself room there. Rassie van der Dussen was a lovely shot. Moreki's got a lot of work to do here. He's cut it off. Wonderful stuff. And they're going to scream through for 2. What a great bit of fielding, and Carl Simmons supporting his fielder there. So the end of the 39th. And the Imperial Lions are 166 for 7. Van der Dussen on 60. Magala on 45.
What a great display of fielding there from Tepo Moreki. He understands as a bowler the value of having your fielders back you up whatever it takes. It's like a spring. He chased that down. From the time it contacted the bat, you would think that's running for 4. Fast outfield, but not as fast as the Flash himself, as he dove like Superman and was able to stop that. A very superhero effort from the man.
definitely is. This is the second time he's done that, and it's good to see that his energetic approach that as he comes into bowl the next over as well, knowing that he'll be bowling. So that's good to see. Ever since he's taken those wickets, there is a spring in his step. Definitely, it can be seen.
Might be wondering what happened. Why did the game suddenly shift? But the pitch has certainly become a lot easier to bat on, and it's going to be an interesting challenge for the Lions to be able to restrict the Warrior, the Western Province. This one is taken the edge, and just a fingertip attempt there from Calvarena as Impendulo gives us the entire contents of his lungs. It so nearly could have been caught. A screamer of a catch by Calvarena if he'd managed to hang on to that, but fortune favors the brave, and Magala throwing his hands at that one.
From running down that ball just a ball before to starting his other over, Moreki gets that edge. Varane was flying through the air, almost where second slip was to try get that ball. Alas, nothing of it.
Moreki has Van Dussen pushing at a delivery here, so he's clearly, like you said, he's motivated. He wants another wicket here. He'd love to pick up a third. He's conceded 30 in 6.2 overs so far with those 2 wickets.
Definitely would count that as a dropped catch, but it would be harsh on Kyle Varane because he did stop a boundary, because that was really running through. It was a sharp edge. Magala was clearly disappointed.
Moreki fuller this time to Van Dussen, who just whips this away onto the onside. They scream yes, 2, as they force Yassine Valley to clean up the work there down at the boundary, and he'll just get the 2 there. So great bit of work there from the Lions, putting pressure on. But as much as I'm saying it's going to be a challenge for the Lions, you look at that bowling lineup and you think there is just too much firepower for them not to give this game a fight at the very least. He goes to Van Dussen, and it's edged. That would have gone to where a slip would have been. Work here to be cut off, and great bit of work there from the Imperial Lions to cut off. So good cricket all round, and cricket is always the winner here when the skills are on show.
Dave, I think you correctly point out that where Rassie, Van Dussen and Magala have taken the Imperial Lions is now it's setting up to be a good game. With Lions, they're not going to just lie down. We know that they've got the bowlers who can produce magic. We've seen Magala do that on Friday already, as Moreki goes into Van Dussen.
Back into that right-handed off stump of Van Dussen, and he just defends uncomfortably but effectively. So a dot ball there.
How much undervalued or is Rassie Van Dussen in, not so much in the Lions setup, but in Proteas? He is sort of Dhoni sort of a player, as we've said, that he carries the game. He carries the whole team right through when they are down, and he leaves it. He does not just leave it. He can put few away right at the death as well, and he
delivery, and he just squeezes that out square of the wicket on the offside. 39.5, 40 gone, 171 for 7.
So as I was saying, that he carries the team through, and the thing is with him, he does it on a consistent basis. So, and we still hear few people complaining that his strike rate isn't what it should be, and I fail to understand some of the players or mentality of cricket lovers where we have a gem on our hand. How is it possible for us to complain about him?
I 100% agree with you, but it's a bit difficult when it comes to the Proteas batting setup, as I'll discuss after we begin the 41st.
Simmons to Magala. He tries to maybe just push that out onto the offside. It was was a late decision from Magala. He kind of just put the bat in the way, and so nearly could have caught the under edge onto the stumps, but able to survive. Simmons goes again to Magala. There's the shot that Magala was looking for. He just thrashes at that one. That goes to the boundary for 4. Sisanda Magala has a 50. Well batted, sir.
What better way would you want to bring on your half century? His second one of his career in domestic cricket, and he has played sensationally well, deserving of every run that he has scored here, Sisanda Magala.
Simmons now onto the pads of Magala, who just pushes that out to the mid-wicket region. And they'll get a single for it. So he's really enjoyed his time at the wicket, has Sisanda Magala. A lot of it coming square of the wicket on the onside shows how proficient he is with that cut stroke. He's faced 59 deliveries to get to that point. And well batted, sir. Well batted indeed. This one again is darted into that middle stump of Van der Dussen. Aggressive running is the order of the day, but equally good fielding there from Zubair Hamza to prevent a second.
What should also be nice here is that this partnership has grown a bit more now. It is the record 8th wicket partnership in the tournament as a whole. Now the partnership having moved up, we'll let you know now as there seems to be a stumping.
Again, he's been denied, has Calvarena. He seems to think that he's gotten Sisanda Magala on a number of occasions, and umpire Arno Jacobs thwarting him here. He said, that's not out, fella, as he comes to replace the bails. But Darren Smith and Carl Abbott, 2013-2014 Dolphins Titans. Goodness, now that's a name I haven't heard in a while. Darren Smith.
Darren Smith.
Kept, batted, and bowled a bit of leg spin. Multi-talented.
Taking all-rounder to a new level.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Simmons has, again, Magala, that favoured region of his. Square of the wicket on the offside, and the fans on the grass embankment showing their appreciation. 41 gone. 178 for 7.
It's the third power play. There are 5 fielders now who can field themselves or place themselves outside of the midfield. And they are all spaced in front of Sisanda Magala from cow corner to the opposite side sweeper. But still, he's able to find a gap somewhere, does he, for that boundary. And then after that, being able to use the fact that the players are far out to continue the flow of runs, get those singles, get those ones. But now they have a little bit of a drink here, resuscitate themselves, but make sure that they don't fall victim like how Dominic Hendricks was to fall just after the first ball or first over of the break.
Yeah, the physio here just having a conversation with Rassi Van der Dussen, as you can see there. So Rassi maybe feeling a little bit of tightness in his hamstring, maybe a bit of cramp here. It is a very warm day here at the Imperial Wanderers Stadium, and with the temperature being high, he may have felt a little bit of dehydration. We know that a guy like Bjorn Hendricks was struggling. It's 25 degrees, so not scorching. Searing and scorching in one is scoring. So, but certainly a warm day, and with the temperatures as the way they are as we come to the back end of the summer season, he wouldn't want to pull an injury before the remainder of the international tour schedule. This one is an edge again. This time not an opportunity for Calvarena to get his hand to it, and third man does clean up work there.
Again, good bit of captainship by Tony de Zorzi, because he's seen that Rassi Van der Dussen as well as Magala has been playing it fine, so they've put their third man a little finer to cut off and that boundary or the second run chance, and it's working. So far, it's working.
Mureki to Van der Dussen. So nearly could have taken a little faint tickle on its way through to Verena, but in the end it's signalled wide ball. 14th extra and the 11th wide, gentlemen. That's expensive. I think it's the 4th highest run scorer in this innings for the Lions.
how little extras go a long way. It's so wonderful, but painful for Western Province, who could have restricted them to a much lower score. But having not taken the wickets, now they're feeling the punishment of both the extras and the partnership.
Just into the pads of Van der Dussen, who immediately sets off for yes, getting safely to the under-enders. Richard Levy does the fielding.
Incredible communication between these two, and a fantastic pickup there, Mr. Saleh, because Moreki, for the past 2 overs, he's been getting those edges. They've been flying through the edge of the bat. You wouldn't want to put a slip-in fielder, because now the game is about defending runs, not taking them. So by having that man just finer.
Moreki. Oh my word, what a shot! Back foot punch. Lovely.
Stand and deliver there, Dave. Stand and deliver. Who does it look like? Who does it look like? Virender Sehwag would be proud of that shot himself, expanding those arms straight onto the ground. And what a way to bring up his 50. And now, what a way to bring up their 100 partnership. Well deserved over 20 overs.
It's incredible to think that the Lions, when these two came together, the Imperial Lions were 83 for 7. And we, at least certainly we thought that they were dead and buried, and these two have come together and made use of an improving pitch to fight, to be defiant and score this 100 partnership. There's still 3 balls remaining in the 42nd. You've got to ask the question, if you are Tony Zorzi, where is my wicket coming from? Mureki to Magala.
Oh,
there it is. There it is. A wild swipe from Magala. Chops it on and his off stump is disturbed. And that's the end of Magala. He batted incredibly well. He's gone for 57 and the 8 wicket falls with the score on 185. Well batted, young man.
As you can hear from the fans and from the gantry as well, a very, very well-deserved round of applause from Sisanda Magala. He came in as the ship was certainly starting to crumble under the wave of pressure that Western Province were throwing at them. He resisted and he combated well, getting that 57 out of a good nick of 89 as well, so he wasn't wasting deliveries. He's done his job better than most players have in this order. And here they are, however, 8 wickets down.
It's interesting to see where does Rassi go from here. Just over 8 overs left. As we said, that Malusi Siboto can definitely hold the bat. Does he take the fight on from the word go? That is Rassi van der Dussen, or does he hold out for the next few overs and then wait for the 46th, 47th over to cut loose? Interesting to see. I think he will hold on for the next few more overs to go over the 200 mark, because that would be a mental advantage as well. So let's see. What do you guys think?
Siboto walking to the wicket, 111 games under his belt, a seasoned campaigner here at the Imperial Wanderers Stadium. He's been around a long time. He's on a number of occasions come through for the Lions when they were under pressure. The average is only 13.5, and that's why you see him batting at 10. And he's going to have to just support Rassi van der Dussen here as long as he can. 8.2 overs. And they're going at 4.4, but you might imagine as Mureki comes around the wicket to Malusi Siboto that it could be over very quickly if Siboto's not able to stave off a fired up Tsepo Mureki. He goes to Siboto. Lovely defense there from Siboto, and Mureki just leaping over that danger zone.
A sense of rejuvenation by the Western Province players as well. You can see the new batter, they restricting that area where the player can score runs, they preventing the singles, wanting to make sure that they keep Malusi Siboto on strike for as long as they can, so that Moreki can actually make something of it and take those wickets.
Moreki round the wicket to the left-hand Siboto. into the pads of Subotu, who just opens the blade and tries to set off for a quick one, but that opportunity snuffed out quickly. 42 gone, 185 for 8, and there's just 8 overs left in this innings for the Imperial Lions to push the score as high as they possibly can.
And in about pushing that score, Dussen will be key, as you said, Zahid. He's very important. And the role that he'll be looking to play now. He's on 66. He's taken a few balls, which are 88, to get there, striking at around 75. Surely, firstly, he'll be looking to pick up his scoring rate. Secondly, I'm sure at the back of his mind he's eyeing that 100. He's just 44. He's just 34 runs away with 8 overs to bat. So upping the scoring rate, that will be the first thing, and making sure he's there right until the end.
Simmons begins his 7th, and it's a ball that Van der Dussen's not able to get away. He's bowled really well, has Carl Simmons, not 26 from 6.1, so certainly contributing handily. With the ball, Van der Dussen works this onto the onside, and he'll just get the one for it, and a loud call of no, no, no.
Carl Simmons understanding his job as well here, Dave. He knows that he's not the main wicket-taking guy. His job is to restrict those runs, making sure that he continuously applies that pressure. He's even at a more candid advantage here because he's a left-hander and he has a flurry of right-handers to bowl to, which is always good because it forces the right-handers to play against the spin. But right now he has Malusi Saboto, who is, I believe, the first left-hander he's bowling to in his inning or in his spell.
Oh, he got him. Has he got him? Oh, everybody seems like they're convinced, and he's eventually given out. Bit of a slow death there, and Siboto just catching the outside edge. Good take by Verena, sharp chance, and the 9th wicket now falls for the Lions. The end is nigh.
Yeah, as you said, that slow death, he made Malusi Siboto a bit hopeful there that maybe I won't be given. And now it's hard for Malusi Siboto to walk off. Look, take nothing away from that delivery. A very good delivery for the lefty, left arm on left arm. It's always a good contest, and he took the inside edge. There was spin. The flight on the delivery was perfect, and the spin on it, and that inside edge, Varana took a good catch on that. So here walks in Dwayne Oliver, the last batsman.
Dwan Olivier, tall, lanky, known most for his bowling. He's changed his profile over the years. No longer the man he used to be when he was facing Sri Lanka, or Pakistan rather, bashing everyone in the head. But here he is now, coming to bat. They need a different skill from him. He averages just 13 runs. He has a best score of 25. Numbers not looking too great. He doesn't score those 13 in a quick nick either, striking at 65. But he understands what he needs to do here. Get Rassie van der Dussen on strike for as much as you possibly can, so that the Imperial Lions have a chance to at least get to 200 from this position.
Dwan Olivier, not known for his batting, but rather his bowling prowess. Tony Zorzi changing the field. He's got long on back in the ring. Simmons to Olivier, and he just defends that one. 2 bounces into the hand of Carl Simmons. He's halfway through his over. The backward square, as well as a cow corner and middle. Oh, that one's turned and bounced, and that was ample space between bat and ball there.
Carl Simmons will be looking, he'll be happy. The ball is softer, getting grippier, getting older, so therefore a bit more turn as well, and it's clearly shown there. But pitch hasn't lost its bounce amidst the heat, amidst the sun, so it's still true, and it still has some value here for Carl Simmons.
Quick word of advice there from Rassie van der Dussen, and he's probably just said to him, mate, just block out the over. He does that in the end. 43 gone, 186 for 9.
Most important thing now is that beginning the 44th over, we'll have Rassie van der Dussen on strike. He'll be facing whatever Tony Zorzi throws at him, which at this time is Tsepo Moreki. He is the man who has bagged the most wickets. He is the man who has claimed the most edges as well. So clearly, after finding his line and length in the spell, he's been an absolute threat. But now he's bowling to the very well set Rassie van der Dussen in this 44th over. They have 5 fielders outside making sure to defend those boundaries. But with precision enough, can Rassie van der Dussen exploit that and up the scoring rate?
Moreki to Van der Dussen. Van der Dussen moving his feet early there, maybe trying to upset the line of Moreki, but he just cracked that into the hands of Richard Levy on the bounce. He's obviously looking to maybe free his hands a little bit here. I think he senses that the end is nigh, so why not get some late runs here from Van der Dussen? But you almost imagine that he won't take a single in a hurry. Change of the field, third man in the ring now.
They look to be forcing Rassie van der Dussen to hit the ball over the midfield now, trying to strain him a little bit. We just look at the complete evolution of this field as they close down that extra gap that they had there in the offside. If he pierces through the midfield, through that cover point region, there's a sweeper covering. There's a sweeper covering that area, so it's 1. If he decides to try go long, there's a long on covering. There's a cow corner who hasn't been used so far because they haven't targeted him really. But now, maybe it might be the time to use those spaces and take those risks. There's nothing to lose.
Sharp there from Moreki. He's got him! That's the end of the Lions innings. A ball swinging back into the right hand of Van der Dussen. He played all around it. And that is the end of the Lions. 186 all out after Western Province won the toss and bowled. It was an early start from the Western Province team to cut into that Lions batting lineup. They did so, but it was a defiant late partnership of 102 from Magala and Van der Dussen to try and fight back it, but in the end it's probably not enough. 186 all out, and it's going to take an absolutely world-class effort from the Imperial Lions to stop this game from going the way of 600 or Western Province.
Yes, so a good innings, a fine innings of Rassie van der Dussen comes to an end. He scored 67. So the $1 million question here is 186. Is that the defendable total? Lions would surely hope so. They would really need to bowl a tight line and length, and similar figures from Magala to get if they want anything out of this game. So in bowling, George Linder bowled 10 overs for 44. Wayne Parnell bowled 7 overs, 26 runs for 2 wickets. He was excellent up top. Simmons bowled 7 overs, 27 for 1. He held the bowling up in the center. Impongwana, who only bowled 4 overs, touch expensive there. Moreki, the best of the bowlers on the day, 8.2 overs, 41 runs conceded, and he's taken 4 wickets. Björn Hendricks, excellent bowling there, 7 overs, 17 runs conceded, and taken 2 wickets as well in the middle. He really broke the back of the Lions middle order there. So we have 186 overs runs scored by Imperial Lions. We will see you in the next 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's all from us. We'll be back in a jiff. Don't go far. Make sure you got your lunch hot and ready for that second innings in just a moment.
Can't eat as you commentate.
Opening
My problem
the
is I
bowling
can't even
for
put
the
this
Imperial
bloody thing.
Welcome back to the Imperial Wanderers Stadium, where the six-gun Grill Western Province will look to chase down that score of 187. And opening the bowling for the Imperial Lions will be Bjorn Fortuin from the golf course end, and he's going to be going to Richard Levy. 142 matches, certainly a seasoned campaigner is Richard Levy. He spent some time away from the South African domestic game, but he's back again. And joining him at the wicket will be Tony Zorzi, the province captain, coming ahead of Yasin Valley. We all, according to the scorecard, thought that it would be Valley who would partner with Richard Levy. My name is David Midgley, and alongside me is Mpendulo, and alongside him is Zubair. So we will bring you every moment of this action live from the Imperial Wanderers Stadium. It's One Day Cup presented by Cricket South Africa. Quick assessment of the field. There's only one man out at deep square and another one at long on. It's a great start by Fortuin. He shouts, but he's not going to get anything for it. It's stifled somewhat of an appeal from Bjorn Fortuin. He was late to the party there.
A spin bowler who certainly applied his trade as an opener. Does it really well and almost bagging a wicket with the very first ball there, Bjorn Fortuin.
And a better length this time from Fortuin. Just dotting that out.
It's going to be very interesting to see how Western Province approach this. Not a lot of runs on the board, but at the same time, you can't write off the Lions' bowling attack, seeing what they did on Friday.
Oh, yes, bowled him. He's got him through the gate. The Lions have an early breakthrough. Levy is unhappy with himself there, but a wonderful way to start it for the Imperial Lions. It's 0 for 1 inside the first.
As we are talking about it, as we are saying how Bjorn Fortuin is an opening bowler as a spinner, as we talked about the left armer being dangerous to the right-hander, he has now struck as Richard Levy, who's known to be an aggressor, looks to defend, gets punished from running away from his game plan and loses his wicket. For no run on the board and just halfway through the first over, Western Province have lost their first wicket with outstanding bowling from Bjorn Fortuin.
This is what Lions would have hoped for, and that's what they've got. And for Western Province, they would have liked Levy to stuck around for a few overs, because we all know how destructive he can be. So not an ideal start. They know this is a low-scoring game, but nothing can be taken for granted. This is Lions' home game, so yeah, they will come out roaring.
They won by a massive 160 runs, defending 237. Not really a big score, but it shows the prowess of the bowlers. And now they have a task of facing Test match number 3 batsman Zubair Hamza, who was in earlier than what he'd expected. First over of the inning. He's a seasoned campaigner as well. He has experience in both domestic and international matches. He has 200s, be wishing for one of them to come, and his best score of 156 just 2 seasons ago was scored against the Lions. He'll be hoping to get that form again against his rivals and help his team to a very competitive score which might equal victory.
Fortuin to Hamza. Just defends this, and Fortuin cleans up his own bowling. Zubair Hamza has recently been included into the South African one-day squad. He got a 50 against the Dutch. Ow, that one just bounced a little bit more than he was expecting. Did Zubair Hamza, but he managed that well.
A man under the helmet there to put pressure on the fresh man would have caused some problems for Zubair Hamza. Very good bowling here from Fortuin.
On the back foot now, just defending that one as Rickleton jogs to the under end of the strip. It's a wonderful first over. It's 0-1.
Can't ask for more as Dominic Hendricks here. As Bjorn Fortuin as well, you can't ask for better than a maiden wicket in the very first over of you defending a low score.
And just when you think things are going to get a bit easier, you have Dwayne Oliver coming at you. And it's not a pretty sight. Ask the Pakistani batsman that had to face him a few years back, and the 4-day competition that has passed as well. So, Western Province need to negotiate this few early overs by Olivier, otherwise they could find themselves in real trouble here.
Might be actual trouble. We see a gully being installed with 2 slips. Full and outside off stump.
Lovely stuff there from Olivier, just beating the bat of the left-handed Zorzi, who found some runs for South Africa A in the series, the unofficial test series against the Indian A squad in Bloemfontein, but this is far removed from that. So if Tony wants to be able to put his hand up for national selection, he's still young, left-handed black African batsman. Certainly there's a market for him. He just needs to put together consistent performances.
A lot to deal with here as Dwan Olivier replies with a ball that is straighter this time. Anything on the pads for the left-handers, easy meat, as that's why they have the square leg who is deep over there, stopping that ball from going for a boundary, restricting it to a 1, the change of strike. It was a fantastic start from Dwan Olivier. He's a very, very good bowler. He's changed his profile as we were talking during the break. He's no longer that bash bowler. He's now very tidy, full, trying to get that swing. Such was his spell from England.
He goes now to Hamza. Just pulls his bat out of the way there. It's just the 2 men out. 1 each square on the offside and 1 on the onside. So clearly anything short and wide, he's got some coverage, but other than that, you will expect him to pitch it up, and that's why they've got those 2 slippers in place with the gully as well.
Interesting though, the gully is quite deep on the edge of the square.
Olivier now to Hamza. It's a lovely shot there from Hamza, but again, you're not going to get past South Africa's one-day captain. He's sharp in the field, he's a live wire in the field, and we all remember that famous run-out of David Warner by Temba Bavuma, in which Quinton shouted Temba and he ran him out there. That's what you're going to get from South Africa's one-day captain.
Low sense of gravity as well, very agile, very balanced, cover space very quickly and can dive for days.
Just left that one alone, did Zubair Hamza.
Just a stare down from Dwan Olivier as well. He knows that he bowled a good ball there. It's just sussing out Zubair Hamza. These are 2 test match teammates, so it's going to be very interesting to see if they can pick each other's brains and who is going to come out on top here, as Dwan Olivier has started relatively well for his first over.
Yes, Zubair Hamza came into that South African test squad after being out in the shadows, so to speak, after his first 18 test matches. This one just left the run through to Rickleton without a shot there. So he was in that squad, left out as South Africa sought a new number 3. Keegan Peterson really doing well, and so that further pushed him down the queue. But his opportunity came once again as Keegan Peterson was left out of that New Zealand squad that toured to New Zealand, the squad that toured New Zealand because of COVID-19 and the recovery around that, which meant that Zubair had an opportunity. South African test lineup shifting ever so slightly, and so he now has an opportunity as well in the white ball stuff to really stake a claim to his position.
None bigger opportunity than proving yourself against the defending joint champions here. Lions are no joke. Their bowling lineup arguably the best around. So if he can perform here against this, it will count as very huge points for him, especially it being a 50-over match as well, as Bangladesh is just around the corner.
I don't think the Western Province lineup after this, he's not going to get anything for that close infield there from Dominic Hendricks. I don't think the Western Province batting lineup should be discredited. You know, guys like Hamza and Verena and Linda, as this one's worked down to that man at deep square, and they'll get 1 for it. I don't think that we should discount this Province batting lineup. They certainly showed some fight in that first game against the Northwest Dragons. I mean, we saw Bird getting 100. He's not a part of this game, so that would elevate and lift the spirits of the team.
Bjorn Fortuin just drifting a touch wide. Luckily enough, though, as Hamza was trying to guide that to the fine leg fielder, he's up in the square, able to stop that.
Hiding there like Batman in the night. Round the wicket. Just tries that out and he'll get 1 for it.
Tidy bowling here from Bjorn Fortuin. His trade as a new ball bowler is really being impressive. Ball is still fresh, is still new, getting that zip, even for a spin bowler too.
And he's not going to pierce the field there. Straight to Temba Bavuma from that shot by Tony Zorzi. Some of the other stuff that's going on around the country is the iTech Knights are 37 without loss, playing against the G-Bets Rocks.
Bjornfontein to start the last ball of the third over, going around the wickets to the left-hander. The ball spins straight as it's played down to the short fine leg as well. Dwan Olafia, as he sets up to begin the fourth over, stops that, and it's a dot ball to end the third. The score now, after having lost 1 wicket in Richard Levy, they are on 3 for 1 in their reply for 187.
That game between the Knights and the GBX Rocks has been reduced to 25 overs, and so there's certainly a drive to score quicker than they usually would, but that's the nature, I suppose, of
T25.
Well, yeah. Defended manfully there by Zubair Hamza, and it was an interesting thing as Dwan Olafir ran into a bowl that the band suddenly went immediately silent. And I almost wanted like the St. George's band. I just want them to be constant. I want
always
them,
play.
yeah, all day, all night. And I know not many people. No, that's not fair. There are some people who are not a fan of the St. George's band, but I love it.
For example, the umpires, they don't really take the liking to it. And they still need to hear the edges.
To Hamza driven, but Siboto cuts it off in mid-off. What is it with umpires not liking the band? Why do they show such disdain for the St. George's band? I love the St. George's band.
I still remember a few years back that the umpires actually stopped the band from playing when it was a test game.
Let's name and shame. It's Kumar Dharmasingh against the Australians. Not happy.
That's correct.
Olafir to Hamza. Again, another drive. Gets the gap. Lovely shot there from Hamza. Overpitched by Olafir, and it's 4 runs.
What an exquisite cover on drive here. Textbook. Understanding why he's been selected to the Proteas team. Punishing a small mistake by Dwan Olafia, because it wasn't the worst ball in the world, but it was such an exquisite shot to place it inside of the mid-on fielder. Wonderful drive.
A touch full by Olafir for his standards. You would expect him to be good length or just back of the length every delivery. He runs in again for the 4th ball.
2 slips waiting, but this one is on the pads, and it'll go down to Mitch van Buren, or Vian Mulder rather, who does the fielding at deep backward square, and everybody shifts around between their positions due to the left-right hand combination. But what is it, Zubair? Sorry to come back to that. I don't want to belabor the point, but is it edges? Is it that they just aren't able to concentrate? What is it?
I would say it's a mixture of that yes, edges and concentration. Concentration is a big part of an umpire's job. So
quick scamper there. They just drop and go.
So any bit of distraction can be vital. I mean, we seen in the World Cup final 1 ball, and that changed the whole final, which could have been different. And imagine adding any distraction to that. So as an umpire, I would say yes. You know, it can be distraction thing.
The last ball of the fourth. He just carves that out onto the offside, and they'll get through for one. Hamza retains the strike. He's on 7. Zorzi's on 3. It's 10 for 1 after 4. My question then to follow up is, does it not become background noise? Does it not become just something, white noise in the background? Or is it that
When
like,
it is
jarring?
that loud, and that I doubt it becomes ever changing. Look, we will get the stadiums where in Mumbai or even at the Imperial, we have such loud and we put it behind us, but certain noises, certain things, I suppose it gets to you. Look, I don't think any of our local umpires has ever complained and stopped the ban, but when you are not used to it, it just poses a
I
different
see what you
threat
mean.
to it.
For 10 to continue to Hamza. Loud shout of Yoi behind the stumps from Rickleton.
Also in the field we have Connor, who's come into field for Rassie van der Dussen, who's fielding at a deep square at this point in time. So it seems like Rassie, after his defiant innings,
So nearly could have been an outside edge. Hamza tried to give himself a bit of room to play at square of the wicket, because he knows if he plays it square on the offside, he might get some runs, but good take by Rickleton. Extra bit of bounce there.
And as you can see, the third man is also quite square here, so there's a gap between him and Slip if he ever dares.
Driven hard, but mistimed, and so Dominic does the fielding.
Yeah, excellent bowling by Fortuin. He's keeping his line and length. He's not going to change from there as he bowls his fourth delivery. Same on the money, giving nothing to Zubair Hamza. We seen the second delivery, Zubair Hamza took a step back and tried to guide it through a point region. And that's a bit dangerous. It's early in the innings. He should be looking.
That's dead in front. There's a massive shout. Is he going to be given out? Oh, now that's a surprise. I thought he would have been willing to risk that lifting of the finger. But unfortunately, no reviews here at One Day Cup action, and everybody stands with hands on hips saying, how is that not out?
And that's what people have been talking about here, Dave. It's the fact that we are playing in a premier domestic competition. We use international stadiums to play these fixtures where the technology is there. So why wouldn't you want to have it and give the players a chance to save themselves or to get themselves those wickets when they feel like they've been defied by the umpire?
Are you advocating for DRS? This one's just driven out and not cut off in the end by Hendricks, so they'll just get the one. Are you advocating for all domestic cricket to have DRS? And where does the budget come from?
Division 1 cricket.
Okay.
Division 1
Worldwide.
cricket. Division 1 cricket here in South Africa.
South Africa. I'm not saying.
Not worldwide.
No,
Here in
I'm
South
trying
Africa, we have the infrastructure. If money is used properly,
Where's the
we
budget
hope
coming
that
from?
is gonna
Where's the
happen.
budget coming from? That's my question. That's a tough question.
It's a tough question.
You're
but-
not gonna just throw an opinion out there without me asking.
Some way,
Counts it.
somehow, you would hope that the management finds a way around it. Some way, somehow. However, if it doesn't happen, hey man, decisions like that must stick as what they were.
Olivier to Hamza, who just leaves this one alone through to the keeper. I would rather that money be used for pipeline cricket, because I think umpires can, if you're not careful, become too reliant on technology. And the best umpires will tell you that their skill and their ability to make decisions on what they've seen comes from their time at domestic cricket, not having that reliance on technology that you're just turning around. I think maybe for runouts possibly, but not for anything else. What a shot. Zubair Hamza swivels on the front foot. Lovely pull shot. He may have been upright in that one, but that was a pull off the front foot, and all that Vian Mulder can do is collect that from the boundary. It's 15 for 1 after 5.2.
What that shot screams is confidence. Olivier He's a pacey bowler. He gets zipped. The ball is brand new, so it's coming at the batter. For him to transfer his weight forward and meet the ball and then play it in front of square like that, phenomenal shot by Zubair Hamza.
No change to the field. Oh, and he's beaten him there. It's just gone just short of Ryan Rickleton, just on the bounce to the wicketkeeper.
Ball seemingly
What a response.
moving away from the batter. This time he was short the previous ball, restores order and gets it to where he can become a threat to Zubair Hamza.
Excellent comeback from Olafir.
Sets up now for the fourth delivery of the sixth over.
And that's just away from Hamza, and umpire Jacobs says wide ball. His colleague at the other end, Siphelele Gasa, if I'm not mistaken, that is his name. And he's more stoic. I just see, it seems like he reminds me a little bit like umpire Lubabalo Tuma. Stern-faced, he doesn't take nonsense from players, and if he gives it out not out, you can be certain that it was not out. Olafir halfway through his over. Cool shot again. It's a lovely shot. There's a lot of work here for Vian Mulder to cut that one off. He does, but they'll get comfortably back for two. The short ball not working yet for Olafir, not for lack of trying.
I think Lions will have to change something. It seems like Olafir is suffering. We don't know what it is yet.
I might hazard a guess. During the test series against India, he also struggled with his breathing. And the result of coronavirus is sometimes there are long-term symptoms that can take effect. And I think he was struggling in that India series at this very ground. He goes to Hamza, pitching it up this time in a bit of a way shape from the right hand. I think it could possibly be that, or he may be struggling with some other issues.
A very serious thing, this COVID. We're very happy for the vaccine. We're very happy for the measures put in place. And slowly we're starting to see fans come back. And we'll be hoping that the players who were affected actually do make it to a full recovery, because we want to see their skills in full display. Olafir getting that away movement back into the game, but it's being wide.
That one's into the body of Hamza, who just defends that, and Zorzi gets out the way, and the band strikes up. 6 gone, 18 for 1.
Tidy starts from Bjorn Fortuin compared to Dwan Olafir. It's just been a touch more expensive. You don't want to be going at 5 runs and over when the required run rate is under 4. Wanting to tidy that up. But from what I've seen, it looks like the Western Province batters don't have a problem with facing Dwan Olafir right now.
No, and you wonder if that's because he's not as prodigious is not the word, but feisty. Speaking of feisty, it's the man who picked up 6 on Friday night here at the Imperial Wanderers. It's Sisanda Magala. He's going to have a slip in place. They're asking possibly where the second will come from, the second slip. So let's quickly give you the field. There is a slip in place. There is Mirofen and Miron, a man at square leg. It's Lutus Apamla who's on the field, somebody who we thought he would have been included in this Lion squad, but not to be. He missed out on Friday and isn't here again, but he's at square leg, deep square leg. Malisi Sibodo at short fine leg. 2 slips in place, a gully as well. A man in the covers, the solitary man in the covers is Temba Bavuma. There's a deep point as well as mid on and mid off. Magala at the top of his mark, he goes to Tony Zorzi. Oh, that is a hurler of a delivery to begin by not to Tony Zorzi rather. That one nipped back in. A little bit of shape here, gents. Magala is no mug with the bat, and again proving that he's no mug with the ball.
Confidence is a transferable trait from batting to bowling. Magnificent batting display, now looking to back it up with an even better bowling display. If he is anything short of what he did on Friday, Dominic Hendricks will be a very happy captain.
Oh, there was a flash there from Tony Zorzi. We saw the number of dismissals, 6 of them by Sisanda Magala. I don't know about you two, but my favorite was Lisiwe Ngwepe's stumps sent to all corners. It's almost like when you see a batsman look back at his stumps after the furniture's been dismissed and they're laying all about. It looks like shrapnel. Just strewn all about.
It's always beautiful when the stumps go for a dance.
Unless you're the batsman. Sisanda Magala to Zorzi. Tries to get on top of that and cut that. But Temba Bavuma's not going to allow any runs through that region. And a dot ball. So pressure building now. 3 in a row.
Magala's clearly carrying on from where he left off on Friday. It was in this very ground as well where he was so destructive. So he's still using those juices from the underground gang in the Imperial Wanderers Stadium to see if he can cause a blemish here for Western Province, a bigger one, as they've lost their first already.
Zorzi with 2 slips waiting behind. Magala goes to him. He just defends that and no run. Do you think it was a motivation for Sisanda Magala that, it's his old team, that he really wants to show them that he's better off now without them?
I feel it's always excuse me. Yeah, I feel that it's always the human nature. You always want to prove a point. It's how much can you hold back. And Magala, as we've said, he has been doing it the whole season.
Zorzi again frustrated. This is a wonderful over from Sisanda Magala, starting off with 5 dots in a row.
We always talk about Sisanda Magala. He's a strongly built bowler. He's deceptively quick, and he's a heavy swing bowler. You can't experience it, but the way the ball hits the bat, it's as if it pushes the bat back the way it comes at the batter. So he becomes extremely problematic if he hits his lines and lengths.
Mulder and Hendricks waiting for something. And he drives hard at that, does Zorzi. Trying to pierce the field. He doesn't get anything past Bjorn Fortuin. 7 gone, 18 for 1.
You're right, he does hit the deck hard. He's one of those bowlers that really uses the pitch, the deck. He hits it hard. So the sound of the bat also, you can hear it, that it's really hitting the bat, It seems like there is another change in bowling. Looks like Malusi Siboto is coming on to bowl. 111 wickets to his name. He would be hoping that he adds to that this evening.
It's 2 Nelsons because he's played 111 games and got 111 wickets. So if you're a Lions fan, elevate those feet. If you're a Province fan, plant them firmly. There's a catching cover in place as well as an extra cover. Only fielders out are square on the off and leg side. Siboto goes to Hamza. Iceman is dispatched. First ball, it's short and slapped away to that car corner boundary. He's not doing better than Dwan Olafir, and Hamza is not going to miss out on a pull shot.
A gentle loosener there from Malusi Siboto to start off his spell. You want to be full and straight and get the batsman playing whenever you come in, try to get that length going for you as a bowler, just dropping it short, and you don't want to do that to Hamza, who has been absolutely brilliant on that pull shot.
Siboto now with the slip in place and the catching cover, and he just defends this on the back foot and is able to get one there as looks like Cody Yusuf maybe doing the fielding out there. We'll see if we can confirm it. The number is 5, but he might.
It's Connor Esterhazen.
Connor Esterhazen, wonderful.
There are 2 substitute fielders in here. Dwan Olafir can't come through for his 4th over, had to go out the field. Hence, Luto Sipamla manning his space.
Good to see Sipamla. This one kind of stuck in the wicket, and that's exactly what Zorzi indicated.
And that's the thing, when Zubair Hamza's the one batting, that catching extra cover is much closer to the pitch. They have risked removing that slip fielder for that extra attacking catcher because of Malusi Siboto's pace and the urge for Hamza to be hitting the ball as he's seen how he started his inning.
Pushing at it indeed. Nearly carrying there to Riza Hendricks. Loud shouts of catch, but just died on its way through to the man at a close-in mid-wicket.
This is what you're going to get from Malusi Siboto coming and hitting the line and length. He's not the one for pace, but make no mistake, he does make it up with his line and length. Excellent reading. He's played a lot of cricket and he uses
Another one that so nearly could be caught. It's that one that sticks in the wicket, his use of pace. Excellent stuff from Siboto, and Zorzi is under some pressure with one ball remaining in the 8th.
And the sun has been baking on the pitch, as we've said. The track has definitely lost some of that juice that we saw Wayne Parnell and Buren Hendricks use so well in the beginning of the match. So Malusi Siboto now has somewhat of an advantage in this type of setup.
Into the pads of Zorzi. They think about one and they eventually get through safely in the end. There was a bit of indecision there, and Dom Hendricks was the one to shy at the non-strikers, and it's 8 gone, 24 for 1.
Fantastic recovery from Malusi Siboto from that first ball. It was a very poor first delivery to a man who's good on the short ball as he's displayed, but he recovered extremely well with those last 5 balls, hitting that hard length. Very difficult for the batter to judge. The pace is different as well compared to Sisanda Magala from 140 to mid 120s. It's going to be very interesting to see how the players and the batters adjust.
Sisanda persistent with those 2 slips, and rightfully he should be. He's bowled well to Tony Zorzi, the left-hander, going across him on a number of occasions and then cutting back in. Pushed hard, but it's straight into the hands of Temba Bavuma on the bounce. It may as well have been a throw down to Temba. You just think of those orange ramps that they throw in terms of warming up. Catch-it ramps, I think they're known as.
Catch it.
So certainly an easy one for Temba.
With the confidence in how Tony Zorzi played that shot going across him, Sisanda Magala now looks to close down the angle and restrict the width and try use the movement and attack Tony Zorzi in his comfort zone with those 2 slips.
Round the wicket he comes now. Into the pads and whipped away. There's nobody there. Wrong-footed was Lutu Sipamla. He said he couldn't see that ball at all. He went fine behind square, but the ball was firmly on its way to cow corner, and it means that there's a boundary for the Six-Gun Grill Western Province.
Hands on hips from every man with the yellow shirts, and not understanding what that was, but it was a fantastic shot by Tony Zorzi, shuffling across his off stump to negate whatever movement Sisanda Magala might get, whipping that from his pads for an exquisite boundary.
That one is wide. Just straying down the leg side there. Not the best response to that previous boundary. And Magala's got to see how he can switch things on. We've hyped him up a lot, but he needs to come to the party with a good spell here up front.
Having started with a maiden over, see how he continues now.
as he runs in to bowl the 3rd ball.
Clearly there's a plan. They know that this is possibly an area of weakness for Tony Zorzi. Coming around the wicket, wide of that crease into the left-hander's pads. Maybe off of his hips they've seen some blemishes or a dent in his armour. But he survived it so far. And everybody changes direction because of the left-right combination.
It's a great test of skill here for the bowlers, having to adjust their lines and lengths to one man who's shorter than the other, one being left, one being right-handed. Sisanda Magala comes in for the 4th.
Oh! He's just chopped on, and it was a drive through cover region that Hamza was looking for. Inside edge, he's chopped it on, and Province have lost their 2nd wicket. It's 30 for 2.
Continuing exactly from where he left off, Sisanda Magala wasting no time on getting his name on the wickets column. Just 10 balls in, gets Zubair Hamza into the drive, plays the wrong length, does the batter, and nips that inside edge, and off stump goes for a groove as the DJ plays the song in celebration of the Wanderers and the Imperial Lions getting their second wicket.
Beginning of the over, with the first 3 deliveries, it looked like Magala wasn't himself. He didn't have the line and length right, and he just comes back so strong against Zubair Hamza, and he chops on. So excellent comeback by Magala in that sense. Let's see, where do Western Province go from here? They do have plenty of batting to come, and we see Kyle Varena coming into bat against one of the Proteas, and he'd be full of confidence himself. Let's see what he can do against the in form and roaring Sisanda Magala.
Calverain has been a man under a lot of scrutiny over the past couple of months. His selection after Quinton de Kock left the test match setup has left him with a lot of doubters. But finally scoring that 100, a time that we were commentating, Dave.
Yeah.
Fantastic inning. And definitely with 100 in his 50 over competition domestically, he'd be looking to change that, transfer that century into the white ball version of the game for the Western Province.
You remember that the last time South Africa played a one-day game was against the Dutch, and he also managed to pick up a 50. So these two, well, the one following the other, having picked up 50 runs, but second wicket falling in this game. No wickets falling yet at the ITEC Knights GBS Rocks game, where Jacques Sneeman's got 53 to his name with Reinhard van Tonder 27, and they are 88 without loss from 12.1, and he's just been given out as Reinhard van Tonder. Commentator's curse. This one is squeezed square of the wicket. Temba's doing the chase down work, but Sepamla's not going to be made a fool a second time, and so they'll just get the one. And I said no wicket, and immediately Mahima's taken a wicket, and that of Reinhard van Tonder. In that rain-reduced fixture, they're down to 25 overs rather, and they're almost halfway through that fixture, or that innings rather. So good to see that the Rocks were able to pull something back.
Thank goodness they weren't listening to your commentary. Otherwise, there'll be guns blazing for you, Dave.
Magala around the wicket. And Zorzi just able to push this out, square the wicket, and no run. Or one run, rather.
Those are the channels that he's looking to attack when he's coming around the wicket. Angle it into the batter rather than give him width. Angle it to that fourth stump rather than trying to go for the pads where he'll be properly dispatched by Tony Zorzi. So, and very good end to that over by Sisanda Magala, claiming his first wicket of this inning, hoping for another 4 in order for him to reach 150 domestic wickets. It will be a well-deserved by a seasoned and brilliant campaigner and a true custodian of South African cricket.
Suboto will go to Zorzi now, who just defends this no run. It's a glorious day here at the Imperial Wanderers Stadium. A couple of clouds here and there. You might see the shadows are starting to lengthen as we head towards the second half of this game. We're in the second half of this game, but we're about 10 overs, so we're a fifth, nearly a fifth. This is the 10th. Fifth of the way into this second innings.
Last of the power play as well, Maluse Siboto.
Oh, he's just chopped that on to his own body, not disturbing the furniture, but it's an uncomfortable one when you catch an inside edge and hit yourself.
A lot of people love seeing fast express bowlers, your Rabadas, your Ngidi. God, I could name so many. But there's a special art when you see a man who bowls medium pacer, having conditions work on his favor, and with the batters not really knowing how to dispatch off him unless if he makes a mistake, which Siboto has recovered well from.
He just defends that one for no run. Temba Bavuma doing the fielding. And I agree with you. I think all too often we like the blitz, the blitz men, the guys who come in and absolutely blow people away with their pace. But there's something to be said around a skillful seamer who's able to manipulate the ball to do whatever he'd like. Straying on the pads, and too easy for Zorzi to get one there. 32 now for 2.
And so far so good. They can actually agree that Western Province getting those 1s and 2s ever so often will be good enough. They are chasing a relatively low score, 154 runs left, 242 balls to score those runs. So the required run rate is a touch below 4. So if they're able to build and set themselves with a good platform, make sure they restore this inning after 2 wicket losses, it'll be very good for them.
Just able to squeeze that one away. Better length from Malusi Sibo to top of off. Like you said, these two are certainly confident and competent batsmen. The key for them is just spending time at the wicket. There's, as you said, 241 deliveries left. Plenty of time in this game. They just need to be patient and knock 1s and 2s. There's no real requirement of risk and aggressive batting.
100% there, Davis Siboto. Straight to the pads. Whipped away from Tony Zorzi, but straight to the man who's covering that space to end the first power play for Western Province. 2 wickets down. Good or bad? That's out. It's a good question. 34 runs gone. Because at the same stage, Lions were also 2 wickets down. There were 3 runs less. So you might say 34 for 2 after 10 is pretty poor. But in the context of the match, really, really not too bad.
Yeah, you've just always got to have a look at the context of the game, because more often than not, fans will maybe turn on their screens and see, cheapest 34 for 2 after 10. Province are struggling, but once you see what has happened in the rest of the game, you'll understand why. 2 slips persisting for Sisanda Magala.
Oh, second power play begins with a wide down the leg. He's really found his rhythm here. Sisanda Magala, the pace is coming through. Now just needing to adjust his line, making sure that he's consistently outside the off stump, making use of the slip fielders, trying to take advantage of the new ball as well. It's Calvareni on. 3 balls he's faced so far, so he's still fresh meat for Sisanda Magala, who is on fire, running in for the first ball. There it is. There it is. Playing with an angled bat as he rockets back. Calvareni almost chopping it back on. A repeat of how Zubair Hamza lost his wicket. However, the pads were there to rescue him this time.
And to stress on the point that Dave has put forward is Western Province only need 150 plus to win. There is no trouble. Magala running in. Defended strongly towards Pavuma. It covers. So Western Province will be fairly happy by knocking it around, getting singles, doubles, and for Lions it is a matter of attack. That's why we see the first power play is over, but yet there are only 2 fielders outside the inner circle, so they are doing just that. They need to keep on attacking. The moment they leave the game to drift, they know they will lose.
Sisanda Magala still continuing on that hard line and length outside that off stump. He's consistently forcing Calvareni to play the ball. And the way it's been going so far, he's getting the ball to shape back into the right-hander. And what we cannot dispute from Sisanda Magala, which we saw brilliantly on Friday, is that ball and the ability to shape it away from the right-hander as well. So he might be setting it up here for Calvareni, who's still fresh, as we've said. So let's see how he will go for the 4th ball of the 11th. Oh, Sisanda Magala strikes once more. What fantastic piece of bowling. His hand is as bright as the color of his shirt. He's blinding the batters, taking wickets left, right, and center, top, middle, and bottom. And Calvareni falls on the sixth ball of his inning, tripping it back to Sisanda Magala, and he cleans up his own job. Fantastic wicket for the third.
Yeah, a bit of a cutter there from Sisanda Magala, just sticking in that wicket, and good take low. A return catch is always difficult for a seamer, but getting his hands around it in the end. That is the end of Calvarena's stay at the crease. We're likely to see Valley join him, join Tony Zorzi here, who struggled to get somebody to stick around with him for very long, but this game is by not any stretch of the imagination in the Lions' bag yet.
That's excellent bowling and fielding as well by Magala, and a massive wicket for the Lions there. Kyle Varina, as we said, a confident batsman, getting his wicket. Now comes in Yasin Valley, who's played 103 matches and highest score of 96. If he does get that should be good enough for them, for the Western Province today. Good strike rate as well, but he will have to negotiate with Sisanda Magala, who is in form, on fire. Good contest.
Yasin Valley needing to do what Rassie van der Dussen did for the Lions, hold strong in that middle order and become the anchor of this Western Province inning. As we were saying, Tony Zorzi needs a partner here, Dave, and this might be the last chance for proper batters to be the ones to take Western Province home. Not saying that the rest are bad batters, but these are the last proper ones.
Yeah. The all-rounders to come next, and so he's a bit of a journeyman is Yasin Valley's been around the South African setup in various teams. He's facing up to Magala.
Ooh, Magala is on fire. Goes for the head of Yasin Valley. And he's been protected there, the batter being called one above the shoulder by Sisanda Magala. He only has 2 per over. So he's used up his first chance to scare the batter. And a good ball to start. Next one might be looking to make Yasin Valley play.
That's an excellent welcome delivery from Magala. Let's see what he follows it up with. This is his last ball of the over.
Oh, very good ball. Very good ball. Our on gantry umpire saying that it was a touch above the stumps. And
Come on, Umpy, get it out, man. It's going under. Hey, umps.
To end the 11th over, a touch of a scare for Yasin Valley. Wicket fall. And it's 35 for 3 for Western Province in their chase of 187 runs. Not the start they really wanted here.
No, not at all. But credit must be given to this Lions attack. They've really come out here. They've not said, the score that we've put on the board is going to be one that we're just going to accept defeat with. And like you so rightfully put, attack. So just the 2 or 3 men out rather. There's a deep backward square, fine leg, and deep point. So you will imagine this will be pitched up.
Does that! He does that very well, almost chopping it to the stumps, Tony Zorzi. That pace and that line and length that Siboto is operating at really causing big problems for the batters as he counts his lucky stars there, the Western Province captain.
He actually negotiated it very well. It seemed like it kept a bit low on him. Excellent again, line and length by Siboto.
Excellent cricket as well here, Zubair. You did say this. He comes in for the second ball. It's popped up into mid-wicket, but mid-on rightfully runs and collects that, just not carrying to the midfielders. This is what Siboto is about. This is what he looks to do. Apart from the fact that he is drying up the runs, he is absolutely a threat for the ball that holds up and introduces the infield fielders around the batter. Very good bowling.
from Malusi Siboto, there might be an opportunity again.
This time going full and straight with his normal delivery. There's no movement, but he's using the pitch incredibly well. And with those cutters and all those little nifty tricks you would find from a medium pacer, it's really, really, really fascinating cricket, as Tony Zorzi must now survive as his partners have been falling left, right and centre. Siboto hasn't gotten one as yet, but he might be smelling one. Good shot for no run. Going full and wide, Malusi Siboto that time, but showing that good captaincy, backs up good bowling too. Mid-off just there to cut it off, and it's a dot ball, and more pressure being built by the Lions bowlers.
Yeah, excellent bowling by Malusi Siboto.
Runs in for the 5th. Oh, another one of those variations. This time going just wide and a touch short. Tony Zorzi thinking that he has a cut shot there, but the ball seemingly never reaching him and never bouncing high enough.
Doesn't look completely comfortable here, Tony Zorzi. Not able to fully read what is coming out of the magic trick bag of Malusi Siboto. He played an enterprising drive 2 deliveries ago, but he's got to find some way to rotate.
Lucky to claim a run through that over. It's been so good by Malusi Siboto finally getting that one that is off, maybe feeling that I'm applying too much pressure to the Western Province and gifting them a single down the bum or down the hip. Just one more ball still remaining from the 12th. 9 runs conceded by the hands of Malusi Siboto as he about to end his 3rd over. Booming drive from Tony Zorzi. Booming so much so that it blows away mid-off. He can't get it through as he dove there. And that's an exquisite way to end the over as he gets that 4. And for the 12th, it's 40 for 3.
I said he needed to find some way to break the shackles. He's done exactly that. He tried to play the similar type drive earlier in the over, but that time just giving him or gotten a little bit of extra room from Malusi Siboto. And he is able to break the pressure for a boundary there. They're 40 up after 12, and Magala will continue for his 4th.
Still needing 147 runs. It sounds like a small figure, but there's a lot to get there. Sisanda Magala, who's here fighting for the Lions' lives. It's Siboto who is drying up those runs and suffocating Western Province. So can they make something of this with a very interesting setup here from Yasin Valley? He's standing far outside that leg stump with his front foot and an open stance to face.
Forward alarm, Shivnarayan Chandapur. There's a number of cricketers that have tried it. George Bailey even turned his back at one point. But it's not necessarily how you set up before the bowler is bowled. It's the moment of delivery. Are you side on? Are you level with your head? And is your head over the top of off stump? So unconventional, but he feels like it gives him more time to see the ball. A little bit late there. A little bit late on his shift as that one goes through the keeper.
But a promising thing that we'll see, even though he has this unorthodox setup, with that leave, because it was a good ball from Sisanda Magala, he's able to judge his stumps very well because it's very easy to play at that. So he's very aware of what's going on here, Yasin Valley, as he takes on the battle being brought here by Sisanda Magala.
I'm always mindful of guys having trigger movements or something of that same ilk. Repeatability is key.
Oh, charging for the stumps, charging for a run out. But they are through here, Western Province. Very risky single, getting off strike, Yasin Valley. He's first on the board. Maybe that pressure was starting to get to him a little bit, but he's finally through. Tony Zorzi, after that wonderful cover drive, is on strike.
I would like Sisanda Magala to carry on bowling over the wicket to Tony, because it seems like they have a plan in place when he comes around the wicket, but it hasn't worked so far. Tony has looked easy.
Pulled in front of square there. Very Zubair Hamza-esque. But there's a person stationed right there at mid-wicket as Riza Hendricks. So gets that back.
Both Malusi Siboto and Magala, they are using the pitch well. You can see that they are the home team. They're using the pitch really well. They're bowling a good line length. It's so important here at the Wanderers, and they are doing just that.
Penultimate of the 13th over comes full and straight. Sisanda Magala forcing Tony Zorzi into a defensive shot. No run offered there, no chance to score. So it's good bowling here from Sisanda Magala. It's about to start the last ball of his 4th over. He's only conceded 10, but he's gotten those 2 wickets, which is what he is here for, as he's about to start the last ball of the 13th over. Coming wider off the crease, flirting with that line on the pitch. Induces Tony Zorzi into a stroke, but that is the end of the 13th over. 41 for 3.
Dussen making his way back onto the park. Maybe getting some treatment from the physio, Z, as he's affectionately known here. He took over from Craig Govender, who is the South African physio. And the Lions obviously knowing how to produce physios, which is not what you'd expect from any side to be able to produce physios. But I know the wonderful work that they're doing here on site. Craig Govender's own enterprise, but more to the cricket. Slip in place, a very wide slip. He's almost at a 3rd slip, really. 3rd man in place, maybe for a wayward drive, as the 3rd man comes into the ring now.
This is the bull ring. Matadors really require good physios to continue operating in their field. So it's very nice to see that the jungle has protection in such capable hands of our physios. Malusi Siboto now starts the 14th over with Rassie van der Dussen back, standing on that gully. Fantastic shot. What a great cricket shot there from Yasin Valley, rocketing back on his back foot and cutting that through point. And the sweeper can't even get there as it cracks the covers outside the boundary. It's 45 for 3 with Yasin Valley getting his first boundary in his inning.
Yeah, so short and wide from Malusi Siboto, and able to use the pace was Valley. Just open the blade there and it raced away off of that bat of his. As Magala points to the man at point, Riza Hendricks maybe just 2 steps to his left. He might have cut it off, but a lovely shot there from Yasin Valley.
Seeing a narrow aisle where the ball might go through. This time playing it again as he changes up there, Malusi Siboto, to distort the pace and the rhythm of Yasin Valley. Some way, somehow though, he still gets that ball through and they're able to transfer that single. It's now 46 as they start rotating the strike and building this partnership, these 2 batters.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a rolled wrist there from Malusi Siboto to try and cut pace off the delivery. But he'll go now to Zorzi.
Full and straight, and it is dispatched by Tony Zorzi. A shot on absolute authority. And all of these milestones in this match are being brought up by exquisite cricket. Sisanda Magala to bring up his 50 and the team's 150, and to bring up the 50 for Western Province. Tony Zorzi leans into that in front of the pads and through that mid-wicket area. Great shot. Now off the hip as Malusi Siboto is starting to lose his line and his length after being really mind-boggled by the good batting of Tony Zorzi and Yasin Valley.
Yeah, these two have now put 16 together. There's still 136 to go to win.
These two Western Province batsmen, they're making it look easy for now. They are playing excellent cricket. They are taking those singles that are up on offer.
Siboto drifts in a little bit straight, putting a lot of hard work to Jan Mulder, who has to cover that in that mid-wicket area. And Malusi Siboto has changed from how he started his spell. He was short, he was full and wide, or on that fourth or fifth stump channel where it forces the batsman to try and fend for the ball, which would make great use of the short extra cover in Themba Bavuma. But right now, he's no longer there. He's not doing that, which is why he's starting to get punished by these batters. There it is. That's the one he's looking for. Dot ball just to penultimate the 14th over. But to end it, my bad. 52 for 3 for Western Province in their chase of 187. 135 still needed. 210 balls to go.
3 blemishes for Western Province. It was Levy who was gone without scoring. He was out bowled by Bjorn Fortuin. And then some quick wickets when Zubair Hamza was enterprising for his 19, but he was gone not long after that. And then Carverena, South Africa's test wicketkeeper. Oh dear, he was there for not very long. He was gone for 2. And that meant that Yassine Valley has come to the wickets to support Tony de Zorzi.
The man responsible for all of that destruction, Dave, has the rock in his hand now as Sisanda Magala starts the 15th over. Fantastic delivery there. Hitting the pitch so hard. You can literally see how he bends his back and forces his entire body through that ball. Completes his run-up so beautifully. He's such a wonderful bowler, Sisanda Magala. Has been so over the years, but now he's getting the recognition he rightfully deserves. Setting up now for the second ball of the over. He still has those 2 slips. We are inside the second power play, but confidence is the name of the game. Ooh, effort ball as he grunts as he lets it go. Into the pads, however, and an easy single down to fine leg as the field changes its form. Players coming back in, coming back out because it's a left-right combination. But Tony de Zorzi has been the man who has been problematic for the West and for the Lions bowlers. Is really starting to get his game going on 20.
Never underestimate the value of a left-right combination in upsetting bowlers' lines and lengths. You get comfortable on a line and length, and then suddenly there's a single and a single and a single. Never so simple.
Sharp single there. Good awareness from Tony de Zorzi. Rasif and Dussen slightly deep on that short third man. They take advantage of that by just guiding the ball there. It's very intelligent cricket by these two. Moving their partnership to 19 runs, they'll be hoping to flip those numbers in order to take the team one step closer to the victory.
So far what we've seen in the game is the bowlers, when they've pitched it in the right areas, they've got the reward for it. Magala runs in.
Sensational shot, but for absolutely no value for what the beauty the shots presented. There is a man on that deep backward point area to stop that square drive from running for the boundary. It's Luto Sipamla now. He's got his eye in the game, able to stop those balls. Just one run from a very good shot there from Yassine Valley. And speaking of the lens here, Zubair, that's exactly how Sisanda Magala got his wickets. Nice, full outside the off stump and getting them to chop it back into the stumps. Ooh, rotating the strike incredibly well. Sisanda Magala going for the man, going to be a little bit aggressive on him, but pocketed he was, just for a single.
Umpire Siphelele and umpire Arno certainly getting their steps in here as they've had to meander from square leg to square leg for both left-right combinations. You often see it schoolboy level cricket that the umpire just sits there. He's not interested in moving. But But these are professional umpires, and they're expected, Zubair will tell you maybe more after this one, to get moving.
Another cracking shot here from Yasin Vali. This time playing it on the up, driving it straight on the ground as they run for a third, and successfully so. 3 runs to almost end the over as Sisanda Magala is called for a no ball. He has to bowl it again.
And it's a free hit as well. So an opportunity here for Zorzi to free his hands. I'm not quite sure what the discussion would be ahead of a free hit. Surely it's go for it. Swing your arms, swing your arms. But at the end of the over, I want Zubair to tell us a little bit more around what happens. You know, you obviously move from square leg to square leg. What happens if somebody is obstructing your view? Do you move the fielder? Do you, bring him a little bit closer or further away? Maybe you can see over him if he's that height at schoolboy level. What's the thinking around that?
Free hit. Freeze his arms! But there's a man at the cow corner. Remember, it is the second power play. They can have 4 players outside the midfield. So guarding that leg side completely from Tony Zorzi. And the free hit goes for basically nothing, as it's just one single to finish the 15th over. 61 for 3. The scores are very tightly comparable. In this very same stage, Lions were 5 runs ahead, 66, but they had also lost 3 wickets. They'll be hoping here, Western Province, that they are able to continue with this form that they have started with and continue with this partnership to save their bad start.
Zubair, the umpires, so obviously, umpires stand at square legs. Sometimes you'll see them stand on the offside, maybe because there's a bit of sun in their eyes, but what's the logic behind where they are and where they shift players to?
Okay, as an umpire, you're supposed to be standing where you can see the best. Right, so there is no such thing that you have to be standing square of the wicket or in front of wherever you can see the best. And to be honest, at schoolboy level, maybe the umpires don't like to move around as much with left arm, right arm combination. What it does is, again, we get back to the concentration levels, that at this level, you actually enjoy the movement because it keeps you in the game. It keeps you concentrated between deliveries as well.
Reza Hendricks, bowling change. Right arm around the wicket, spinning it away from Tony Zorzi, the left-hander, looking to jag it back to the right-hander of Yasin Vali. Good bowling there, very minimal spin, but he does have Themba Bavuma as a slip fielder there for any ball that might catch the edge of Tony Zorzi. Also has a sweeper to cover. Is not needed though, but long off is as he rockets back to his back foot. Tony Zorzi can't be covered here by the man in short extra cover, and the single has been conceded to change now to the right hand, and an adjustment is needed.
No, certainly there was a slip in place for the left-hander, maybe picking up a bit of turn. They're going to continue. Yes, no, yes, no. There's a long conversation here about whether or not they want to slip. They decline and dispense with the slip. So there's 3 men out on the leg side, a deep backward square, a car corner, and long on. Bavuma now still on the square, but 4 or so strips away from where the game is happening.
Themba Bavuma was looking to be that catching option, having the ball turned back into the right-hander, but he's not needed once more as the ball's just guided down to long on. Legs needed there for Wian Mulder, who just stopped those 2 balls and sent them back. Tony Zorzi now back on strike, 2 singles conceded so far. Going round arm a little bit, Reza Hendricks trying to extract something different from the pitch. But it seems like the batters are quite comfortable with what he's bringing here. He's not really a frontline spinner though, so you can't expect too much from him, but just to hold up an end.
Yeah, also gives some of the quicks an opportunity to rest their legs. Here he comes now.
Good ball there to end the 16th over. Reza Hendricks A tidy one, a good one to start. 64 for 3 here. They are running at 4 runs and over, which is beyond what is required. So it's been a steady climb back here for Western Province.
He might be bowling due to the fact that Dwayne Oliver is still off, and those overs for him need to be filled in by someone. And Lions does have Reza Hendricks as an option. Till a few years back, he wasn't bowling that much, but now in the recent past, we have seen him bowl a good few overs. So it's good to see that Lions are utilizing him. And with that, we see another spinner, Fortain, coming back. He's bowled excellently so far. 3 overs for 3 runs and 1 wicket of Richard Levy.
Let's see now what he does to continue on his second spell here. Nice and straight, a diving effort here by mid-wicket, but comes to nothing. Just 1 single to start off his second spell here. Beyond Fortain really bowled well in that first spell. Absolutely magician with that new ball. Ball has gone a little bit scruffier, has gone a little bit older. So conventional thinking will say that he's at a better advantage now with the ball that he's using and the pitch being a touch older too.
You spoke about Reza Hendricks not being a frontline bowler and maybe giving some options to Dominic Hendricks here, but he has not yet bowled Vian Mulder.
Indeed he hasn't. And in a pitch where with the previous inning the pace bowlers were the ones who caused more destruction. And how well Vian Mulder has been bowling in the test series too, you would have thought that he'd be the option. But Bjorn Fontaine continuing with his very tidy job. Extremely economical is the left arm orthodox. And Yasin Valley sussing out his opponent here. Still hasn't changed the stance.
Tries to push that one through, but cut off quickly by Mitch van Buren. Sharp work there in the cover region. He's close and he's still on the square, not the opposite end of where Temba Bavuma was the previous over.
Ooh, that is a good ball. Nice change of pace there from Bjorn Fontaine, giving that more time in the air, bowling it a little bit slower, and mistimed again from Yasin Valley. And to end the over, it's a small little nudge to long off to finish the 17th over. 66 for 3. And with that, 17 overs in, it's time for the players to have a little bit of a drink and re-strategize how the game is standing. So far, we've only lost 3 wickets. Tony Zorzi sitting firmly on 26. He's been looking good so far. And we have Yasin Valley, who hasn't been a bad partner for their partnership of 31.
Welcome back to the Imperial Wanderers after the drinks break. It's 66 for 3 after 17. Reza Hendricks to continue from the caller drive-in. He's going to Yasin Valley, who's on 14. His partner at the other end, Tony Zorzi, on 26, the Western Province captain, really batting with some maturity. And that first one just knocked away as they cross each other for singles. 6-7 for 3 now, 67 for 3. I am David, and alongside me is Zubair.
As Riza is about to run in for the second delivery, he's going around the wicket for Tony Zorzi. The first one was a nothing delivery, really.
He's in again, and he drives that on the bounce off the square over the head of Temba Bavuma, and that one is cleaned up by Vian Mulder, who runs round from a long off position and collects it. So they're able to rotate comfortably here with just 119 runs to get. This partnership now worth 33, starting to frustrate the Lions, and where that solution will come from in terms of seeking out a wicket, we will leave that up to Dominic Hendricks. But a dot ball again. There's got to be some way in which the Lions can shift the nature of this game, because it's in cruise control for Six Gun Grill Western Province. Darting that one in and just tucked away onto the onside for one. Am I being unfair, Zubair, in my assessment of the way the game is almost in cruise control?
It really is, and we said that before, that if the game does stay this way, Riza bowls.
Oh! Lovely delivery there. Just held its line, a little bit of a quicker one, and just nearly shaving that off peg. Hamza, oh, not Hamza, he's a Hendricks rather. To Zorzi, there's a lot of Zs. Hamza and Zorzi, and not quite Hendricks, but dot to finish, 18 gone, 69 for 3. You were saying about cruise control.
Cruise control. Western Province will be pretty happy with this. As we said before, Lions will have to carry on attacking. They cannot try and restrict Western Province for run rate. They have to go for the wickets. And it seems like, as you mentioned, with cruise control, it really plays into the hands of Western Province. So Lions really need to change the tactic. As you mentioned before, that Lions have brought in Riza, where they could have brought in Vian Mulder. And
Fortain to begin a new over. He's come around the wicket, trying to let it come into the right-hander and just nip away, maybe a bit of purchase. We did see George Linder and Carl Simmons picking up a slight bit of turn and bounce, but that one just holding its line. That one is an edge, and it's dropped, or has it dropped short? Reza Hendricks at first slip looks despondent, like it may well have been a dropped opportunity.
That's Vian Mulder. It looks
That's
like
Vian Mulder,
it just,
rather.
yeah, it's just dropped short.
I bowled him.
Bowled him.
He just leaves that one alone, and he can only be upset with himself. The drop catch doesn't cost the Lions too much. The fourth wicket falls, 69 on the board.
I don't know what the thinking was from Yasin Valley there, doing a faf there, straight on, nothing delivery, and he just lets it go. Beyond Fortain doesn't really spin that much, so I don't know what was the thinking. As I said, he just left it completely. Did a proper faf there, Dave.
Yeah, perhaps hoping for a little bit more turn. Like you said, Bjorn Fortuyn not known for his turn, but certainly for his control. And in the end, a bit of a brain fade, but no luck there for Yasin Valley. He's gone for 16 from 25 deliveries, and Western Province now 69 for 4. They still require 118 runs to win with 6 wickets in hand, but that means an all-rounder in George Linder comes to the wicket. 66 List A matches, and he's got 1,177 runs, averaging 24 and a half. His high score of 93 coming against Northerns at Cape Town. in 2015, 2016.
Yes, George Linder, one of the unlucky players who's been playing well over the years, this past years, but who is not uh, selected for the Proteas. If he can put few runs in, that would really help his cause. Um, Definitely handy with the bat. That strike rate of 101 is excellent. That average of 25 for a number 7 or number 8 is healthy. It's quite healthy. He needs to negotiate with Bjorn Fortuin, who's been bowling excellent line and length. And it seems like today most of the bowlers has done that. They've bowled good line and length, giving nothing away.
Fortuin to Linda. Oh, that one drifting into the pads, and he just pushes that to the onside where Mitch van Buren does the fielding. I think the frustrating thing for George Linder is that he's not done anything too terribly to be excluded, but he just comes across there and it noodles that onto the onside where Siboto does the fielding. I think it's always a challenge when you've got guys like Keshav Maharaj and Tabrez Shamsi, who are excellent spinning options for South Africa in their own right, and when they've struggled a little bit here and there, they've counted on Aiden Markram to maybe turn his arm over here and there. It popped up and he's got him. That's the end. He's gone for not very much, and it's rather Tony de Zorzi, because Linda got to the other end from a single, and that's somewhat of a soft dismissal. The Western Province captain will be disappointed with himself. Something stuck in the wicket, leading edge, and a simple return catch for Fortuin. It's 70 for 5.
Oh, that's a massive wicket for the Lions, because Tony de Zorzi was looking really good up until this point. He was playing so well. He's put away the bad balls. He's taken the singles when they were on offer, and he was holding the innings together for them. And this really brings the Imperial Lions into the game. And again, they need to keep on attacking. They cannot just sit back. So I would assume that Dominic Hendricks would go back to his strike bowlers and try and get a couple of more wickets.
We were just talking about the fact that we felt that the game was almost in cruise control, and 2 quick wickets have turned this game upon its head. Caught and bowled for Fortuin, and de Zorzi gone for 27. That means George Linder will be accompanied by Wayne Parnell. Certainly an experienced campaign. 173 matches, 2,114 runs, an average of 24.3, striking at 87. His highest score is 100 against the Lions in Senvest Park, Potchefstroom in 2013-14. But his experience, Zubair, is something that, as much as you would imagine he's an all-rounder coming in at 7, that experience is intangible.
It definitely is, and something he has that no one else has on the field today between both the teams is he's played all over the world, different leagues, different bowlers, different conditions, and that experience is immense. That is something he can carry in this innings, and the Western Province would hope that he does bring that really into this innings. And we see Riza Hendricks carrying on. He'll be going around the wicket to George Linder.
Yeah, there's a thought about a change in the field, but they decline it, and Fortuin will now come closer. There's men catching on either side. Riza Hendricks to George Linder, just pushes this out to Temba Bavuma, but he's not able to find a run. And this is where the pressure is going to come, because if these 2 spin bowlers in Fortuin and Hendricks are able to put pressure on their opposition, that's when you're going to see this game will shift, and it will require some lusty blows. There's so much time, though. There's 30 overs left, but when you're 5 down, this game could change very quickly. Not timing that one, so he's not able to get it away.
And Riza, he's keeping it nice and straight, giving nothing to George Linder. He's nice and straight, tight. Fourth ball.
Again, a little bit of bounce there that time, and Linda's able to squeeze that square of the wicket, and Sipamla is the man on the park as a substitute who does the fielding.
Parnell to face his first delivery.
How much would Reza Hendricks like to pick up a first ball wicket here to Wayne Parnell? To pick up the wicket would shift this game completely. Oh, he so nearly did. There's a loud shout there from Ryan Rickleton. It missed the edge of the bat. And umpire Sipelela Gasa says no, he's not given out any shots from the wicket keepers. Calvarena was particularly frustrated when he wouldn't give a leg in the air or foot in the air with a stumping. Oh, Hendricks bowls a quicker one there, and just punched off the back foot for no run. 20 gone, 71 for 5.
There was quite an over by Reza Hendricks. He's bowled 3 overs, conceded 7 only. And as we were saying, Sisanda Magala was off the field. We see he's back on. And as we've said, that could be because they would want to have a crack at both the all-rounders or last recognized batsmen, per se, in Wayne Parnell and George Linder. But the way Beyond Fortuin is going, he does not need any partners at this point in time. It's excellent figures, 5 over 6 runs only conceded and 3 wickets.
Keeping things tight. That means with the return of Sisanda Magala that Luto Sipamla can have a rest. And there's quite a lengthy discussion about where they want Rassie van der Dussen. He's behind square on the onside, as well as a 45. So they've got 2 men there, and they can't add any more men there. Otherwise, they'll be given no ball. Fortuin, left arm over. Just tucked away onto the onside. There's an immediate call of yes, and it's good running from George Linder and Parnell as they get through for 1. Excuse me.
Fortuin won't be very happy with that because he's got 3 fielders in the inner circle for exactly that purpose, to stop the single, to create pressure. And the first ball goes there and a single taken.
And it's not like they're hanging on the ring. They're a couple of steps in, and in the case of the man at corner, whitish mid-wicket, he's not on the ring, anywhere near the ring. This one, you just get 1 for it as that goes down to long on. You're right. He should be suitably frustrated with how the fielding effort was in that first delivery. He goes now to Linder, who just defends it.
Again, Western Province has so much time on hand. Almost 30 overs and just over 110 runs to get.
That one so nearly could have been one that went to hand. Mitch van Buren is right in that area, but it was well away from him. But the deliveries are proving that there is still some assistance for bowlers here. It's not a batter's paradise by any stretch of the imagination, and an even contest is what we want. Oh, there's an edge, an outside edge, and it's been dropped. Sisanda Magala with a sharp opportunity to his left, not able to get a hand to it.
That was traveling low, and Magala actually did well to get to his left and low. Unfortunately, it would not stick.
Yeah, when you're going to get the edge, you want it to go to hand. It was a really difficult chance. And Sisanda Magala is probably the last man to move from his position because he knows how that would have shifted the game completely. 74 for 5 after 21 overs.
So far the game we have seen, we got to hand it to the pitch curator as well. Even that if you bowl well, we've seen that although it's a low-scoring game, there are no demons in the pitch. And as a batsman, Rassi van der Dussen and CSA Magala showed us that if you stick around, you can bat through. And that's what Yasin Valley and Tony de Zorzi were doing as well. Is just
Applying themselves
and poor strokes.
That one was just chipped out square the wicket, and he'll get one, Will George Linder. Yesterday, speaking of the Imperial Wanderers and tracks, yesterday was the anniversary of the 438 game that happened here. The question is, how do you put a champagne cork back in the bottle? I suppose you've got to ask Ricky Ponting. Hendricks round the wicket. Tried to throw his hands at that, did Wayne Parnell, but not timing it quite correctly, and so it goes on the bounce to Siboto at a close-ish third man, or maybe a backward point.
He really went hard at it.
That one's just driven out, and they'll get one for it. Why I highlight that is the marked difference between what that strip was, 12th of March 2006, versus this wicket, 13th of March 2022. And so at the time, with a guy like Mick Lewis, I think it was 0 for 113 in that game, he got absolutely punished. That's not the case today, because the ball is the one that's really taking charge of this game. Good drift there from Reeza Hendricks into that left-handed body of George Linder. He's bowling well here. One to come in the 22nd. And they'll just get one to conclude the over. So George Linder will retain the strike. 77 for 5 after 22. Do you remember that game, the 438 game?
Yeah, I do. Lewis, one of those unlucky bowlers to hold the record of the most runs conceded in a one-day game, and Herschel Gibbs 175. How can we forget that innings by Gibbs? And I remember a lot of the people when Australia scored 438 and
434, yes, for 4, yes.
434 for 4, and a lot of the spectators were actually left that game, and only to regret it big time.
Talk about regret, you leave before that game. I remember Ricky Ponting also scoring 164, if you ask Potterdippana, he was the reason that South Africa won the game in reverse sweep. Yeah, that so nearly could have resulted in a boundary for George Linder, but as well it could have been the end of his innings at the crease here.
High risk, high return, but that's not what's needed for Western Province now.
Fontaine just getting George Linder to come across the line of the stumps, and when this over is concluded, or maybe we'll get a bit of time after this one, we'll ask him Pendulo what his memories and thoughts are around that fixture. Down the wicket comes George Linder, but Fontaine does all the work off of his own bowling.
The cricket has fed my soul. I needed to feed my stomach, though. We're all good now.
Good to have you back. Fontaine in again. Quicker one this time, and it was in the air for a bit, and Ulefir will do the fielding at almost a wide-ish fine leg, because Siboto was never going to get to that one. It was well away from him, and not able to cut that one off.
A very rare mistake from Bjorn Fontaine. He's been very consistent and very disciplined in what he does. So to drop one short and on the hip, inviting that pull shot, is very rare from him.
Maybe trying to rush George Linder. This one's worked onto the onside, and clean-up work there done by Butma 1000, as he has affectionately been known. 438 game, do you remember? After this over, you'll tell us what memories you may have of it. And there's just a scan around quickly by Fontaine. Bavuma comes in a lot closer, and you might expect a bit of a slow ball here. It's not, it's the quicker one, and it goes straight to the man, Bavuma there. End of the 23rd, 79 for 5. Mpendulo, your thoughts around, or your memories around 438?
2006, man, was I young. But I'll never forget when Australia hit the 400 mark and the Standard Bank duck, the mascot, was just seated there by himself with his hand on his chin. He was so depressed. It was something we've never seen before. And then the story that came out when Jack Callis came back into the change room, like, okay, lads, you conceded 434. Bowlers, go out and score those runs.
Just 15 runs short, I think was the quote. This one is driven out and cut off wonderfully by Themba Bavuma. That series had all the intrigue, didn't it? It was Makantini picking up 6. I think Damian Martin also got 100 in that series. It was ebb and flow. It was 2-2 coming into that final game. Wonderful time at Imperial Wonders. This one just driven out square, but he's not able to beat the ring. He'll just get 1 for it.
It's always been interesting to note. For Australia, Glenn McGrath was not available for the last match. Sean Pollock was not available for the South Africans in the last match. How different would it have been if the main bowlers were there for that match?
Off the back foot, that one came into the left-handed off stump. I asked the same question when I saw Sean Pollock, not about that game, but about a game at the Sinhalese Sports Club in Colombo where South Africa were put to the sword by
that's 600
Mahela
runs.
Jayawardena and
600
Kumar
run
Sangakkara. Just one there as they cross each other halfway through the 24th, or halfway over now, 23.4. No, I asked him. He said no, he was having a child at that time and he was glad that he wasn't there.
Absolute madness as the ball is dropped.
2 catches dropped now by Sisanda Magala. The first one a difficult one, and that second one dropped. You would have thought he would have taken that. If you're going to have somebody in the slip region, they've got to take those catches. And Hendricks will be disappointed, but none more so than Sisanda Magala.
Wayne Parnell counting his lucky stars, misjudging that length. Paying it back with a very good drive on some long off.
He'll keep the strike at the end of the 24th. It's 82 for 5.
Reza Hendricks has been quite impressive. For what you would say is a part-timer, is showing, as Zubair said, that, hey man, he's been bowling very well recently, bowling more frequently. You can see that he's quite consistent in the areas that he's bowling at, and so nearly capturing that wicket of Wayne Parnell, who's still on skaty feet on 3, really needing to start and support firstly George Linder. Then both players need to bat their hands off to restore pride for the Western Province batters.
Fortain to begin his 8th. He's going to go now to Parnell. That one's popped up and Ryan Rickleton's taken a catch. He shouts, how was that, umpire? But I think they all knew that it didn't come off the bat there. The on-site umpire, Zubair, what do you think about that one?
No, definitely not off the bat. I think even...
That one's a little bit of a quicker, flatter one there from Fortain. Rushing Parnell. Not able to get it.
Even Rickleton knew that. I think he hasn't been doing much for the past few overs, so he just stretched his legs and went for something.
Okay. So he's been able to rest on his laurels ever so slightly. He wants to shake things up. Fortain to Parnell. That one's wide, and that was horrible from Fortain. Going down the leg side. I don't know if there was a touch on it. The umpire's keeping quiet. He's not giving it wide, nor is he giving it leg buys, and so looking like it may have come off the gloves, and that's why Ryan Rickleton not able to cut that off behind the stumps. Wayward nevertheless from Bjorn Fortain. Oh, there's no control completely here from the Western Province batters. This is just pushed to the onside without much run.
Bjorn Fortain will be looking to bowl like that as often as he can. Just like that, but it's been cracked away from Wayne Parnell. Absolutely exquisite shots as he transferred his weight so wonderfully over the pitch of the ball. Able to get to its bounce and glide that through the covers. The band agrees that that was a good shot, worthy of being celebrated and sung for. 4 runs, 88 for 5.
That was just defended, and everybody's got hands on their heads. Wayne Parnell not looking all that comfortable. Previous to that boundary, it was only 2 runs from the over, so Fortuyn was bowling really well. But now with the run rate at 4 and the last one going for 6, it's something that Dominic Hendricks has got to keep keep his mind on. If he can keep the province batters quiet, he'll be able to restrict, and certainly you would imagine that a wicket would be forthcoming. Ryan Rickleton just offering some advice to his left arm spinner. We're going to see Reza Hendricks continue from the call-it drive end.
What we saw from the inning that the Lions were batting was Tony de Zorzi's creative captaincy. Being able to use his strike bowlers in key elements of the game where the batters knew or where he's looking to disrupt a partnership. The big difference between this inning and the previous inning is that they had that 100-run partnership. This is what they need, Western Province, but at the same time, the Lions could be looking to be more attacking with their bowling changes.
Yeah, this last run means that they now need 98 runs to win, and it becomes a more manageable task in terms of even being 5 down. It's one that you can mentally kind of get your head around, wrap your head around. Required is 3.9 and they're going at 3.5. That one strapped him. I don't think that's out. Bit of a stifled appeal there. Umpy, out or not out?
Not out. Again, it came off the bat.
Now he says it's not out, but that one we asked him for earlier, he says, no, I don't want to make a decision, I'm too far.
Much quicker delivery again there from Reza Hendricks. These 2 spinners
smashed through the hands of Temba Bavuma. Work for Vian Mulder to try and cut that one off. He does excellently, and they'll get 2 for it. He absolutely creamed that one, that Wayne Parnell, and Temba Bavuma seeming like he may have gotten just a touch to that.
touch over pitched from Reza Hendricks, giving it flight, allowing the batter to just lean onto that.
Oh, that one drifting on with the angle to Parnell, just defends that. You were talking about the spinners.
Spinners are being fantastic, but I lost my chain of thought now that you bring it back.
Can hear the joyful noise of the band as that one is driven and wonderfully stopped by Temba Bavuma. Wayne Parnell thought he might be able to squeak out a single there, but South Africa's one-day captain not in the mood to give him anything. He knows how tight this game is. Yeah, just pushed out to the offside, and Bavuma does the fielding once again. 26 overs gone, it's 91 for 5. Parnell on 12, Linda on 10, and this partnership now worth 21.
At the end of the last over, we saw that Temba Bavuma, Rassie van der Dussen and Dominic Hendricks got together and they were planning out something, how to go about it, and it seems like they've gone to Vian Mulder. So there'll be change from Bjorn Fortuyn's side, who's bowled excellently, but now comes on Vian Mulder. And it's good to see that the Proteas, they are sharing their experience with Dominic Hendricks. They bringing that experience in, and it's good to have that. That is why it's so vital that the Proteas, when they are not playing, they come back and they play the provincial games so they can share and pass on their knowledge. And that's exactly what we've been seeing the whole day through.
There was a couple of images there of the band and some of the kids that are on the grass embankment here at Imperial Wanderers, just jiving about and almost looking like Pied Pipers as they attract all the children. It's wonderful to see that the fans are back and the fans are getting engaged with the band here.
Vian Mulder getting quite an introduction to his bowling spell.
Round the wicket. Oh, so nearly did George Linder chop that one on. And Bjorn Fortuyn coming in from a backward point region, trying to think about a run out there to George Linder, but he's not actually gotten the ball there. So his attempt at an underarm throw onto the stumps is not going to be fortuitous for him.
Wian Mulder will be looking to do the same job that Malusi Siboto was busy doing earlier on. Same relative amount of pace, some would argue more skilled.
Just tucked away off of his hips there. A little bit straighter on line there from Mulder. Magala does the cleanup work. And I'm sure you can all hear the wonderful sounds of that band. Very good to have them here with us at this One Day Cup game brought to you by Cricket South Africa.
A good partnership starting to form here for the Western Province. The two all-rounders really solidifying this run chase. We did say that 100-run partnership with the Lions really changed the game and swung it back to the favor of the home team. What will Wian Mulder do here?
Yeah, just on the back foot. Parnell's frustrated with himself because he's not able to get that one away. And Zubair, you're saying that the South African umpires, the local umpires, not worried about the band. This is St. George's without the wind, really.
It definitely is, as you can see, but our umpires are not moved. They would actually enjoy this, you know. And Wian Mulder running in for the 4th ball of his first over.
Round the wicket to Parnell, who just defends that one. And Magala does the clean-up work. He's now at mid-on. He's shifted around. Has Sasana Magala from the boundary. And it's Reza Hendricks who's replaced him there on the boundary. But I'd love to see a little bit more of Sasana Magala. He's bowled 5 overs, 2 for 19. I mean, Olufir, 3 for 15. He was put away early. But with these two at the wicket, I certainly think that there may be an opportunity for him to return to the attack. Mulder to Parnell. Squeezed away down to third man. Siboto does the clean-up work. And
It's been an
there you
easy
one.
over for the Western Province batters, this one. Wian Mulder not really posing the threat you'd expect, but however, it is his first over, so we must allow him time to set himself, understand what's happening with the ball in the pitch. The ball is a touch older, it says over halfway, so has to use more of that skill to get more from the pitch.
Just guided past, backward point. There's a valiant attempt there from Bjorn Fateh to cut off. Siboto swings round and cuts that off before it hits the boundary. 27 gone, 94 for 5. And the Lions with 93 runs to defend, 5 wickets. But Province still in the driving seat with these two at the wicket. To win from just 150 deliveries. And DLS par, if anybody is worried, is 114, but no real signs of rain. There is some rain clouds off in the distance, but they're not moving this way in a hurry. You can see the fans hanging out there with the band and absolutely enjoying it on a glorious Sunday afternoon here at the Imperial Wanderers.
The rain clouds may not be coming, Dave, but there's definitely rain coming here for the Western Province batters. Like you asked,
Varane is in the Varane is in the dugout.
Very nice one, and he's in the dugouts because some of the destruction that was caused by us. This very man, Sisanda Magala, has been responsible for 2 of those wickets. Seems like Dominic Hendricks heard you talking about bringing Sisanda Magala back. Let's see what he can do to start his 6th over.
Magala to a lovely shot there, played by the left-handed George Linder, overpitched by Sasanda Magala, and he wasn't going to miss out on that one.
Yeah. Something about left armers and cover drives. It just looks so sexy. It just looks so good, you know, so natural to it. So slightly over pitch first ball of this spell from Magala, and George Linder capitalized on that.
Sasanda Magala, no foreigner to the sounds of a brass band. And so he'll be wanting to make sure he capitalizes on this. Much better length there from Sasanda Magala, and that's why George Linder will only get the single. They move now to 99, one away from 100 runs up. And the South African cricketing fraternity, the South African cricketing family is truly blessed to have fans in once again. There were fans at Gqeberha, speaking of St. George's. There were fans at the CSA T20 tournament, but it's been a long time since we've seen families coming out here to all these stadiums. At the Imperial Wanderers in particular is where we are today. He comes around the wicket, does Magala to Parnell. Oh, he squared him up. There's a loud call of no. Looked uncomfortable with that last shot, did Parnell.
Extra bounce extracted there from Sisanda Magala. That hitting off the deck really hard. And running up the slope as well, giving time for the grip and pop up a little bit. So he has changed the ends as compared to his first spell, looking to see if he can get anything from this corlet drive end. But Wayne Parnell and George Linder have been well set in this partnership of theirs. Can he break it, Magala?
Hard, and that's
and he does!
got him.
What a beautiful delivery! As we're talking about it, his job is finished.
I was just about to say it's former Warriors teammates bowling to each other here, because Parnell and Magala were both in that setup, and the music of the band being reminiscent of St. George's, but it was Magala who came in, caught the edge, and a good low catch to the left of Ryan Rickleton. That dismisses the left-handed Wayne Parnell, and now could Province be in trouble here? 99 for 6. Linda is left standing, and he's going to be joined shortly by Kyle Simmons. There's going to have to be a defiant resurrection here as well.
Definitely does. And as you asked the question, Magala Julie replied and responded well with it. Look, this has been, if you see Burian Hendricks spell, as well as Wayne Parnell, and now Sisanda Magala also, we keep on saying the importance of line and length. He got Wayne Parnell to come a bit forward. First ball, he pitched it up. He dragged him. He brought him forward. And the second one, he just pulled it slightly back, and it did the trick. So make no mistake, a lot of mind games being played as well. And this is now a tough ask for the Western Province, coming back to your question. Really a tough ask, because if Vian Mulder does not get something in his next over 2, they are going to bring Dwayne Olivier from his side, and then Magala from this side. Beyond Fortuin still has 2 more overs, so it's really playing into Lions' hands for now.
Yeah, it's the Imperial Lions who are in a position not unfamiliar to Western Province, because remember, in this same game, Lions were 83 for 7, I believe it was, and now Province are 99 for 6, and the defiant knock coming from Sisanda Magala himself, as well as Rassie van der Dussen. It was, I mean, if it's not a man of the match performance, then I'm not sure what is. Sisanda Magala's got 3 in this game, and he got a 50. Tell me who else could contest for that. He goes now round the wicket to Carl Simmons with just 150 to his name. Oh! Beaten him on the inside edge there has Sisanda Magala. Ball that just nipped back off the surface. Carl Simmons had a sizable gap between bat and pad there, and that's where Magala found, like a surgeon, that small chasm between bat and pad. And a lovely bit of work there from Magala. He's now getting a word of advice from his skipper, Dominic Hendricks. Number 77 on his back is Dominic Hendricks, but seasoned campaigner. Magala continues around the wicket with a slip in place. Wide first slip around the wicket. Oh, that one he tried to overdo, tried to do too much in bringing that into the left-handed Carl Simmons. But that is the end of the 28th. A lovely over, 99 for 6.
Stuck in the mud he was there, Carl Simmons. Not moving his feet, just throwing the bat. Don't want to do that against someone who knows exactly where to place the ball, because might get an edge, another chop back, because we've seen those happen. And importantly now, the pitch is playing a little bit slower, we saw the carry with that catch. It's not the same zip that we saw in the first inning, so it's another element for the batters to deal with, having to adjust to the speeds of the play. So Susanda Magala has been excellent in his spell of bowling, absolutely brilliant. And we also talked about bringing in an attacking option to break the partnership. So it's very, very well done here from Dominic Hendricks.
Vian Mulder round the wicket to George London, just defends that one on the back foot. No run. I want to ask a question to either of you, and whoever would like it, please jump in. If we look at the Lions bowling attack, probably 2016, 2017, they struggled to find strike bowlers, and then they collected the services of Sisana Magala and Lutus Pamela, and that shifted the way that they were able to set out bowling lineups, as well as Duan Olivier before his exit to the United Kingdom. This one's driven out square, and they'll just get one for it. Do you think that the conversation was, traditionally we spoke about it earlier about the Wanderers being a batting wicket. Do you think that they've asked for a more sporting wicket as the 100 runs comes up from 175 deliveries?
Well, the Lions over the years have basically tried to accumulate and get that strike ball. You remember the services of Nandre Berger as well, left arm paceman, looking to become that element. Then they had
Garnet Kruger at one point.
Garnet Kruger,
Tyron Henderson.
They
Hardas
had
Voljuren.
Pommy. Come on, who?
Pommy Machikwe.
Thank you.
Round the wicket. Mulder slip in place. Oh, he's swiped at that eye. Umpy, please. Can we give that out, please? Because there's something there's a bit of a snick there. Come on, don't just not tell us what you think about that one.
I certainly heard something, to be honest.
Definitely heard a little nick there. Maybe it nicked the top of off stump. If those do happen.
Nah, come on, Umpy. Nobody said a word. What does that hit? Maybe it's the bat clicking, as Virat Kohli claimed at one point. But wonderful bowling here by Vian Mulder. Right arm around the wicket, passing umpire Sipela Lagasa, just defended and collected no run there.
Talking of fast bowlers, don't forget Buren Hendricks himself as well, who's played quite a few years here as well.
And then the strike man, Kagiso Rabada, even though not available often, having to travel and stuff, but during those infant years, those mid-2010s, he was a little bit more available before he became the superstar that he is today.
Chris Morris.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, is another one has come through the ranks here. Oh, this one's just defended. It's good line and length from Mulder. And, if you could go even further back with a number of wonderful bowlers. But it's seemingly become a more friendly wicket to both bat and ball here at the Imperial Wanderers. It used to be you come to the Wanderers, you win the toss and bat first. But Province deciding today that they'll have a bowl, 100 for 6, chasing 187. I'm going to ask the umpy next to me, right decision or not? We'll see after this delivery from Mulder. He's not going to get anything for it. That's a dot ball once again. It's well bowled by Mulder. Just the one from the over. Tight stuff.
As they say, the ugly side of cricket is that if you win, what an amazing choice to make, and when you lose, is what was he thinking? We cannot understand why would he do such a thing, go against. So that's what it is. But in these conditions, I would feel that it was a good call to make, just batsmen not applying themselves from both the teams, to be honest.
We said the same thing around Dean Elgar in New Zealand in that second test. The question was, what was he thinking? Because it was the first, I think it was only the second time since 2010 that they'd decided to win the toss and bat, but proving fruitful in the end. This one's driven hard on the up from the left-handed George Linder, and Bavuma cuts it off.
Just I see first one right up there, giving it to George Linder to drive at it. Do not be surprised if he second or third ball he pulls his length slightly, ever so slightly back. Could be a setup as well.
Umpires always watching the subtle nuances of the game. Magala around the wicket. Yeah, it was a flash outside that off stump, but falling safely in the end to that man at third man.
No qualms there from Sisanda Magala. He'll be happy if the ball comes off the bat the way that it just did. He does do this thing of coming to the white line of the pitch. He's going as wide as he possibly can to close down that angle. So he kind of forces the left-hander to play at the ball. And it's actually a bit harder since it's not a proper batsman at the crease.
Oh, that one surprising George Linder a little bit. It's always a challenge that umpires face. You know, you've got to almost have chameleon eyes where you're looking at the batter in front of you, but you're also out of the peripheral vision, watching the front foot. And even worse is the return crease. It's that side crease where you are trying to keep an eye on it when a bowler's coming wide of the crease there. You've got to have three eyes and multiple directional vision.
Yeah, peripheral vision is very, very important as an umpire, as a good umpire, if you want to be. It really is.
Oh, that one's going to be wide. Maybe looking for a delivery that George Linder would chase, but not to be the case. And so Magala's going to have to bowl that one again. It's the fifth of the innings. 5 of those wides.
Those balls do have a tendency of clipping something on its way behind the back onto the wicket keeper. Wicket taking delivery, maybe, but a misaligned one there by Sisanda Magala. That's not his plan.
I've always felt something like that is trying to buy a wicket more than trying to actually strike for that wicket. He's not going to get anything for it. Change in the field now. Bjorn Fortuin is going out to deep square, which suggests in the next 2 deliveries something short and into the body of George Linder here.
Or will it be a bluff and
Carl
he
Simmons,
goes
rather.
Carl Simmons, or would it be a bluff and he goes full and straight?
Plus, they do have that slip fielder there. Still a threat.
Let's see what happens here. Oh, it's a line and length delivery. Wonderfully cut off there by Mitch van Buren at backward point. So no run there. So we got neither of the two. Both of you were wrong. There's no short pitch bowling. There's
Got the edge to the backward point. It was a good ball outside that off stump. He's doing a good job here, Sisanda Magala. Can't discount.
my money's on a Yorker here.
I think he's going for a short one there.
Okay,
Because
so
he's held it back, so it shows he will.
he comes around the wicket to Carl Simmons. Oh, that was a full and wide one. Not really what you would have wanted. Maybe slightly straighter to put some pressure on Carl Simmons. That's the end of the 30th. 102 for 6. Just a reminder as well that yes, next week Sunday is Pink Day, One Day International. But before that, on Friday at 1 o'clock, it's South Africa, Bangladesh in the first One Day International. And they'll be live from Supersport Park. We'll bringing you every single moment of that series. 3 one-day internationals, and then following on from that, a 2-match test series to conclude the South African home summer. Right, Vian Mulder, as you've heard the stadium announcer, right arm round the wicket to George Linder, who just defends that and placed a bit of a hockey shot there to try and keep it in front of his eyes. Good skill there from George Linder, but no run and no wicket.
Lions need wickets, as we've been saying. Should they have a slip in place for the left armour, George Linder? Because, as we've said before, Vian Mulder is very much like Malusi Siboto, where they keep line and length, and they, left armers and edges, there is something.
Oh, just cuts this one back into the body of George Linder.
It's an interesting thing to note here is how straight Ryan Rickleton is standing behind the stumps. he's truly indicating that that ball is not going to be too wide. It's going to be coming for the stumps. It's going to be coming straight, looking for the inside edge, looking for the bold. And you can see that on the leg side, we have that fine leg, we have that deep square to just protect the boundaries for that straight ball, and the mid wicket to attack and claim that wicket. So let's see if it will happen.
It's going to be wide from umpire Arnu Jacobs at square leg. And it's also the signal of 1 for the over. Umpire Zubair, that's technically in the laws a no ball, but playing conditions directed as a wide.
As a wide, yeah.
Why the change in the laws when the playing conditions don't mirror it? And at no level am I aware of it being called as a no ball. I understand that all playing conditions suggest that it is a wide. Why change that in the laws? The question will be asked to you after this delivery. On the back foot, punches, but only finds 14 for company.
Yes, your playing conditions, PCs well known as, overrides your laws, right? So, and you correctly pointed out that in the law it is a no ball and not a wide. But game has changed over the years. You must remember some of the laws were written. Jan Mulder runs in.
Yeah, just the one there.
Touch outside.
The laws were
written many years back, and there has been changes, as we know, 1st of October, that there are going to be multiple changes to certain things. To be honest, I'm not at why it has not changed over. This law has not been changed, but you know what? It's working fine. There is.
What would you prefer? Would you prefer it to be a no ball or a wide? Because technically, a wide, if I'm not mistaken, Law 22 says, I'll give it to you after this one. It's driven hard, and that's gone on the bounce to Mitch van Buren. So nearly could have carried to him. He's very close in off of the ring there, not able to carry in the end. Outside the reach of the striking batsman. But a no ball is an unplayable delivery.
That's right.
And I think that's where the law changes maybe come from, because it's unplayable.
There is more to the no ball law. It does not stop there, as so does the wide. That if the batsman brings it within his reach, then it's not a wide ball. The wide marking moves with him.
He swats this away off of his nose. A lovely played shot there by Kyle Simmons. He's not going to be intimidated rather by the short one. 31 gone, 105 for 6.
So coming back to our no ball and wide ball, so the red marking that you see, the wide marking, it moves with the batsman. It's a guideline.
It's not hard and fast.
It moves with your batsman. If the batsman moves towards it, the wide line moves as well. If he moves away, the wide line still stays, right?
But
and
isn't there a change upcoming to upset that? Okay.
There is a change upcoming. Now coming back to the law, that it does not stop at that unplayable delivery. It also goes further on to say that it depends on the bowler's pace, right, length, and batsman's ability. So there is more to that as well. So
we'll just carry on with that. After this Magala delivery, comes over the wicket, chipped out, and it's again agonizingly bounced short of Dominic Hendricks. He would want to run in as opposed to walk in, but it shows how the two-paced nature of this wicket. We saw the previous wide going well over the head of the batsman, and this one just sticking in the wicket.
I prefer Magala bowling from over the wicket than around the wicket to the left.
And it shows why. Almost getting a wicket there. The ball is holding up a bit more. Juices the drive as well. Very good lines there.
Just defended. You were saying about the no ball law.
The no ball law. That so, take for example your KG going to bowl at the club level to a number 11 who does not know how to hold the bat.
Right.
He cannot be bowling bounces to that number 11 batsman.
Okay.
That would be a no ball. So that needs to be there for that purpose.
For the protection and safety
Protection
of
of
somebody
that
like that.
somebody like that.
Magala into the pads and whipped away comfortably there by Carl Simmons. There, two men converging, trying to cut that off. They won't get there. 4 runs.
That was an absolutely cracking shot from Carl Simmons. That is the price you pay when you're coming over the wickets. You have to be absolutely on the mark. Go outside that off stump. If you stray anywhere close to that leg or middle stump, you will get dispatched. And as we keep on saying, left-handers, either at the top of the order, middle as these guys are, when it goes to the pads, you are going to fly and go fetch that over the fence.
They're falling ever so slightly behind the required rate here are 6 Gangrel Western Province. They're going at 3.5 with 4.2 the required, but that boundary will certainly assist them. He comes back round the wicket and squeezes this one square of the wicket, does Carl Simmons, beating the dive in vain from Mitch van Buren, who's probably collected a pocket full of grass clippings as he's swung around there on the strip. It's never enjoyable as a fielder having to field on the square, or some outfields. I'm sure Zubair, you can attest as well to some of the club outfields. You struggle. At a short cover, so you might imagine a cutter or a slow ball coming into place here for the last 2 deliveries. Magala to Linda. Alright, just straying down on the leg side and then tucked away nicely in the end. Supporters, if you're a Western Province supporter, well, keep them planted. If you're superstitious. Reminds me of, speaking of umpires, David Shepherd was somebody who liked to lift one leg in the air when umpiring.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter who it was always
That
Nelson.
was his thing.
Magala starts and then stops and reverses and restarts again. 1 ball remaining in the 32nd. Will Nelson strike? Great stop there by Reza Hendricks. It came very quickly and getting his hands to it. 32 gone. Nelson for 6.
Feels as if 6 under Magala lost that over. It wasn't his and the Lions to win and write home about. Straight after that boundary, they dispensed of the attacking option. They looked to become a little bit more defensive. Sisanda Magala changed his angle of attack from over the wicket and had to come back around where he's seemingly more comfortable and has been operating throughout the whole match. So definitely the partners out there in the crease as the batters won that battle. Can they carry on now with Wian Mulder steaming in?
Oh, it just works its way. They think about a quick one, but Bavuma is all over it and kills that idea very quickly of a drop and go. And that's exactly why he's in there. He's not necessarily in there for a mistime shot, but rather to cut off drop and goes, because there's a fielder out at deep mid wicket as well as fine leg, a very squarish fine leg, and one at third man and deepish point region really. So a lot of short stuff maybe coming his way. And this one's just cut off by Wian Mulder from the shot there from George Linder. It's never an easy job being an umpire. You always have to have your wits about you, keep your calmness and confidence. And South Africa has produced a number of wonderful umpires over the years. Rudy Kurtzen, Barry Lamson, those two particularly stick in my mind. And recently, Adrian Holstock being included in the test grouping, the ICC test grouping. Mulder has Linda driving hard but not able to find a gap.
Not to mention Maria Rasmus.
How could I forget Maria? How could I forget Maria?
Umpire of the year of past year.
Listen, my favorite umpire is Bongani Jele. My guy looks like I don't know, he umpires like he's wearing a suit. He just oozes class and confidence. He is excellent. I am a big fan of Bongani Jele. Round the wicket. Mulder. To Linda, who drops this off and takes a quick one. There's a shy, and he's hit the stumps, has Mitch van Buren. There's a stifled call of how's that, but most of the noise coming from the grass embankment here where the fans have called for the wicket. But he's home safely in the end.
A very good single there from the batters. Their partnership is still worth 13. Rian Mulder steaming and charging for those stumps. He still hasn't provided the threat that we are looking for, the threat that the captain Dominic Hendricks will be looking for. But he has been extremely economical in his very much, 22 balls, just conceded 8 runs. Continues here against Linda Simmons.
He just pushes this out to the offside, no run. And for me, gentlemen, I've kind of felt in the last 3 or 4 overs, there's been no music, no announcement. It's been very quiet. Maybe there's load shedding here locally, which means the generators are running, but the band is also silent, and so it's become a very restful atmosphere, and I think that could be deathly for the Imperial Lions if they want to snuff these final 4 wickets out. Oh, he bowled him! I called it against the run of play. Well, I didn't call it. I was lamenting the lack of energy, and it was the undoing of Carl Simmons. That off stump looked like an Olympic gymnast.
A full shot there from Carl Simmons, reading the length incorrectly, going back onto his back foot to pull that away. Rian Mulder has been targeting those stumps. We've been talking that his plan is to bowl straight as possible. And finally, the top of off stump has been clattered. The band is now rejuvenated. The switch was that off stump doing a dance move, asking the band to play some music.
We apologize for the image you've just seen there. Ryan Rickleton, sharing with us his underjocks. But time now for a brief drinks break, and we'll be back with you in just a moment.
Mihlali Mpongwana now walks in as man number 9. 112 for 7 are Western Province. They still require another 75 runs to win this fixture. George Linder is still there for 22. He looks to anchor the inning now, but he has a tough task against him here. It seems very difficult. The Lions had Rasif van der Dussen, who's a pure batsman, to anchor the inning. Now they're looking for the left arm, for the left-handed all-rounder to do something, as Malusi Siboto has the cherry and is about to start his second spell and the 34th over of this match.
A white cherry? Or is it going to be an egg? Got to be an egg. Come on, surely.
It's a good start there with a quick single. Baboom! Nearly smashing the stumps. Looks like George Linder was far from his ground. Such was the disappointment from the fielding side. Themba Bavuma, sharp and quick. We've been talking about how nippy he is on the field. He has a good arm, good aim as well. That was very close to Linder walking back into the change room.
How that would have shifted the game if that had hit.
Malusi Siboto already coming back, already causing a threat. Of course, not from his arm, but the team is very much rejuvenated. It is after drinks. The batters need to restart what they're doing. They have to build up to those 74 runs because the required rate is still under 6 runs and over. Just 4 now. It's a good ball, some movement back into the right-hander here, Malusi Siboto. That pace again. Ball is softer now. The pitch is even drier. It's been used for a whole lot during the course of the day, so he is looking to extend that wicket column and put one next to his name too. Ooh, streaky defensive shot there by Mihlali Mpongwana, but whatever it is or however they come, he has put his mark on the board. 1 run now, edged down to third man, bringing George Linder back into strike to face the rest of the 3 balls left in the over.
Linder's on 23, but again, he has to find some partner at the other end. It was Tony Zorzi who was without a consistent partner for a while, and now it's the left arm spinner who wants a fan at the other end.
Oh, he just almost loses a wicket for himself. The bat spinning in his hand as the ball grips and takes time to reach him. He pops it. Just had a chance.
I think Fortuin may have slipped there. He
Just
was
had a
right on the
chance.
edge of the square, and I think as he tried to go after it, not quite getting the sure footing that he would have liked, and now skipper Dominic Hendricks is saying just come 1 or 2 steps onto the square so that you have that footing.
Malusi Siboto showing why he's a threat. 2 balls left. Goes to the hip as I jinx him. Easy single for George Linder as deep square picks that up. Easy rotation of strike.
Certainly everybody has been getting their steps in today with the number of lefties in this province side. You're not going to worry about it. You'll watch, or whatever way you keep your step counter will be buzzing. Probably around the 10th over. Now we're 34 nearly done.
Last ball by Malusi Siboto introduces a very good drive from Mihlali Mpongwana, but in retaliation was very, very good fielding there from Rasif van der Dussen, diving to his right, restricting that to just 1. And 118 for 7 is the score now for Western Province, and they're still 69 runs behind from the score that they need to cover. 34 overs gone. Linder's on 26. Mpongwana still on 2.
Do you think I should just say that the game is slowing down again, then the Lions will pick up a wicket here? Do you think that's the secret to success?
Oh, the game has slowed down, Dave. Vian Mulder now has a chance to bowl to a right-hander, and the right-hander is still new in the crease. Mihlali Mpongwana, he got one to hit the middle of the bat, it just as it hit it. So he'll be looking to see if he can time it from Vian Mulder, coming over the wicket with a slip in place.
What What a bit of fielding there from Mitch van Buren. That was hit like an absolute rocket. And Mitch van Buren getting hands to it. Wow.
Continues to middle them, Mihlali Mpongwana. Very supported by his field, Wian Mulder. He'll be looking to continue attacking the length he was bowling to the left-hander. That time just a touch short, just wider than where he should be. Magala's there on about second slip by himself, waiting for that mistimed shot from the tail-ender. From the back foot, just punching that to the sweeper, just a single, 119.
Confident shot there from Mihlali Mpongwana. Guys coming to the wicket for Six Gun Grill Western Province at number 9, but showing off his skill. We've seen it with the tailenders enjoying the time at the wicket, and it was certainly a case that if you picked up wickets early, you were in this game. But as the ball gets older, it's been less and less venomous. But Mulder having picked up a wicket in his previous over.
This time he concedes a 4 with an absolute cracker of a shot from George Linder. Goes back and he slaps that in front of Sisanda Magala at mid-on, who dove for his life. But a lifeless attempt as the ball seeps through and onto the boundary it goes. 123 for 7. George Linder now moves to 30. A confident stroke, as we were talking about there, Dave.
And that's what you want to see as a Province fan. 123 for 7. And there's a short interval here as the ball has gone between one of the advertising hoardings, and the security is trying to direct the man trying to do the collection work there. Maybe hiding under an advertising cushion.
The ball needs a break after being thudded like that. It's trying to hide away from a bashing that it's getting.
Sisanda Magala tries to go assist, almost like an Easter egg hunt, but they find it in the end.
That was an excellent stroke by George Linder. Back foot punch past Sisanda Magala. Very hard stroke to play. He's played it with ease, and Wian Mulder runs in.
Fourth ball of the over. Very tidy line and length from Wian Mulder. Almost mimicking the ball that was the wicket-taking delivery. Aware of the threat, George Linder. He's already done the damage in the over. Just paring that away. Looking to see if he can live for another day and find another bad ball that he can dispatch. Wian Mulder just conceding his first boundary. He has been bowling tidily. George Linder looking to attack now.
Much better from Wian Mulder. Much better, forcing Linder onto the back foot. Like you said, he's not an express paceman, but his ability to control line and length and maybe use some of his variations is where he is most skillful.
He's
got to be able to pick up another one here, or the Lions as a whole need to pick up another one here, probably before the 40th, without giving the Province batters too much of a head start as they head towards the final 10.
100%. 64 runs doesn't seem to be too bad for the batters as Wian Mulder looks to close us off. And he does so poorly as he drifts onto the pads. Helping that along the way was the pad of George Linder, and the leg bye has been called as it strolls all the way for 4. 4 leg byes in the bag. 127 runs are the Western Province now searching for 60 in the last 15 overs.
Linder now on 13, Mpongwana on 3. This partnership was 15. And like you said, it's 60 from 15 overs. They're currently going at 3.6, and the required is down to 4. And the conversation here between Dominic Hendricks and Malusi Siboto, two seriously experienced cricketers, will be that they need to keep things tight.
Mpongwana, since coming on, he's looked good. He's muddled everything, and there's Siboto running in. Again, front foot defense, good defense, strong defense. doesn't look like a number 9. Really strong showing from Mpangwana, and George Linder would be happy with it. With him playing like that, he would feel that he has a partner, and they could chase down 60 required from 14.5 deliveries.
The game of cricket has seen stranger things happening. Siboto will be wanting to make sure that doesn't happen. But what a beautiful defensive stroke. Full face of the bat. Well balanced. The head is right over the contact of the ball, going to kiss it. So he's showing that he has some class in the bag, but can he use that class to actually score the runs that Western Province need at this moment in time?
It's change of field here. Slip is being dispensed with. Mid-wicket going out to a deep mid-wicket region, and the slipper coming now to sit on the square, possibly for a mistimed pull shot or a leading edge.
Siboto runs in for the third. Dancing down the pitch is Mpongwana, showing that he can also advance and try to push the run rate. But a good awareness there from Siboto changes up his pace. Forces a defensive shot from Mpongwana, which exerts into a dot delivery.
Trying to perhaps force Malusi Siboto to shift his lengths, and I think crucially to the success of Siboto has to be the way that he is reading this youngster's movements with his feet as he brings deep square in.
Very good ball from Malusi Siboto. He knows exactly what he needs to do in order not to concede the runs. He's a specialist in these types of situations. The middle overs, dry up the runs, put pressure, and the wicket might come from out of absolutely nowhere. He's such a threatening man. You don't want to just let loose just because he seemingly doesn't have pace or because he takes a wicket per match. He is a threatening bowler. Another good ball, another quick single. George Linder is under fire with Themba Bavuma missing the stumps, but he might have been home. Transfers the strike to George Linder so he can face the last ball. Mpongwana seems to be very competent with the bat. He understands what he needs to do with his partner. Maybe he doesn't mind facing the full over. But now George Linder surely will be looking for a single.
He very well may likely do so. I'd love to see Dwan Olivier replace Vian Mulder at the start of the next over. He's only bowled the 3 overs. The question is he fit enough to be able to bowl them?
Ooh, there he goes with that variation, Malusi Siboto. George Linder going for the expansive drive. Remember, 2 of the 7 wickets fell with an expansive drive, chopping it back into the stumps. But he survives. 7 wickets down, 128 runs on the board with 14 overs left. There might be a chance for Western Province, unless if another wicket falls.
And in order for Lions to restrict the Western Province, it seems like they've brought Beon Fortuin back. He's got only 2 more overs left, so Lions would be hoping that he does get a wicket here or 2 to put pressure on the Western Province or to close this game off.
And he does pose danger beyond Fortuin, only going for a touch above 2 runs and over for his 8, and in return, a very good return on his investment to get 3 of those wickets. He is dangerous in the beginning of the spell. He's dangerous in the middle overs. He's dangerous everywhere, such is why he was once selected to be a Protea himself. Very skillful bowling order here by the Lions.
I think his management of flight and pace is is what's going to hopefully pick up a wicket here for the Lions. Mhlali Mpongwana has really batted well. He bowled well earlier today, barring some expensive overs, but he's now got a partner, George Linder, as they head towards the final 14.
For the ball to spin away from him, he has Sisanda Magala as an attacking option. There's also that short extra cover, but is not needed as he defends very well in that V. plays with a high elbow, introducing the full face of the bat to whichever ball he's going to play. Mbongwana, it's a mark of a man who's well taught. Has his processes in hand with that one rocketing to the back foot. Just defending that, looking to see out for Dane, or wait for that really bad ball to dispatch.
The quicker one, watch it as it comes through between bat and ball, bat and pad. Don't be surprised if that one's driven, but I think if Fortain sets him up nicely here, don't be surprised if he's bowled.
Fortain comes in for the fourth. It's way slow as it holds up in the air. Mbongwana gets a cut shot. Dove for his life, Melusi Siboto there, but just stopping it for a single. Duano Lefia continues.
Doesn't seem like he was moving very quickly, almost in slow motion. Changing the field now. Mitch van Buren is going out to deep, or car corner almost, or as a mid-wicket really. Mid-wicket slash car corner. And Sisanda Magala's coming to a 45. Deep backward square Ulufir, as well as Siboto in the ring. Had a very wide mid-on, and there's a long on as well.
Full and straight.
It's well played. It's well played. He knew there was a gap there on the onside, and just almost playing an indoor cricket shot. Well played, sir.
Just one more ball to go in this over, and then one more over for Bjorn Fortuin. If the Western Province batsmen can hold on, which they have, they will be fairly happy, because that means Fortuin only has one more over and Magala's got 2 more overs. Those two are the standout bowlers for the Lions. And so Lions would be hoping that someone else would put their hands up in terms of taking wickets. So far, bowling-wise, Mulder, Siboto, Olafir, they've bowled at a good rate, but the importance here is wickets. It is not runs so much. Licking runs isn't an issue. It's more of taking wickets.
100%, and posting a score that's below 200 as well. You'd be wanting your defense force, your bowlers, to be really out here hungry for those wickets. And Siboto now looks to get his first on the board. Ooh, close enough as a mild appeal happens. Going onto his back foot was there George Linder, missing the outside edge and carrying to the wicketkeeper Ryan Rickleton there. Malusi Siboto almost claiming the wickets of George Linder.
Yeah, so nearly could have picked up a stick here, and it's always the case with Malusi Siboto. First or last delivery of his overs, he almost always picks up something.
Such a danger man, unpredictable in when he will be a lethal threat. Running in for his second. Ball is straighter, very sharp single. Magala is just touch slow in retrieving that, doesn't attack it, but either way, single has been transacted. 131 runs with Mbongwana now having the strike of the ball.
Yeah, you would imagine, speaking of bowlers, that Duan Ulufir really struggling with him only bowling 3 overs. I mean, as a test bowler, surely he shouldn't be bowling just the 3, but obviously based on the way he was struggling a little bit earlier, maybe with some of his breathing or some abdominal struggles, that he's just fielding for the remainder of this game, and so they'll have to find the 7 elsewhere.
They'll definitely need that 7th if this is the continuation of the bowling, looking to be a bit more aggressive, looking to hit the deck hard halfway through, missing the line though. Going through that chest height, Mbongwana swiveling around it as he dances and lets that go for a wide delivery.
And what has happened is Mbongwana has been so solid in his defense and taking singles that now it's the Lions bowlers that has to try something different to get him out. And it seems like Siboto's taken on the short ball as his weapon, which Mbongwana takes a single off nice and easy. So far, so good for Western Province. that the number 9 is doing an extremely good job.
The rate required is now 4.3, but frustratingly, I think, for the Imperial Lions, there's only been 2 maidens in this innings, and so when you've got not that much to defend, you want to be succinct and tight with your runs.
Ooh, getting another chance, Malusi Siboto. He's bowling incredibly well against the left-handed George Linder. He's actually bowling well in general here during these middle overs. Going for the hoik shots through that points region. Missing everything, another play and a miss. Second run in his 4-ball over so far.
Looked like it may have been a knuckleball there from Malusi Siboto.
Showing his array of skill, but unfortunately that time just missing it a little bit, going into the hip, allowing for the single as George Linder just guides that to deep square leg, and with 1 ball remaining he has a shot at Mihlali Mpongwana once more.
Mpongwana only on 6, but like you've said, guys, he's looking very comfortable with bat in hand, and the way that the Lions are going to be able to have to dismiss them will be certainly through a great piece of bowling.
Siboto closes off the last ball of the 38th over just as well as Mpongwana closed off that defensive stroke. Wonderful batting, wonderful bowling. 38th over finished. 134 for 7 is the scoreline. The band is up and it's alive once more, looking for the home side to bag these last 3 wickets.
It's 7 down when the province bowlers were struggling, and it's 7 down where the Lions bowlers are struggling. They've got to be able to close this innings out if they want any chance of collecting points here and their second win.
And that is the question we asked when Western Province were bowling, that where is the wicket coming from? And as we said, Beyond Fortuin with his last over, and let's see if he can do some damage for the Lions.
Beyond Fortuin starts like he's been doing all this time with another dot ball. He has bowled an allotment of 55 balls, only 19 runs and 3 wickets for his spell. It's been absolutely magnificent, and he just concedes 1 single. You don't mind those. It's a problem when it becomes boundaries, however. But he hasn't been giving any of those Beyond Fortuin, so you can't expect him to drop the ball after so much hard work.
He's going to come around the wicket now to Mpongwana with the slip lurking in behind him. Oh my word, that so nearly could have been something. Bails dislodged, but it was from the gloves of Ryan Rickleton.
Giving that extra flight as well, drawing Mpongwana into the shots, who's looked confident, but just missing his mark with that lack of pace and lack of sharpness from Fortuin. And even though Mpongwana has been bowling well, there will come a point where the pressure of him not scoring runs consistently will start playing in his mind. He's faced 18 balls for these 6 runs.
Oh.
Beyond Fortuin going more attacking. There's a mistake. There's a miss called here. Ball watching was Mihlali Mpongwana. He looks like he got hit somewhere because he turned around very quickly. George Linder was halfway down the pitch. Dominic Hendricks rather, throwing it back, but he made it back on time. Almost another run out.
You feel a direct hit would have created that chance. He just came in. Last ball of the Fortuin spell.
And he ends it really well, ending it exactly like how he started his last over. George Linder will be very happy with his work here, Dave.
Yes, certainly. I mean, he's come to the wicket with Province in trouble. He scored 34 and is contributing with the bat. He's found a partner in Mihlali Mpongwana, and they have batted really well today to defy a Lions rout. 135 for 7, 11 overs remaining. They need 52. Required rate is nearly 5, and they're going at 3.5. So the platform is certainly there, and the Lions need to find a way to break through here if they want to find any sort of success here in the second one-day cup game.
Should be a touch easier The most dangerous bowler for the Lions, Bjorn Fortuin, has finished his spell, a wonderful one as Siboto starts the 40th. Back of a length, pushing it on his back foot. George Linder middled that as well. So he's really has his eye in the game. His balance and his shot creation and shot selection as well is very commendable, George Linder. You would think that he's a full-on batsman the way we are watching him bat here today.
Susana Magala, a man who's got 3 wickets to his name as well as 50 runs, but he can only sit back and watch because he's got 2 overs in the bank, and Captain Dominic Hendricks will be keeping him close in terms of the support that he'll be giving the bowlers, but also being mindful of the fact that this game might come down to the wire. 3 wickets in hand, 52 runs to win. Linda's on 34, and if the Lions pick up a wicket here, you might expect that it's the end of the game.
You might think it is because George Linder just played a very good on drive. It seems to be running all the way. Fantastic fielding there on the boundary by Reza Hendricks. That was a very good shot. It teased the fielder all the way. Such is the true nature of his timing and the outfield as well.
It definitely is. For a moment it looked like it's just a single, but it kept on running away, and Reza was taken aback. He was surprised that he had to put in a dive to stop that one from going over the boundary.
Running down the slope as well was the ball, so exaggerating the timing from George Linder. Just 2 runs conceded though. Malusi Siboto goes a touch slower. Just punched there to the back to backward point. Still needing 50 now. It's 50 needed to win. Malusi Siboto still hasn't dented the wicket column just as yet. His rate is also just a slightly more expensive than what you would want it to be, but he has a chance to redeem himself to end this 8th over.
It's almost too comfortable now as these two are rotating the score here. There's no obscene amounts of pressure on either of these 2 batters. 1 ball remaining in this, the 40th. Just some updates from what's going on elsewhere. The G-Bet's Rocks are 78, looks like 82 rather, for 2. As this one's driven by Michael Copeland down the wicket, and that takes him to 8. 82 for 2. They're chasing 168. And that's against the iTech Knights in the other game. Lions 138 for 7.
The band is up in arms and almost were the Lions players. A big inside edge into the pads, Mihlali Mpongwana. And for the first time in a very long time, we've seen him miss time at delivery. He's looking to up that rate, which is why now things are starting to be a bit more challenging, and he's attacking a bowler who wants that to happen to him.
Yeah, we've reached the stage now, last 10 overs left, 49 runs to win. We've reached the stage where who cracks under pressure? Is it going to be the Lions or is it going to be the batsmen? It's the start of the 3rd power play. The 41st over, and it looks like Dwayne Olivier is back in bowling. So is this the equivalent to, as Sir Alex Ferguson would say, the squeaky bum time?
So hold on, if you're saying Sir Alex Ferguson, then you've got to think of Dwayne Olivier as Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Not as a coach, but in his playing career would come in 90th minute.
And funny enough, he was subbed off, and he could come back as a super sub, such was Ole Gunnar Solskjaer known for. So Dwayne Olivier seems to have recovered from the little strain and niggle that he had. He's only bowled 3 overs, gone for 15. Now the job that he has is not wicket taking, it's run preservation. Smashed that, George Linder! Right before our eyes, we couldn't even keep up to where the ball was. We just saw the boundary mats dancing as the ball clattered against it. What a cracking shot from George Linder. 142 for 7.
Yeah, the pace at which Dwayne Olivier bowls with quicker it's onto the bat, quicker it's going to disappear. And so if he doesn't get his lines and lengths on the money straight away, he's going to be under pressure here, because it's not like the Lions have a lot of runs to play with.
Looks to recover with the second ball. Much better indeed. Just a touch off the back of a length, forcing Van der Linde on the back foot. But he has the right to, he's earned the right to defend that, George Linde, having cracked that one for the 4-4-4.
Well, he needs just less than 5 to the over, so he's got 4 to begin. He needs what, 1 from the over, and he's got 4 balls with which to do it. Pressure is always going to be on the Lions bowlers.
Dwan Olivier. Third ball is short. It's pulled in front of square cow corner. Rian Mulder does a great job to come around and collect that and prevent it from running to the boundary. A single, and just as you've said, David, just one more run and they are on par with the rate that they need to be going at. But with 3 more balls left, there's potential for Olivier to be more expensive than what he wants. Or just maybe, he could be the man who's needed to claim one of these wickets, especially Mpongwana, who's looking now to up his scoring rate as well. Driven aerially just for one moment, but mid-on is there stopping the singles, very defensive, restricting him, trying to keep him in this one end. They have the option to put 5 fielders out, but they're only using 4 since this is the last power play, making sure that they are preventing Mpongwana from relieving himself from the strike.
You want a strike bowler like Dwan Olivier to be bowling to the number 9. He's on 6, so it's not like he's got away at all.
Dances down the track, challenging Dwan Olivier straight down to the ground and up to Sisanda Magala, who's still another threat as the overs run through with two overs remaining. But we can see the change in intent that Mihlali Mpongwana is looking to put here. Don't just take on Dwan Olivier for nothing.
Yeah, if he's going to come down the wicket to a guy like Dwan Olivier, you've got to make the most of it, and he certainly has done that as Olivier continues round the wicket for the last ball to George Linde.
Drifts to the pads, bread and butter for the left-hander. They might be running for 2. It's very quick. And at the end, it seems easier than what we made it out to be. The end of the 41st over, a very successful one. 9 runs taken from it. 146 for 7 is the current score line. George Linde nearing that 50. He is smelling it as if it was gravy in the kitchen. Mpongwana is still on 7, trying to be a supportive partner, but has taken 24 balls for that 7. Might be looking to up it up just a little bit.
Valuable contribution here by Mpongwana. And with Linde 6 away from a 50. There's a change in bowling now as Sisanda Magala comes in for his 9th in the 42nd over.
And this is the final dice for Lions in trying to show aggression, that they're not leaving Magala for the last 2 overs, last 4 overs. They are going for the kill, and they know how important it is to get a wicket now, otherwise there will be nothing left at the end to defend. So it's good to see the attacking tactics played out here by Dominic Hendricks. They still fixing last minute field.
And you're spot on there. You're spot on there, Zube, because look at how the field has changed. He has the right to go short, and he has the capabilities too, Magala. Oh, goes on to the hip here, not short enough. Just tucked that away around the corner, Mpongwana, to give the strike to George Linde. 40 runs to win. It seems closer and closer, and this game, which looked like it was dead meat, with 187 on the board, all of a sudden there's a chance here for Western Province. Even though they were looking to capitulate in the beginning of the match, they've steadily recovered it with this partnership for 35 runs.
Long conversations here between Dominic Hendricks, Malusi Siboto and Sisanda Magala, thinking about their options. Where is the next wicket going to come from? And they decide that they're going to send Malusi Siboto to almost 3/4 or halfway long on. They're bringing in fine leg. Siboto's making his way down to the boundary. He's wide of the crease here, and Ulufir is the man who comes in. Magala's coming around the wicket to George Linder, who's 6 away from a 50.
Comes in straight. He looks to pierce that gap between cover point and mid-off, but it does so unsuccessfully. And if he can be able to thread that gap, it's a free fall because the sweeper is just at that point boundary. He'll never cover that shot if he has to thread it through the covers.
Risk and reward, because the Lions need a wicket here, and I think if they're too hesitant in it, I think this game could so easily be one that is lost.
No movement as you would expect, like in the night time. So hard work here for Magala. Drifts to the pads, a big appeal, maybe desperate because they truly want that wicket. Looks like it was drifting down the leg. Desperate appeal, but it's a leg by, and most importantly, one more run added to the scoreboard.
Yeah, just having a look at that one. Maybe it would have gone down the leg side. P, what do you think?
It definitely was going down.
Went through the stumps.
He was already doing the waves of bear, saying, "Hey man, listen, it's no chance." But now a chance to redeem himself here. Sisanda Magala now facing Mpongwana. Full and straight, it's a touch aerial as he looks to advance the scoring here. Mihlali Mpongwana. Bavuma going for a dive, but just a single as Bjorn Fontaine consolidates the collection of the ball. Just one run into it and nearing that 150 mark here are the Western Province.
Yeah, 2 balls left in this over, and again we'll see Siboto make his way down to long on. Bavuma now at a car corner, so certainly the option of catching in the deep is there for the Imperial Lions.
Magala goes a little bit tired there, but it just clipped the glove on its way through, saving the embarrassment of what could have been a very, very bad ball. But it slowed down as it touched that glove as Ryan Rickleton just gets that back. And most importantly now for the Lions, that was a dot ball.
Magala has a lot of work here to do to wrap up this over with some skill. He's just conceded the 3, and so he'll want to finish strong here.
Goes straight as he just rolls his fingers. There's a chance for another run out here. The fans were up in arms. So were the Lions fielders. They were backing Reza Hendricks to hit the stumps, and George Linder felt no choice but to leap to save his wickets. But luckily enough, nothing there as they survive. And it's still 149 for 7 after the end of 42 overs. Sisanda Magala left with 1.
Mihlali Mpongwana was having to scramble there quickly. There was a yes and then a no, and that's why he found himself almost skating on ice, trying to get home safely in the end. Long conversation now. Rickleton, Van der Dussen and Hendricks to see what the plan is and how they're going to guide the bowlers in the final 8 overs.
It was a strange one from George Linder because so far he's shown faith in Mpongwana, and it seemed like this last ball he's lost all the faith and he wanted the single, and which was not on. And then luckily for them, no damage was done. And take nothing away from Mpongwana's, although he's only on 9, he's played sort of your Magala sort of an innings here so far.
Looking to punch that with a very good looking stroke, but the infielder is just there, Mitch van Buren. He's been very productive.
Honestly. He has, the moment you think you've avoided him, he's there again.
He's making up for what was a rather underwhelming batting display. He does bat really well. Now showing that he's also very competent in the field. One to keep an eye out for if you don't know about him, Mitchell van Buren. Duan Olivier with a lot of effort in that ball. It cracks off the bat as Mpongwana middles that. But now he's faced 27 deliveries and he's still on 9. They need him to get going. He's taken up the balls to get himself into the match.
Yeah, because now the required run rate is 5 to the over, whilst they're going at 3.5. Temba Bavuma, another one who's been fielding excellently for the Imperial Lions. 6-gun grill, Western Province, needing 38 runs now to win. The game is within sight.
Olivier to Mpongwana. Goes straight and Duan Olivier has struck for the Imperial Lions, and this might be it. You hear the fans clapping, the joyous, even here in the gantry, as some of them are from Johannesburg. Duan Olivier, he was down and out in the beginning of the match, and all of a sudden, he has been the man to take Mihlali Mpongwana out of his misery of not being able to score. And after 29 balls for 9 runs, he falls for Lions 8th. It's 149 for the loss of 8.
Oh boy, that was really set up there. He put Mpongwana under pressure. You said he'd sucked up all those deliveries and not able to get into double digits. The cotton ball coming to the fore once again in this fixture. Mihlali Mpongwana has to go. He's gone for 9 from those 29 deliveries, and Tsepo Moreki will be the new man to accompany George Linder at the wicket.
Now, can Tsepo Moreki replicate his bowling into his batting as well? His performance, that is, the bowling performance into his batting performance as well. The required run rate is 5.1. We have George Linder who's batting on 44. So interesting game now. The setup, as we said at the beginning of the 41st over, it is anybody's game at that point in time. It seems like Lions have taken the first scalp and they are in the driving seat at this point in time.
With just one ball, just one wicket, the whole balance of the game shifts just like that. Such is the complexities of this match of cricket that we are watching. Tsepo Moreki needs to bless Western Province with runs here. It's very bleak. His best score is 18. They need 38 more runs to win.
So let him have his 18 and then he'll get 20 from George Linder at the other end. So they'll get home safely in the end if they're just able to stick together. Olivier now to Tsepo Moreki.
Ooh, Tsepo Moreki looks like he has a decent setup, but that means nothing if Duan Olivier is going to be bowling such special deliveries like those, forcing Moreki to play at that ball even though the length was a touch short. They have a slip fielder there. Vian Mulder has come through to try and capture the wicket as quickly as Moreki walked in.
Yeah, Olivier is going to hang on that line outside off stump. Maybe entice the drive.
Ooh, he beats him again. Moreki is looking at the pitch as if it saw demons. But the demon is right in front of him in the hand of Duan Olivier.
Yeah, he's going down the wicket there to Garden as if there was, a massive divot, and he barely patted the surface like it was a dog. I mean, there was certainly no demons in that. Like you said, it's coming from the bowling. Long conversation again between the captain, Dom Hendricks, and Duan Olivier. He goes again now to Tsepo Moreki.
Oh, third time in a row. What a magnificent over there from Duan Olivier. What an excellent over to end it off.
Lovely way to come back.
Had no idea what was going on with any of the 3 balls he's faced, and he is definitely on melting ice here.
Peach of a delivery there from Duan Olivier to wrap up that over. And the key now will be to see how the Imperial Lions manage their bowling options. They go once again to Sisanda Magala, who's going to wrap up with his final over. 3 for 34 in his outing today at the Imperial Wanderers. He picked up 6 on Friday night and has also got a 50 score here today. Really just showing the national selectors that although he may have failed his fitness test, he doesn't want to be left out in terms of the thoughts with Victor Mpitsang and the rest of the national selectors.
Magala to start his final. The band is firmly behind him, just like George Linda was firmly behind that ball as they looked as Query the second. But thinking better of it, Moreki, after facing the music of Duan Olifia, he now has to contest with the actual music of the band who are playing in favor of the Imperial Lions. Lastly, look to prevent losing his wicket to an on-fire Sisanda Magala.
There's an interesting field setting here because there's only 3 men seemingly on the on-side, fine leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. So they know where Moreki likes to go. 2 men out deep, 1 at third man and another at deep point. Man coming close to catch in Temba Bavuma as well as a wide slip. Magala to Moreki.
Goes short Moreki for the 4th time in a row now, showing that he's certainly not comfortable. Is he not seeing the ball? Is he not understanding what's going on? He goes to fish for more demons, maybe looking to calm himself down and just slow the game for himself so that he can steadily get into it, because his numbers seems like it's coming here.
No, absolutely. As number 10, you're not expecting him to do wonders with the bat, but he looks all at sea here for a man from the coast.
Magala looking to bring a tsunami of pain as well, looking to claim a quick wicket. Ball is full outside the off stump, inducing the drive this time. Remember, there is that slip fielder.
And guess who's there to clean it up? Mitch van Buren. Again.
He's everywhere. He wears the number 23. We know what number 23
it's the
is
magical
for.
number of 23.
Indeed.
Maybe he's a fan of Jordan or Kobe or LeBron. Jeepers, everybody seems to have that 23 number.
Only because of Jordan.
Kobe.
Let's go. Sisanda Magala for the 4th. Very good line, very good length, but well guided there from Tsepo Moreki. Getting that incredible single that he needed. He doesn't want to face more of Sisanda Magala, but he'll be confident that the last 2 balls were able to make very good contact with the bat. George Linda now on strike with 45. 150 came up 3 balls ago as well. So a good landmark for the Western Province, now needing 36 runs to win this match.
Shouts of support of "You can do this, boys" from the fans in the crowd. Magala going around the wicket this time to George Linda.
Nice and straight. Catching the turf and spinning back to him as Sisanda Magala rolls his fingers over the ball. A leg
Back of the
cutter
hand?
there.
Back of the hand, maybe? I don't know. Umpy, what did you see there? I saw something variation.
It was the slow one. It looked like the slow one, back of the hand slow one.
Showing his array of skills, Sisanda Magala. He didn't pass the fitness test, but if the fitness test was based on pure skill, A+. Showing exactly what he has. His name does have 3 A's in it as well. So, definitely
A
an
plus,
A++
plus, plus.
for Sisanda Magala and his performances in the past 2 matches. Looking to close off his final over. Goes straight and drifts to the pads. He won't be happy with that one, Magala. That is the end with the leg bye. It's 1 more run for Western Province, who now need 34. 6 overs are left, gentlemen. And it's touch and go here as 2 wickets are remaining. But this is the match of cricket where your tail ender can score 90. But that's not what's needed here. They need 34.
Well, crucially for the Imperial Lions is that Tsepo Moreki's on strike once again, and Duan Olifir is coming back, and so I'm sure Zubair will be able to tell us, how that will mentally lift the spirits of the Imperial Lions.
Yeah, Olafir must be feeling so confident going in and bowling. And to be honest, the last 3 balls that he bowled to Moreki, if he had to bowl to a top order batsman, also would have beaten him with that delivery. So it's a tough ask for Moreki to play with ease.
Duan Olifir starts the 45. Oh, and he continues, Dave. He's not stopping. There's a big advantage that he has here, Duan Olivier, is that he can bowl your standard, I'm gonna attack you kind of lines and lengths because the batter is still fresh in the crease. There's no need for him to try adventurous things. All he's needing to do is do exactly what he's been doing so far.
Absolutely, and you can see through the stress if we cast our eyes over towards the change room. You see Wandile Guavu, Lions captain, hands on hips.
Goes straight and he finally makes a connection against Duan Olivier. It's still a dot ball though, so happy Lions as the run rate or the runs required now equal the balls left, and it's about to be over 6 runs and over with just 30 balls remaining after the conclusion of this 45th over.
Yeah, the pass score that they should be looking at this point is another 15 runs ahead, but that is just an indication of where perhaps they should be at the same stage.
Olivier definitely has his tail up. A quick single there! And just missed. Just missed. Duan Olivier has been piling the pressure on Tsepo Moreki, and he felt the need to get away from the waves and waves and waves of tsunamis that has been plunged on him, almost losing his wickets if Rassie van der Dussen got his target and radar on mark.
It was almost tip and run cricket there from Tsepo Moreki. But what it does, crucially for Western Province, is it gives them 3 balls for George Linder to face. And again, the conversation happens with Vian Mulder going out to cow corner. There's a Rize Hendricks at deep square. And Malusi Siboto down at fine leg with Magala at third man. And another out at deep point. He goes to Linder.
Around the wickets, he drops it short. He hooks it down to deep square leg, George Linder, showing his confidence as he now moves the score to 47. And most importantly here for the Imperial Lions is that they once more have a chance against Tsepo Moreki. He has somewhat withstood the pressure. He's faced his first 10 deliveries, which is what you always want to do as a batter. But now has he gotten his eye in as Duan Olivier looks to prove otherwise.
Slip in place, Vian Mulder coming in.
Ooh, just edged that Tsepo Moreki, but safely down onto the ground and rolls its way to third man for an easy single. Last ball remaining as George Linder is on strike. After this, there'll be 5 overs remaining, and surely, on 47 and being the man who's been there the longest, he'll be wanting to get onto strike for the next over.
Imperial Lions would want to keep this to not a single run, or 2 at best. They want Tsepo Moreki on strike. That one's going to be a wide, and so Duan Olivier will have to bowl it again.
They thought they got away with that one. They thought they got that single or that dot ball to get Moreki on strike. But with the way that the leg side field is so spread out, any ball that drifts onto the legs, especially with a left-hander, certainly gives George Linder that opportunity to claim that single and be the man on strike to face the new bowler, who will not be either Bjorn Fortuin or Sisanda Magala. Last ball by Duan Olivier. Short, and it's beautifully played. It is exquisitely played by George Linder, and another landmark reached with a great shot. A square cut over everybody, including the advertising boards, and the first 6 of the match comes in the 95th over, or the 45th over of the second inning, and a 50 for George Linder.
Yeah, he's batted really well here, has George Linder, contributing with the ball, but vitally for Six Gun Grill Western Province that he's contributed with the bat when they were seemingly under a tremendous amount of pressure with the Lions on top of them. Now the conversations continue because, like you said, 5 overs remain. They need 4.8 to the over, 24 runs to win, and with 163 for 8, Vian Mulder will bowl the 46th. He has conversations with Malusi Siboto and to see how he can be guided.
What that shot does is it takes the pressure off George Linder so much, They were requiring 6 runs and over. Now it's just touch under 5. So for the bowl, from the batting perspective, if that 6 hadn't come, it would have put so much more pressure onto George Linder, and now requiring less than 5 runs and over, 5 overs to go, 24 runs needed. Let's see the mental toughness that George Linder has.
Moreki to face Mulder. Ooh, he has a problem with that line. That 5th stump channel is giving him problems. With the score just requiring to be scored at 4 runs and over, now 5, and to get 24 runs, he'll be looking to advance the scoring and fend for each ball. So these are good tactics here from the Imperial Lions against Tsepo Moreki.
It looks like Lions are going more attacking. They've got short gully in their point, and deep square leg comes into square leg. Let's see what Vian Mulder can produce.
Short and wide, and another swing and a miss.
Oh,
Quick run here, and a run out chance. A big run out chance here. There's no third umpire.
Umpire Siphelele Grasa is not interested in giving anything today. If you're a wicketkeeper appealing for a stumping, both Verena and Rickleton asking the question, being blatantly denied, and seemingly the same case with the run out there. But if he's not out, you cannot give him out.
Moments of hesitation in the running, but luckily enough for the Western Province, none of them have yielded wickets so far. But that pressure from the infield, who are very much in, they're about 5 to 10 yards in the midfield, putting pressure on Moreki. He's getting some swing in there, Wian Mulder. Extra cover collecting that, and importantly another dot ball. 24 now needed. Balls are running away, 24 in 27.
Now there's a conversation between Themba Bavuma and umpire Arno Jacobs. I'm not quite sure what the concern is around the conversation there between Bavuma and Hendricks, as well as Mulder and Arno Jacobs.
Goes wide, somehow plays that to the leg side, another run out chance, and Moreki survives once more. We've said this again, fortune favors the brave. Bravery exhibited by Tsepo Moreki to get off strike and get George Linder a chance to get Western Province home. Pays dividends, no wicket lost, and another single added. 23 now to needed to win.
This game is going to be won or lost in the next over, I suspect.
Every single ball that's being bowled requiring a conversation between the captain, the Proteas captain, and the bowler. Each single ball needing to be planned out to the T. It's so tense because you cannot predict what the bowler is going to do, what the batter is going to do, but the field is trying to restrict any big shot on that leg side. Drifts down to the pads, an easy single collected there by Bjorn Fortuin at the cow corner region. Moves down to 22 now. George Linder and Moreki starting to become a little bit of an annoyance here for the home team.
Do you think that they might give Moreki a single here so that they can have him on strike for the next over? Or do you think they just bowl and see if they can pick up a wicket here? Because the question is, if you've got George Linder on strike for the next over, like I said, this game could be won or lost based on the how the next over pans out.
I think the field changes has answered your question. They are more than happy to give him a single.
Very good call and an intelligent call. Smart cricket from Tsepo Moreki. The crowd, the dugouts, they all agree that George Linder's the man who's supposed to be on strike. And that ends the 46th over. 4 overs left. Match getting tighter than what we expected. It's 165 scored. 2 wickets left for the Western Province to survive 4, and they need 22 more runs to win this match.
Yeah, it's all about how can you keep things tight. 2 wickets in hand for 6-gun Grill Western Province, and it is the change of bowling that we will see. Ulafir not continuing from the golf course end, so there's a discussion. It looks like Malusi Siboto is going to be the one to bowl to George Linder here, and I think the reasoning behind that is to frustrate him with the lack of pace. The variations, the variability of Malusi Siboto means that George Linder's not going to be able to get an easy boundary here. Everybody on the leg side is out, barring mid-on, and so they know that anything onto the pads of the left-hander is going to be a single.
We have fine leg coming back in. Malusi Siboto is running down the slope, so was Dwan Olivier, and that kind of accelerated the pace that Olivier was batting at. Such was the 6 with that last ball of his previous over. But Siboto starts the 47th over, and he starts off straight, and there's a run out chance, and out of the blue from absolutely nowhere. Nkosi Sikeleli Lions here, because they have gotten another wicket, and it's just one more remaining, and from the most unlikely runouts given how the chances have been coming before. But Moreki succumbs finally, and he falls for 4.
The frustration for him is that he could have gotten his side home, but trying to back up too quickly, and he's found short as Malusi Siboto did the fielding off of his own bowling, and they just lobbed it onto the stumps, and umpire Siphelele Gasa finally gives one out when it's a run out involved. But he's been top class, has both of these umpires, and now with 1 to go in order to wrap this game up, Province have it all to do, and they need somebody like George Linder to be on strike in order to get those 22 runs. This game is not done by any stretch of the imagination, gentlemen. Buren Hendricks is a local man. He'll know how to manage this. This is going to be an interesting final.
Yeah. Last wicket in hand, 22 runs to go. George Linder, who's on 54. What does he do? He's on strike. And not too many deliveries to go as well. 23 balls remaining and 22 runs to win. We know George Linder can hit the ball. Does he go for the bad ball, put away, and take a single at the last ball? Or, well, it all depends on his mental toughness. Let's see what he's got for us. Siboto was brought in because of his line and length, and that's what's required as per Dominic Hendricks. So can he do that?
Fortunately though for Western Province, they have George Linder on strike right now. He has 5 balls to face the slower Malusi Siboto, but in that lack of pace comes the possibility of mistiming it and finding one of the men in the poles to take a wicket. Oh, great shot there from George Linder, but just going for 1. It's putting Buren Hendricks under the fire. Malusi Siboto has a chance now to grab 1, and there's chit-chatter between him and former teammates Ryan Rickleton.
Yeah, I'd love to actually see, with the pace that Siboto bowls, I'd love to see Rickleton under the helmet, actually right up to the stumps, so that Hendricks doesn't try and stray. But that isn't going to be the case. But there's certainly a conversation there. Wicket keepers, cheeky guys as they always are. They always have a conversation, and they're always willing to entice batsmen into a false stroke.
Buren Hendricks with a very tidy defense. As a new man, as the bowler, you're looking to bowl your normal lines and lengths, as Siboto does there, trying to see what he can eke out right at the end of this match. But importantly right now, he got that dot ball. Now Western Province needing 21 runs to win in 21 balls. Very tidy. He's doing the basics correctly, Buren Hendricks. Presenting the full face of the bat, waiting for the ball to come to him and then playing it.
I think Go for it, yeah.
He definitely is, but unfortunately for him, now it is not the time that he can afford to do that, unless if George Linder has told him, don't worry, I have got this covered.
Ooh, squares him up there, Malusi Siboto. Changes up his length, drags it a little bit shorter. Full pace delivery. Had no idea what to do there, Bjorn Hendricks. Ball coming down the slope. Ryan Rickleton collects. Dot ball.
Just one ball remaining in the 47th. 166 for 9. 6-gun Grill, Western Province needing 21 as Bjorn Hendricks pulls the Rassi Vanadist and ties his shoelaces. I've always wondered when cricketers come out to bat and they have to stop the game because they're tying their shoelaces. Surely you tie a double knot before you come out to bat. Is that not the case? Or do some cricketers struggle perhaps with the tightness?
Psychological battles. Don't take the run, Bjorn Hendricks, says George Linder, forcefully chasing him back to his ground so that he has the strike for the beginning of the last 3 overs of the inning. 47 gone, 9 wickets down, 166 runs out the 6-gun Western Province, needing 21 runs from the last 18 balls of the inning.
Yeah, they're going to go at 7 to the over, and the pressure is all on them now because the Lions might feel like as long as they can keep this over quiet, that there may be an opportunity to snatch this game here. Long conversation now between, like you said, Lions captain, South Africa's one-day captain, and Wiaan Mulder around where his field placings are. There's a man in Mitch van Buren just lurking behind square on the offside as a close-ish backward point. He's got long on, mid-off. A man in the covers, Temba Bavuma will do the fielding at extra cover. Deep cover in place, third man. He goes now to Linda.
Goes wide. He understands his plan, Wiaan Mulder. It's pretty clear. Keep him away from the leg side. Very full, very wide. He was looking for that wide Yorker. The most unplayable delivery in cricket.
Fine leg in the ring. There's a deep square, a deep corner. And then obviously, like I said, that long on. Changing the field now, and they bring in the deep square to hang out with the umpire on the leg side. So 2 men out on the leg side, 2 men on the off side, and the third one going out now. Long off going back.
Oh,
That's
we are.
wide.
Call that Mr. Zube.
Come on, Umpy, stretch your arms there.
That one was easy to call.
Yeah, no, that I think, as you said, the first delivery was on point, perfectly placed, and he tried to replicate the delivery and overdoing it just a touch. And as soon as he bowled it, he knew it that was a wide. But if I was Wiaan Mulder, I wouldn't give him so much room as well.
George Linder now faces the second ball of the match after that being called a wide. Fixes that up, and it's a brilliant delivery. No feats there from George Linder. He just whipping his bats to the line of the ball. Sevagest, but nothing happening as another dot ball is accumulated here. 20 runs to win with only 16 balls remaining. This is getting way too close. Tell your friends to log on to the stream on YouTube. Tell them to come watch what is happening here. 6-gun Western Province looking to counter the odds.
Oh, that's excellent.
But this is excellent display of bowling here from Wiaan Mulder. He doesn't care about the wickets right now. He's doing his job, which is getting that ball full outside off stump.
Or
Yeah.
was it that that wasn't an appeal at all? He was just hoping that that's not called a wide.
Mind games that players play with umpires. It's the same when a ball goes down the leg side and there's a shout of catch it or something like that, so that they can persuade him to not give it as a wide.
Brilliant shot from George Linder. Absolutely brilliant. Taking it on to Wiaan Mulder. Taking on the infielders as he hoists it over the air. 1 bounce for 4 over the cover boundary. Magnificent stroke, and definitely what Western Province needed. Now 16 runs to win. It's 171. with only and just only 14 balls remaining. What a great shot.
That certainly was a touch fuller. He pulled it back. He pulled the length back slightly, ever so slightly, and it seems like he has to make changes now to his bowling, to his fielding. Third man comes up, and the cover fielder goes down to deep cover. Wiaan Mulder with his 5th ball.
Back to his plan! And fortunes again now with Western Province. What an unlucky turn of events here from Wiaan Mulder. The previous one, excellent shots. This one, brilliant bowling. But he pays the price for absolutely nothing. Wiaan Mulder, 4 runs conceded with a toe edge on the bats from George Linder. He now moves to 63 and it's 12 runs to win with 13 balls remaining. All of a sudden, fortunes have changed.
It's anyone's game for now. Lions certainly still very much in the driving seat. Last ball coming up. Wiaan Mulder runs in.
He comes straight into the pads. They are peeling. They are those mind games we're talking about, but it looks like it just clipped something.
Yeah, it may have. I think because umpire Arnu Jacobs is saying it's not wide, but it's not out. Because George Linder saying to the umpire, if it's not caught out, then surely it must be a wide. But it's taken a clip of the hip down. So 12 from 12. This is where we are. 175 for 9. And the next 2 overs will be crucial for both sides. Wiaan Mulder, expensive in his last one. As much as he gets a tame high five from Duan Olivier as he strolls past, this game is hanging desperately in the balance with the kids shouting, "Let's go Lions, let's go." Malusi Siboto will begin the 49th.
The pride of Johannesburg now solely lying on the feet and shoulders and hands of the Lions right here. The sun is starting to set. Hopefully it's not setting with the hopes and dreams of the home team as Malusi Siboto starts the 49th over. He drifts down to the pads, but it's only one single. But most importantly here for Western Province is that they've gotten George Linder back on strike and Buren Hendricks doing exactly what is asked of him. Surely that is not what Malusi Siboto wanted, just drifting onto the pads.
Yeah, particularly not with George Linder coming on strike. He's on 63 and really a mammoth effort from him today with the bat. Change in the field. Third man comes into the ring and long off as well as long on a back.
5 boundaries to his name, 1-6. Might be looking to add to that a quick single. Themba Bavuma fumbles. There's a chance for 2, but you don't want to take on the Proteas captain. You don't want to be doing that. And George Linder, aware of his threat, stops him there.
So, Buren on strike now. The irony of the situation is that Buren Hendricks, the ex-Lions player, he's won so many games for them with his bowling. Now the Lions need him not to score any runs.
Siboto comes in. Another one onto the pads and bread and butter to the left-hander. We did say from the top order right up to number 11. If you're a left-hander and it goes there, it's an easy one. Malusi Siboto looking to adjust his lines against these left-handers. Easy pickings. 3 runs from the 3 balls he has bowled so far. The band is playing as loud as we can commentate, as loud as the stadium announcer can speak through the mic, trying to charge the pride here. Siboto fixes his length. Does that look like it's out? No, it's not. Bump ball.
Dots, that's what he wants. Malusi Siboto looking for the Cheerios on the scoreboard. And it's now 9 from 8 deliveries.
Yeah, runs now required in the single figures, so for the batting team it looks easier, but it is not. Siboto runs in.
Edge of the seat stuff. But they are not pressed here, Western Province. They are coming back from what is the most unlikeliest positions. My word, 1 wicket can change everything quite literally. That 1 wicket is the difference between victory and defeat. 2 scoring shots here and the whole game swings to the other side. Birds are starting to come through. The band is starting to play very loudly. Malusi Siboto needing all of the energy. The kids are right on the barrier trying to get a piece of this action. You have to be here to see it. Buren Hendricks defending that, understanding his job.
So who does the Lions go to for the last over? Do they go back to Mulder, who has conceded 9 runs of his last over, or Olafir, who has hit a tremendous 6 the last time he bowled to George Lenders? So it's a mental game at this point in time.
We have the option of Riza Hendricks, Dwan Olafir, or Vian Mulder for the last over. They've chosen the latter. He does have a wicket with a splendid delivery, but what they need now is for the Protean all-rounder to defend these 8 runs. You simply cannot give off a boundary.
Crucially, you can't give away an extra. The moment you bowl a wide or a no ball, as he did in the previous over in an attempt to find a full Yorker, that's where you just give the game away to the opposition, because it's that extra delivery that will make all the difference in the world. Let's give you the field. Long off in place. Long on is not to be, it's mid on. On the on side, you've got a cow corner. Right, I've called it. It was a long on. They were just finishing their conversation. Cow corner. Backward square on the leg side. No man down at fine leg. Wicket keeper. Almost a fly slip. A gully. A deep backward point. A man in the covers. A deep extra cover. And long off as well. So they're changing now. The deep point is coming in off the rope.
They are certainly defending those boundary scoring shots. Allowing the singles are the Lions. Starts with a wide delivery, just like you had spoken, Dave. The pressure is on Vian Mulder. He has to have a heart of steel here. He needs to have absolute petroleum charging through his veins to make sure that he gets the Lions home.
If you look on the leg side, he's only got a sort of a square leg, so he cannot drift onto the legs. Otherwise, he can concede a boundary on either side of that fielder as he runs in.
His first ball, George Linder spreads his arms, but it's just a 1 bouncer there to the back, to the deep backward point. It wasn't timed at all. Looking to take it on George Linder, but now it seems like the momentum is on Western Province. But with Buren Hendricks on strike, you simply can't write it off, because Western Province might lose it if Rian Mulder hits his mark here with the man who's fresh from the dugout.
To be fair, they did ask the man at deep point to come in, and unfortunately it ended in a parachute. Just before that ball was bowled, he asked him to come just off the boundary. Riza Hendricks maybe just drifting back onto the boundary. Nevertheless, the change in field is as follows. A fly slip on the edge of the ring. There is a man at gully, backward point, deep point. Extra cover is there. Temba Bavuma, and long off, long on. Cow corner, or a wideish mid wicket. Square leg, and the man at fly slip goes to a leg side fine leg, with the gully going down to third man. 6 from 5. This game is on a knife edge.
Vian Mulder, Buren Hendricks, quick single here. Very smart batting from the tail ender. Pushing that to that cover fielder. Just 1 run. Now it's 182 on the board. 5 runs to win. 4 balls left. Very tight. 1 wicket for Imperial Lions to make the home fans happy.
And go 2 from 2, crucially for their numbers in terms of this tournament. You want to pick up those wins. Right, another conversation just ahead of this delivery between Hendricks, Dominic, and Vian Mulder. Comes around the wicket to George Linder.
Oh, that is the one that you want. That is the one you want. There was a sound as the bat hit the ground. The fans thought that they heard something, but they must be cheering also for the dot ball, because now it's 5 from 3. It is coming closer and closer to the end. The knife is being sharpened with each ball coming, and the one who's going to have the last laugh is the one who's wielding the victory at the end.
Stressful stuff here for both sides. This is wonderful cricket.
Vian Mulder goes wide again. That is very bad now for the Lions. It's 3 balls left. It's 4 runs remaining. It's 1 blow that's required with George Linder on strike. But also at the same time, it's 1 blow required from the Lions to get that wicket and that victory. It is absolutely so close here. 18 extras have been given away. 11 wides from the Lions. Truly regretting those now. Last 3 balls. Mulder gets it right. Just over pitching. Smashed to the long cover boundary. It's cleaned up though.
3 from 2. Number 11 on strike. And Vian Mulder has 2 balls to bowl to the number 11. All he needs to do, a dot and a single. Well, he's just got to keep
it tidy.
He's got to keep Hendricks on strike. This is exciting stuff for everybody involved.
It really is. There's no time for mistakes here from either side. Hendricks, he's played well so far, although it's only 3 runs, but when he came in, it could have easily gone to the Lions. So now last 2 balls required. If he can take a single, he would feel that he's done his job, and then it would be onto Linda to take them home as Vian Mulder runs in.
Balls it straight. There was almost a chance there. Mimics that run, that wicket taking ball. But the most important thing here is that penultimate ball was a dot. Now there's just 1 ball remaining. It is all do or die here. Vian Mulder with the rock. It's Hendricks with the blade. It's Western Province looking to slash the Lions. And it is Vian Mulder for the Lions looking to rock Western Province. Last ball of the match.
Long off, long on. Cow corner, square leg in the region, as well as fine leg in the ring. 3rd man, and deep point is the man out. Oh, thinks about it and says, hold on, lads, not so quick. Right, he was allowing me to finish my fielding. So backward point, deep point in front of square, as well as extra cover and long off. This game comes down to it. 3 runs from 1 delivery. It's Vian Mulder to Hendricks.
Here it comes, and he has smashed it! What a way to end the match! Hendricks, you beauty! With a smashing shot, he has absolutely scarred the hearts of every single Lions fans. The pride has been broken. They have failed to defend their score. And the man who has served the Lions for years and years and years, now being responsible for making them bleed in pain with a sizzling 6. And that brings the end to the fixture as 6-gun Spice gets the 6 that Hendricks just scored. Western Province win from the most unlikely position. What a match!
Yeah, absolutely class performance from both of these sides here. Western Province getting over the line in the end. It was a massive 6 over that long on region, and that concludes a wonderful one-day cup game from all of us here at the Imperial Wanderers, and we will see you very soon. From myself, David Midgley.
Dave is so quick to run away. He is absolutely gutted, as is every Lions fan.
It definitely are, as we said earlier on, the irony of this, that ex-Lion who's You know what? We had a cracking game though. We said it would go down to the wire, and how it did. To the last ball, it was, and both the teams for now end up with one win each and one loss, though we must point out Lions do have a bonus point from the first game.
George Linder, absolutely starman. Did everything for Western Province just like Rassie van der Dussen did. However, right at the end of it all, Western Province from the coast certainly didn't coast to the victory, but they have come out the victors of what was the most entertaining match. The low-scoring ones always work best. Very valuable 66 from George Linder. Valiant fights from Sisanda Magala with both the bats and the ball seemingly wasn't enough. And a fantastic collective effort from Western Province brings victory to the away team. The band now silent, everyone now silent. And so will this broadcast soon. And thank you so much for joining us. It's been us with Pitch Vision live on Supersport Live. We hope you enjoyed this match as George Linder's 67 from 87 snatches Sisanda Magala's man of the match from his grasp. And he is the man responsible for bringing West Province home and has rightfully earned man of the match. Thank you so much for joining us. It has been absolutely splendid. Zubair Saleh,
And David Midgley.
Pendulo Makubane. It's been us the whole day. Thank you to our proud sponsors and cameraman. We have Mr. Brandon and Doug who are just sitting in front of us. It's been a wonderful day of cricket. May we go rest easy. God bless.